it's the Earth moving, right? So we're more like what we see is what's actually happening. You don't feel any movement of Earth because guess what? It's actually not moving. You see the same stars, constellations above you for God knows how many years, right? Guess what? Because Earth isn't chasing the sun at 66,600 miles per hour while the sun is, you know, traveling through the universe at 4 times the speed of light because of the expansion thing and things like that. It's just not happening. We are on a flat and stationary Earth, just like it looks like, and just like everybody from birth experiences. It's actually more healthy for you to be a flat earther because you don't have to everything you experience is the way it is. That's how you get brain damage when people tell you it's the opposite of what you actually experience. And they have brainwashed us since we were children on this topic, for sure.
No, I said that they've indoctrinated us, and we need some good brainwashing. Wipe it clean. Yeah,
Well,
but
we have
the other position is just. But how do you know? How do you know that you're not moving? Are you sure you're not moving? It's just gaslighting, really.
yeah, there has been some tests that kind of indicates that we're not moving, aside from the fact that we can't detect it. India usually brings those things up. He's good at talking about the Michael and Morley experiment and things like that. I don't think we need to overload people with that right now. But if you really are listening in right now and you want to read a little bit more about the movement of Earth, that would be a place to start. Michelson Morley. They did.
Actually, I'll give a little hat tip over here to Brian Sweet. He knows
Oh, yeah.
a little bit
He's
about
really good at
Michelson
that.
Morley. I don't know if Brian wants to give a little breakdown of Michelson Morley.
Well, I'm not an expert at it or nothing like that. No wits it for sure. But they took this light. They're looking to. It's an interference meter, right? They're looking for a certain number. They're looking for 30 kilometers per second. Say they're orbiting the sun, or yeah, orbiting the sun. What they did is they shot this light out. One went against the Earth, and one went with the Earth spin there, and it was supposed to get back and have a difference in there of about 30 kilometers. Came back and that measured 4 to 8 kilometers. And it freaked everybody out for like 18 years. They didn't know what to do about it. Then Einstein came in and said, hey, you know what? Why don't we just mathematically get rid of that and just say there is no ether at all? And now we got relativity. Yeah, they used the Lorentz transformation to shrink everything. They actually shrank the apparatus, the light beam, the ruler, everything in the freaking house, everything in the room, that is, only in the direction that the Earth was spinning. It's the basis of Einstein and his theory of relativity.
Yeah, I've heard this before. Right? I heard that like we use like interferometry or this thank you this tool, right, to measure motion, right? So the just like kind of just like you said, they have the light beams that they keep us out of a vacuum chamber, and you can measure proper motion with this tool, like acceleration in an airplane or whatever, right? So you can use this tool in reality to measure this. So they said, you know what? Let's just measure the motion of Earth, and they didn't measure the motion of Earth, and it's just that. Is it just that simple?
Yeah, the theory is basically if
It
Earth
is
is
that simple.
spinning.
They did get movement though. They got like 4 to 8, which turned out to be the ether and the stars going above our head.
That is an interpretation of it. The theory is that if Earth is spinning in one direction, light should travel faster in the direction it spins, right? And it should travel a little bit, no, in the opposite, I guess. Yeah, because Earth is kind of catching up to it. Now they do this with mirrors and stuff, and they couldn't really detect the necessary speed for a ball Earth spinning around the sun.
So I'm going to let you know right now the 4 to 6 kilometers per second that they measured, or the 6 to 8 kilometers per second that they measured, matches something called sidereal rotation, which is like how fast the stars are spinning around Polaris. That's the speed that they got. They didn't get the 15 degrees per hour like they were expecting with where the sun moves across the sky. Instead, what they got was a speed consistent with our annual cycle, and that's why everybody freaked out.
That's exactly what they measured. Yeah.
Great.
So then it's so then we're settled. The Earth is not. I mean, they've measured the Earth to not be moving in the way that it's claimed to have to move in the model that Earth is a globe spinning on its axis, rotating around the sun. Is it settled for everybody, or is there still a debate?
There hasn't been much of a debate. I mean, it's been over 100 years since they did this experiment, so nobody has really picked up the torch and tried to replicate it. And the last person who did that I've heard of, his name was Wang, and I think this was in 2006, maybe 2004, if I remember correctly, and he actually confirmed the same results. So, yeah, that's
Yeah, he
where we're
figured
at.
out how to measure absolute motion in free space, and he says that the Earth's not moving.
But yeah, if you're more interested, you can Google interferometry and see if you can find some more white papers and stuff on it. We have Dear
Great.
Donnie with us tonight. Welcome. Who else is new in the room? I guess that's it for now. If you want to come up and ask a question, just open your mic, and there will be people here on the panel who is ready to answer your questions about Earth. Over Fences posted a good video in the chat. If you want to learn more about Airy's failure and Michelson Morley and the Sagnac experiment and so forth, you can follow that link over to YouTube and get a quick course in this. Crash course is the word I was looking for. Go ahead.
Hello. Every time I come here, so many people are
Yes, hello. How are you?
waiting for what? I am so bad. I am angry. I am hateful.
This is strange
have
behavior.
grudge to people, to the world, everybody. Everybody is enemy. I trust no one except me. There are few in the world I truly trust, but I don't share them.
Are you okay there? Do we need to call
One day
someone?
I will take revenge and say.
Can you calm down a little bit? Do you want to talk with us, or do you want to like rant about something?
Are you one of them gays?
That's funny, man. That's actually funny, man.
All right, I think I'm going to try to unmute this guy. Oh, he already left. I'm too nice to people.
Yeah. Probably he's if he's not an active current shooter, he might become one soon.
We can't talk about violence here because we're on YouTube. All right, I'm gonna unmute you, guy, Insan, and see if you want to talk normally with us. If not, we can kick you to another room.
Is this your job? Tell me something about it. Is this your job? Coming here, discussing with people
No,
the
sir.
stupid idea
No,
of flat
sir. No,
Earth?
sir. Excuse me. No, it's not our job. We volunteer to
Where is
inform
it?
people about reality. Well, I don't know why you're talking through me.
What is
We
reality? Tell
volunteer
me.
to in the physical and natural realm in which you live.
Okay.
Sincerely, truly, okay? But not about actually flat Earth. About the reality,
No,
about the reality
sorry.
you describe, you
In
define the
reality, the
reality.
Earth is measurably flat and stationary. Yes, that's what we're talking about.
This is your definition, and how can I prove? How can you prove this?
No, it's not
Even
my definition. This is everyone's definition. Okay,
let's
flat has a
talk about
definition. Stationary
the
has a
rule.
definition that I did not create. And I also want to let you know that the Earth has been measured by everyone in every major industry to be flat and stationary.
Özcan haber. I want you to discuss about the reality, not specifically
That's what we're
flat Earth.
talking about. That's what we're talking
No,
about.
you're coming to this topic, flat Earth.
This
I
topic.
want to tell you something about.
Okay, I'll have to mute you now so you can listen. In this particular channel, in this server, this is what we discuss. If you want to discuss something else about reality, you'll probably have to go to that channel. Does that make sense?
Uh, how can I say what is the word for this? Nothing true in reality, based on reality.
Oh, okay. So
Even
nothing
if
is true.
you
So
make
then you're not
experiment,
even. Okay, well, then I'm going to help you with your worldview. If nothing is true in this reality, you're not talking to me on Discord right now. In fact, you're not even muted because none of this is real. Does that make sense?
discuss me.
Yeah.
You can't. The purpose of discussion to defeat someone. You are here.
No, we're not here to defeat anyone. We're just here giving information, and it very much offends people like yourself. And so they rage and they rant. And we're hoping that you will avoid that and just listen and ask questions if you have them. Can you do that?
For facts. I want you to tell the reality. What
I don't care what you want me to do. It doesn't really matter to me. Can you please bring it down a notch and we'll have a reasonable conversation, or you'll just stay on mute, which to you doesn't exist.
What's
there
your
is no
best?
universe. How do you define? How can
Okay. So he's going to continue to rant. Does anybody else want to try this one?
I'll give it a shot.
Okay, here you go.
like you? This is a belief, not science, not something uh,
Uh,
concrete.
I'll give
This
you
is
some
something
evidence for flat Earth. Would you like
delusion.
that?
Delusion. This is
Would you like?
delusion. Ya
Would
bu
you
da
like
ya
some? Yeah. Would you like some
bilmiyorum.
evidence? Would you like some
Çok
evidence
sinirliyim buna.
Hello, sir. Would you like some evidence?
for flat? Is that? Are you gonna listen or no?
Normally, you
Dude,
should. I should be muted. I must be muted because I am.
Dude, I'm moving you so away from us here because I can't talk to someone who keeps acting like a retard. Sorry, but the language. So you have to go. All right. Well, I gave it a good shot. It didn't help. Moved him to another channel where he can rant if he wants to, if they want him to do that there instead. I only want to talk to reasonable people. Oh, he's back. Imsan, you shouldn't be here because you couldn't shut up when I tried to give you evidence for flat Earth. So you need to go to someplace else. Put you in the peace channel this time. Assalamu alaikum. Whatever. All right. Shout out to the YouTube viewers. We're going to read your chat for a little while we wait for reasonable people to come in here and talk to us. If you want to talk to us about Earth, please open your mic and we can do that. The Ensign is back. That's insane. You should maybe rename yourself to Insane.
Okay.
Wait, who said okay? I was talking to you. I'm talking to the guy who was here, and he doesn't. He can't control himself, so unfortunately we had to mute him. But he keeps joining again.
Yeah, unfortunately, he had his mouth shut.
It was very weird, yeah. All right, I'm going to let him sit there and listen if he wants to. And we're going to have someone come in who wants to hear our evidence for the flat Earth, and then he can learn. But he already left. Okay. Doesn't matter. I'm still going to go to YouTube and see if we have people there who wants to interact with us. Shout out to the YouTube listeners. I used to be one, so I have a lot of love for you people. When I do my work, I have 24/7 Flat Earth disc YouTube on in the background, and it is always good and interesting. 12 people watching over there right now. No, actually 145. How is that possible? I think the live stream must have reset.
That's fake news right there. 145? No way.
I think that was the total because the stream ended and he started a new one. So now it's 9 again. That sounds more reasonable.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, we're
But
crushing on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, over time, 145 people listen to the stream. That's not anything to laugh about. And sometimes there's 200, 300. After a few days, people like to go back and listen to the old content.
I'll take it.
It's also a reminder to us, we have to be civil here. We can't swear too much and things like that. And I probably shouldn't use the R retard word. I shouldn't say that, but there I did it again. It's difficult sometimes. I'm trying to be nice, but when they are acting weird, it slips out. 10 people watching over on YouTube now. Shout out to you guys. If you want to chat, we can interact with you over there. If you want to say hello, we'll read your points there. Earth is flat, by the way. If you're a glober on YouTube, just know you can go figure it out for yourself. Find yourself a 10-mile wide lake, shoot the laser to the other side. If that laser doesn't end up 50 feet in the air, you know you're not on a globe. You are on a flat plane where water doesn't curve.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Says who says, hey, YouTube listeners, thank you. If anyone here on Discord doesn't have the opportunity to talk, or if you're in a room with people who don't want to hear you sit there and talk flat earth, if you want to type something in the chat, I'll be more than happy to read it to the listeners. And while we wait for Globers, we do have an event running. It's called Who Invented the Globe Theory? And it is still running, so we don't have to start a new one. Hopefully we get some more traffic in here. And while we wait, we can maybe read some X posts.
Nice.
See what the good folks over on X has to say about flat Earth. today, and maybe we can read some NASA news or. Battery panic. I have 1% battery. My phone started to do that weird thing where it
Yeah,
kind of
well, you know
stutters
what?
because what?
I'm not really a big fan of the government.
I don't know anybody that is.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the government either. Tell you the truth. Not like I'm gonna go out and start a revolution or something, but I don't care much for them, and I like to just be left alone. Logical Observations makes a good point in the chat. He says, government, govern, control, ment is mind. Govern your mind, control your mind. NASA is a government agency, mind controlling the masses into believing we live on a heliocentric spinning globe fantasy. That is true. And they were recently reclassified as a spy agency too. So now they have the legal right to lie to the American people. That is one of the perks of being classified as a spy agency. You can lie to Congress, you can lie to the people, you lie as much as you want. NASA has that ability now, so we can't even sue them for it anymore. Go ahead.
NASA means to deceive.
Yeah, that too. I'm actually hoping, I don't know if I shouldn't get my hopes up, but I hope that they will come out and say that the moon landing was faked back in 1969. So we can put that behind us. But of course, I think that, and then people can't sue them, right? Because they believe their whole life that was a real thing, right? So people are probably going to be a little bit upset, maybe. I don't know. I'm just going to be happy if it happens. So I wouldn't sue them, even if I could. But now you can't. So if you're going to be upset if the day actually come when they fess up and admit that they faked everything. I mean, there has been some soft disclosures already. There was a movie that came out recently about them faking the footage. Of course, they said that it was just in case and so on. But now they can lie as much as they want and nobody can sue them. And I think they're going to add on to it and say, well, we didn't do it 1969, but guess what? Now we have done it, so that they can catch the new generation of people with this lie. Says who says, shout out to Plain and Truth. Thank you for running the show. Thank you. I'm actually
Well,
happy to do it.
from what I've heard, they postponed it a little bit.
Yeah, they're going to do well. They're going to send some people around the moon this year, but then they're going to land people on the moon 2027. So that thing was postponed a year. It was going to happen this year. I have some bookmarks in the folder. Things I need to mark in 2027. That's one of the things.
Oh, I see now.
Are there any Globers in here that are good with math? Are there any Globers in here right now?
Honestly, I don't really like math.
Well, are you a Glober?
I don't really know, mate.
All right. Well, I will say this. A lot of Glober arguments they turn to the math because that's their ball with a 3,959 mile radius. But the math.
Well,
go ahead.
Not really just the math, but they also imply the existence of physics.
Okay, so
all that stuff.
Okay, so well, when you're dealing with physics, you're not going to get the shape of the Earth with physics. You're just not. That's because then they're going to use the tool of math to prove their position, to prove the position it works, and this is what we have. But the point being is that when you use the math against them, when you plug in the values, it destroys their radius of 3,959 miles. So when I tell people you're going to need a ball for that, whatever they bring up, any argument that's brought up, they always turn to math. But if you do the math like wholeheartedly, it gets debunked in the math. And what I mean by that is the observations that we have recorded, they have a refraction value. They say, oh, it's too extreme, and we would agree. You're right. You would need it's mathematically you would need a 0.985 refraction coefficient to make you able to see 10 miles away from a 1 foot observer height just in the formula itself. And when you do the math just out the gate to find a radius, it's and you plug in the values, which is distance squared minus height squared divided by 2 times the height. That's how you find a radius. So when we plug in the numbers of 10 miles distance and 1 foot observer height, that will give you a 264,000 mile radius, or well, 264,400 mile radius mathematically. But that's not including refraction. So I will give that to them and say, okay, now let's calculate the refraction value. Well, using standard 7/6R, that's still going to be 193,000 mile radius. That's standard refraction. We'll give them a higher refraction value, like when you're dealing with radio engineering. They use a 4/3 because they say that when you're using radio, it goes further with refraction because of ducting and all that stuff. Okay, it's still with a 4/3. That's still over. It's 123,000 mile radius. We will go further than that. Okay, I'll give you a 0.4 refraction value, which is extreme. That's including ducting. That's still going to give you a 66,000 mile radius. And then I'll even give them this in the argument. Let's double that. Let's double the extreme refraction, which isn't even on, it's not even accounted for ever. We'll give you a 0.8. That's still a 33,000 mile radius. And in order to say my radius is 3,959 miles, okay, that will have to be a refraction coefficient of 0.985. Unheard of, never documented, because that's not even reality. But in the math itself, it obliterates it. It's a wrap. It's no, you do not have a 3,959 mile radius regardless. So all their arguments, oh, we have orbit and satellites and this and that, and the shadows and sticks from Eratosthenes, all that gets debunked if you just use the math against them. And so I don't at the end of the day, dude, your ball's dead. The globe is dead, bro. There's no turning back from that. There's no recovering from that. And that's what I want to say. I'll mute up.
100%. I agree. Everything you said is logical and good points, all of it.
Yeah. Anti-flat earthers, they can't, they don't have a foot to stand on, because you are using their, when they try to introduce math about it. No, bro. Your math debunks your math, right? But that's why they don't like to go to. They love to use the math, but when you point that out, they then say, no. Well, then you can't measure on the surface. You got to go high in elevation because there's too much refraction. No, bro. That's our point. That's exactly my point. You can't use it. So it's a good argument. It's a slam dunk. It's a next. You know what I mean? Like one of those. You next. You're done. What's your next argument? They get wrecked.
It's a mic drop thing. Good.
Yeah.
Nice. Hey, shout out to Logical Observations. I see your posts all the time, both on YouTube here, and they're always good. I have a new thing for you. You can add to your arsenal here. I'm going to post it in the thing. I thought this was funny. I found it over on X. For sale, good used lunar rover, 18 original miles, 38 million into it. The lawn chairs are banged up a bit, and the umbrella is upside down. Original batteries, reason for selling. We lost all the telemetry data, and we can't go back. It's just taking up space, and we want it gone. Best offer. And it's one of those.
Nice.
You like it? It's pretty funny.
Yeah. I found an old video of them literally having a modeled Earth that they used for their camera shot, obviously in a studio, right? And the point being is that when you watch the video, they literally have like this they recorded how they have this camera really close to the surface of this model that they built, and they have these little feet, these little feet with rubber, with rubber at the end, and they literally are running it along the surface of their model, and they're getting the data of how much the feet of the rover would be moving up and down by going over the surface of their model. Watch, let me try to find it for you. Maybe you'll understand what I mean. Where is it at? It's a short video, and it shows the video that they did. Where is it at? I gotta find it. Give me a second. It's funny when you look at it. You're like, dude, they literally have a big huge Earth, and they literally say they call that photo the blue marble photo. Watch, I'll show you. Give me a second. Where is it at? Where's all my photos at? Okay. Is it this one? No. Here it is right here. Okay. Yeah. Here it is right here. I'll post it on the side chat. Oops. It's this one. Check this out. Check this video out. It's literally like, I would say this is their fucking studio right here. Like, this is how they showed the surface of the moon, and they had the camera work on it. They even have the data. So think about it. You're sitting at NASA, and they're calculating, or they're getting the data picked up from what they think, what they're going to try to say, like, this is what we got from when we were on the moon. But watch the video. They did that in a fucking studio, bro. It also talks about how the simulations were so real, they couldn't tell the difference.
Yeah, we can play that one actually. I have one that I want to play. There's a lady that works for NASA back in the 60s. She said that we couldn't tell the difference from the simulation and the supposedly real thing. Is that the same? I'm watching the video right now. It's actually running, but I
Yeah.
can't hear much. But
at 29 seconds, it shows a big ball Earth that they had in the studio that they were like using for their imagery. And then right after that, they have the camera and the little feet on, and the sensors that pick up the surface of their model.
let's play
All they
it.
did was just,
We
yeah,
have
go
a
ahead.
little time. We can play it. See if the bot is willing to play it for us. See if it
Yeah,
works.
it's short, but it proves the point. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we'll see what it says. Sometimes I have to disconnect him. Yeah, that's probably what happened here. Let's do that. I'll get it playing. We have nothing better to do right now, I think. Unless we have some people in here who wants to say something, then you can just open your mic. Don't feel intimidated if we're just talking, or you're not interrupting anything important right now, really. We're just talking amongst ourselves. Most of us in here are flat earthers. And if you've never met one, this is your shot at talking to a real one.
I see Brian's in the building. What's up, Brian? I haven't talked to you in a long while. How you been, brother? You still on X?
I sure am, man.
Yeah, good to see you, bro.
I appreciate it.
You still flat smacking over there?
You know how it goes.
Yeah.
Get a lot of trolls, man. Get a lot of trolls. Finally found this place. I figure I'd come in and see what kind of action was in here so far. I've not been impressed with the Globies. Pretty sad display. I wish I could share this over to X, but I can't seem to find a way to share this link.
Yeah, the Globers aren't sending their best, but every so often, if you hang around a little bit, we actually have had some so-called real physicists, PhDs, and creme de la crop, or whatever. Not that they had any good arguments, but it was still fun to kind of, show everyone that it doesn't actually matter if you're a janitor or if you're a PhD. If your arguments are sound, whatever title you have doesn't matter. But most of the Globers, of course, think that, oh, if I could only bring a PhD over to 24/7, then those dumb flat earthers, they shouldn't, of course, that never happens. So.
Yeah, I like those conversations. You guys know who Frank?
2 days ago, we had what was he? He was astrophysicist engineer or something weird like that. Maybe, I don't think it wasn't satellite. I think he was a physics major or something like that. And of course, he didn't have any good argument. It was just fun to listen to. We do have a satellite engineer here now and then, Josh Ingersoll. He comes in. And he's trying to convince us that satellites can't work over a flat Earth. But I don't know. I have hope for him because he can understand logic a little bit.
You know, I had
I
this
okay.
comment too, and I was like, well, what does your satellite really do? It just goes around in a circle, right? It's like, well, yeah.
Yeah,
It goes.
Josh. When Josh says that he knows it's a globe because of satellites, I just present the math to him. Say you're going to need a globe for your argument, and you don't have a globe because mathematically you don't have one, bro. It's a wrap. That like they're stuck. They can't go any further without denying the facts and saying nah, and then still believing that Santa Claus brought them presents because the cookies and the milk was drinking and eating. That's it. That's all they have. It's a falsehood. They get wrecked. Nine out of 9 times or 10 out of 10 times they get wrecked because they do not have the globe that they are arguing for. When you show them mathematically there's no fucking globe, it's a wrap. It's a mic drop, like a planner said earlier. It's a mic drop. Bye-bye ball, right? That's it.
Yeah, that's it. All right, we're going to give it another shot. I have reconnected the bot, and we're going to see if we can actually get it to play this thing. Maybe I have to use those weird minus signs. I don't even know how to get that on the keyboard. I have to copy the text, paste it. It's not normal minuses. That's how lame I am. All right, now we got that. Now we're going to go to the link. I really hope this works because I want to hear this.
Hello, guys.
All right. Maya is talking to us in chat. I can read it, Maya, but I hope you're making a good point. I'm messing with the bot while I do that. She says, I figured what you guys remind me of, and forgive the long message, it's to get the point across. Okay, we'll see what point you're making. Flat Earth related to sovereign citizens. Okay, have you ever heard of sovereign citizens? Yes. They believe that they don't need to register their vehicles or have a driver's license because of old laws, the black I'm guessing you're talking about Black's law or something like that, the Magna Carta as well, okay, and misinterpreting modern laws, that they don't need to register their vehicles, have valid license plates, or have a driver's license. Yes, we have heard about sovereign citizens. They read federal laws stating you need a license to conduct commerce to mean they don't need a driver's license because they aren't conducting commerce. Then, in actuality, those conducting commerce, meaning truck drivers transporting trailers, need a federal-based license, CDL. I hope this is going to be about flat Earth, but I'm going to continue reading it because we're doing not too much at the moment anyway. Could be interesting to someone if you haven't heard about sovereign citizens. It's an interesting topic, I think, but it has nothing to do with flat Earth. But I'll read it nevertheless. But each state is given the ability to create laws to govern their states other than that which is given to the federal government explicitly, such as federal based licenses like CDLs. These beliefs typically come from someone seeing a video on YouTube or some other part of the internet stating this is the truth. This is the link between flat earthers and sovereign citizens. Would someone who believes in flat earth believe what I just said? If not, then you yourself are believing in a conspiracy theory. You learn in school, like driver's ed, that this is the case, but because someone says otherwise and gives you convincing facts that they are right and everyone else is wrong. All right, Maya, thank you for your comment. I think I would have to read it silently to actually get what the point is. Are you saying that flat earthers believe things because what others have told us? Because that's not the case. We are flat earthers because we went out and checked. So I don't think it's a good point to make. It's a little bit different to, it's not, we don't say we believe in flat earth. We actually measured water and it is flat. Ethergress says the horizontal horizon isn't a belief, it's an observation. Tell another story. Logical observation says horizontal horizon, not curvison. Yeah. So, I mean, we can talk about it a little bit more, Maya, but our position is basically that flat Earth isn't a belief. Shut him down, or Sheepdog as I know him, says sovereign citizen is an oxymoron. You are either a sovereign or a citizen. Good point. Sovereign means independently accountable for all actions in life. Citizen means gives up freedoms for comfort and laziness. Can't have both. Alrighty. Okay, to the YouTube listeners, this is where we're at. The chat has ended over on Discord, and I'm going to mess a little bit with the bot still because I think it's fun to play things, and there's a couple of things I want to play, so we're going to not give up on it. And I also have a video that I'm going to play, but I actually think I found over on X, believe it or not, on Brian's account. Brian, sweet. Posted it and I stole it from him. We're going to play it soon. It's about the simulated thing.
Changing their equipment to present the data in such a way to increase the apparent return signal, which already pre-existed any claims of these devices, which all other institutions quickly followed suit. They did not put laser ranging equipment on the moon, they just cooked the legitimacy out of it, just like all these other experiments you've now watched. Okay, it's the trifecta of conspiracies. We have the motion picture industry covered, we have terrestrial refractions covered, and now we're moving on to the Apollo Mercury program, Russian space program, all those, World War II, all of it. I'm going to end here with the Apollo program and the testimony of what the astronauts see in space. I hope you heavily consider just how absurd it would be that their stories would be this contradictory to each other in so much that they falsify their own testimonies.
All right, that was the video, and now when the bot is working, we can play the other clip here in a second. Shut him down says, plain and truth, Earth is flat because it measures flat. Correct. It has nothing to do with being sovereign or a citizen. Correct. I agree 100%. I think Maya wanted to make a point, but she's a little bit misinformed on the stance we take about flat Earth. NASA had a program back in 1960 called Project Lola. It's their simulation software and hardware that they could simulate moon landings and so forth so good that the control center could not, the people who worked in it couldn't tell if it was real or not. So I'm going to play that one. It's 2 minutes long. And if you want to pause it or stop it, just let me know and we will stop it. Yeah, we'll give that one more try.
You've worked on Apollos 8 and 10. What was that like? Can you describe your feelings during those two missions, what it was like?
Well, the missions were so nominal that you almost couldn't believe that it was happening. We had been simulating these things for so long, and everything goes wrong in the simulations. You have devious little men that plan simulations. They plan to do everything wrong so that they can mess everybody up. So when we got to the real mission, it seemed like a piece of cake, really.
What sort of things in the simulations would they have go wrong? What sort of problems would they present to you?
The engine fails. Their gyroscopes and reference equipment will fail. You'll lose communication. They'll underburn, they'll overburn, they'll have abort situations come up.
Do you think that there is any danger when actual astronauts are involved and it's not a simulation, that your mental attitude won't take into consideration the fact that it's a manned mission, that it will be too much like an exercise?
I think you always remember that there are men on board. And even during simulations, it's not just an exercise. The simulations seem as real as the mission. We have men in simulations.
Did you hear that? The simulation seemed as real as the mission.
They're in the simulator, they're not flying up to the moon. But we feel like they're real.
You feel like they're real, but do you think that the entire space program, as you view it in your work, has a sense of unreality to it?
I think the atmosphere you work in is a little bit unreal as far as the actual facilities are concerned. You're totally isolated. You're surrounded by machines. There are no windows in the buildings where you work. The lighting is always the same. You lose all track of time. You think in terms of ground elapsed time, and that becomes the only reality.
Did you hear that? No windows in the building where they serve. Of course not, because then they can fool them into believing anything. And those people who work there in the control center, they probably believed 100% that this thing was real. There could have been just one or two people who controlled the whole thing in some other location. They would never know. Logical Observations posted a clip that Artemis could be a simulation. Let's play that one. Sometimes the bot complains when I try to play too short clips, but this is 21 seconds. Let's see if it can do it. Track too short. Couldn't do it. All right, we can read some more tweets. See if we can get some more people in here. Let me check if the event is still running. I don't think it is actually. Maybe. There it is. Who invented the globe theory? I actually have to mute and go into listener mode because my son needs to go to bed and I can't sit and talk in the bedroom anymore. It's been a pleasure. We had a couple of Globers in here. Hopefully, more will join. I will talk to you guys again probably tomorrow.
by it.
Right. So
Anyways,
it's a big
yeah.
mistake when people mistake the map as the territory, right? That's it's a big problem. Okay, it's a map, it's a tool, it has a purpose. There's hundreds of different map projections that serve different purposes. All of them are based off a spherical, all of the projections, right, are based off a spherical coordinate system which originated from taking angle measurements to the sky, to the celestials. How do we know the Earth's not a globe? We went out and tested the Earth over and over again, validating that there's no curvature.
How did you validate there was no curvature?
Well, okay, so most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water, according to the
Yes.
globe, right? According to what we know about. And so it's like 72%, something like that, okay? And we can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over a certain distance when we're talking about the surface of the water. So if we have 20 miles, for example, we can calculate that there would be approximately 266 foot of curvature over that distance of 20 miles. Okay, then we can go and test to see if the curvature is actually there.
Wait. What's curvature? Is it in meters, in degrees, in degree meters?
Yeah, like what's on the outside of a ball. Curvature would be like bending, like the water bending.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how would you measure the curvature? Like you sound like we measured curvature and it wasn't there, but what were you actually measuring? How much the horizon went down? What exactly? Your angle to the sky?
So the byproducts of the curvature would be a horizon at a certain distance, depending on the height of the observer, and then things that are beyond the horizon. Do you understand?
Yes, I'm
Yeah, okay, sorry. Okay. And then things that go beyond the horizon becoming obstructed behind the physical curvature of the Earth.
Yes, which is exactly what happened.
All right, so that when we actually go out and test that, it's what should happen, right? But it turns out that that's absolutely not what happens.
It is what happens. You're just pretending you measured it.
Oh, okay.
Yes, genuinely.
Okay, well,
genuinely.
how
You're saying
about I just
someone
present you with
The
evidence?
horizon is never globe
present
curvature.
it. Yes, please present your evidence because it doesn't exist. What do you mean? The Earth is supposed to curve one way, but we measured it and it didn't because it can't not do. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So if it was a globe, it would have to be curving at a specific rate.
And it is curving.
It provides a definition of the horizon, which is physical, correct?
Yes, the horizon is when the curvature of the Earth doesn't allow you to see what's beyond it.
Okay, so let's test that. All right, so I'm going to present you with a test right now. Okay, so you can see it. You can see a screenshot. Can you see the side chat?
Yes.
Okay, so all right, just hold on a second. Have a look at the calculation in the side chat there. It's an Earth curvature calculator. Okay, so first we have the distance. The distance to the object is going to be 11.2 miles. Okay, the height of the camera is going to be 3.5 foot. That would mean the distance to the horizon should be 2.29 miles. And the object that is at 11.2 miles should be obstructed by 52 feet, right? Meaning the bottom 52 feet should be missing. Okay, now let's have a look at the observation.
Okay, listen. A man standing on a sphere observed the physical geometric horizon.
Okay, so this is a guy named Dr. John D. He's doing this observation on a very nice clear day in the United Kingdom. He's looking out at a windmill farm called Rampion Windmill Farm. When he zooms out to the windmill farm, we can see 6 windmills out in the ocean. Okay, they range from 8 to 11 miles away. We're going to focus on one of them. Okay, just the furthest one, just for simplicity. Okay, so if you have a look at the math again, the 11.2 mile windmill it's completely visible, and there's no sign of that horizon at 2.29 miles. Okay, so just a second.
If you can tell me where exactly is this?
Yeah, so I'm going to post some screenshots showing you exactly where it is. It's called Rampion Windmill Farm. It's in Worthing in the United Kingdom. Here's some screenshots of the location. Here's a diagram of the windmills.
And wait, why is Meridius muted?
He's muted because he's highly emotional and disruptive. We can unmute him and see how he goes. So
Yeah,
Meridius,
sorry.
you're it's okay, man. Look, but just please just stay on mute while I present the observation. That's all.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, so here's the observation. Okay, we have a camera height of 1 meter, which is 3.5 feet high. That means the horizon should be at 2.23 miles away, which is 3.4 kilometers. Okay, and all of the bottom portions of the windmills should be hidden behind the horizon, behind the curvature of the Earth. Right, so I'm just going to post a close-up image of what the bottom of the windmills look like. Right, so when it's low tide, we can see the black paint at the bottom of the windmills. When it's high tide, it's covering up that little black section. Here's another image of them close up. Right, now if we have another look at the observation, I'll repost it directly under that. All right, so he's
Do you know the
zooming in.
thing where you're in like a very hot desert and you can see fake water on the street?
Yeah, a mirage. Yeah, we don't see any miraging effects in this.
Mirage.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, so
you
this
can
is
see miraging effects because
Oh yeah,
the
what type
windmills
of
aren't
mirage
in
is
contact
this?
in water. Look,
No,
the
we
windmills
don't see any
seem to be.
miraging effects.
Oh, you can absolutely check the GIF. The
Okay,
windmills seem
here's
to
a
be
close
floating
up. Here's a
above the
still
water
shot.
surface.
Where's the miraging effect?
They are literally floating above the water.
How are they floating above the water? You could see the
The water
bases of them
surface is
touching
below.
the water.
Yes, you can see the water surface. The black paint ends here. The water.
We can see them.
Yes, specifically the ones on the right.
All of them, right? We can see the entirety of all of the windmills touching the water. We don't see any miraging effects taking place. Okay, there's no inferior mirage. Do you know what an inferior mirage is?
No.
Okay, it's when things are displaced lower and we have a mirroring effect. Okay, we don't have that. We don't have any miraging effect taking place here, bro. As it looks in the close-up photographs. Right, do you think there's a miraging effect in this? Do you think this is a mirage? Obviously not, right? Okay, well this looks exactly the same. Yeah, so this looks the same as the zoom footage, right? We can see the water, right? It's just flat. Look at the zoom footage again.
You can share pictures. I can't.
Okay, well, I don't have control of your permissions.
Oh, there are permissions.
Yeah, well, you need to spend a certain amount of time in the server, and then you'll automatically get image permissions. Right, so you can see that when he zooms in, there's no miraging effect taking place. It's very obvious that there's not a mirage taking place. Right, so here's some more footage from the video, so you can see that there's no mirage taking place.
Okay, how do you explain this video that I am going to send you? Okay, I can't send anything in the chat. Oh, wait, I can. If you'll please check it out.
Okay.
Yes, another thing. You see, you know, the television that works using having like a receiver dish above your house that points at the sky and receives the
Try not
TV
to
information.
jump around topics, phase.
No, it is related. It is very related. Okay.
No, you need to get through this one and make sure you're understanding it properly before you go to another topic.
Yeah.
Okay, see the video. If you see the video I shared.
Yeah,
okay,
I'm looking at the video you shared. Okay, so now I have some questions. Okay, so what's the height of the observer? What's the location, and what's the distance to the ship?
No, none of this matters now because the ship,
yes, it does.
half of the ship disappeared. Why is half of the ship not visible? Why?
Okay,
Why is it hiding?
sometimes if we have warmer temperatures down low and cooler temperatures up higher, it can make it look like things are disappearing from the bottom.
What's this? Is this a theory or a...
No, just go to Google and type in what is sinking refraction.
No, but nothing is hidden.
I can do that here. Okay, what is sinking refraction? Just typing it into
And
Google.
refraction isn't consistent. Refraction isn't consistent. It fluctuates.
Okay, so
the video is very consistent.
Did you account for refraction in this observation?
A reflection. You gave me an observation of refraction. It isn't consistent. It looks odd.
Didn't.
It looks messy.
I showed you an observation that isn't able to be explained by refraction, but what you posted, right, matches the definition of sinking refraction. Okay,
it absolutely does not match it because sinking refraction.
Oh, okay. So let's read out. Okay, so what's sinking refraction?
Look, you shared
notice how you started off nice and chill, and now you're starting to get emotional. And I'm
because I'm saying something, and you're saying.
Notice how I'm not getting emotional with you. No, I'm not saying nah. I went to Google. I'm trying to teach you about how refraction works according to your own experts. Right, but you're not letting me talk because you're highly emotional, so you need to chill out.
I understand.
Okay, so I went to Google. I typed in what is sinking refraction. Okay, sinking is an atmospheric refraction phenomenon where distant objects appear lower, smaller, or compressed below their actual position, often making them disappear below the horizon. It occurs when light rays bend upwards, opposite to looming, which bends rays downward, and is caused by a temperature lapse rate where density decreases slowly with height. Right? So if you haven't accounted for this, then you can't say it's Earth curvature, can you?
Okay, listen to me. You shared examples of this refraction in the chat. Okay?
Okay, what type of refraction? What type of refraction do you think's happening in the example that I posted?
Any refraction, I don't know.
You don't know what you're talking about, really, do you? When it comes to
I don't know
optics.
What you're talking about. You, because
no, I know that you don't know what I'm talking about. I know that this is the difference.
You're interrupting me now.
I know what I'm talking about, right? I'm reading out I just read out the mainstream explanation for your video. Okay, so if you're claiming that the bottom of the ship's disappearing because it's going behind the curvature, right? I'm just showing you that even according to your mainstream, it could just be because of sinking, right? Sinking refraction. So unless you accounted for that, then you can't claim that is happening because of Earth curvature. Now, I'm not making a claim of Earth curvature with my observation. I'm just showing you that no Earth curvature is detected, and no Earth curvature is ever detected. Right?
Every example of sinking refraction I see shows stuff floating, not disappearing.
No, sinking. Why would it be called sinking refraction if stuff's floating? Right? That would be the opposite. That would be the opposite of sinking refraction. No, that would be called looming.
Don't interrupt me. Look up sinking refraction and go to images.
I did. I typed in what is sinking refraction.
Okay, go to images, and you will see ships floating in the air, exactly as those windmills in your example.
Yeah, that would be not sinking, right? You're just getting some random. Okay, so what you're getting?
The windmills are not floating in the air, friend.
Yeah, which one do you want to talk about? Which image? Okay, because the images you're seeing, it says looming, towering, stooping, and sinking, and you're getting examples of all of these different effects.
Examples.
Right. There also has to be something physically happening in the environment.
Can you share an example of sinking refraction?
You shared it already.
Faze, I'm trying to get in here. I've just posted you a short video, right? You can watch that. That's an observation of a ship that begins off similar to the observation you posted us, right? But it's got the observer height and the distance, ship location, all that in there. And the observation also is repeated a few hours later. Ship is still at the same distance, give or take, and you can see that the observation of the ship drastically changes over the course of a few hours. There's not anything
the video
to
you
do
just shared?
with geometric Earth curvature.
Yeah, I'll show you some.
That doesn't even look like the same ship.
Well, it is. Okay, so I can give you a little presentation on that exact observation right now. Okay, so this is the ship. Okay, it's called the
Yeah.
Mandarin. The Mandarin Arrow is the name of the ship. Okay, so
Oh,
when the
it's
guy
lovely.
goes there in the morning, okay, he uses ship tracking radar. Okay, we can see that the ship is anchored. Okay, so it's anchored out in the ocean and it's 12.4 nautical miles away, which is just over 14 miles. Okay, now in the morning, we can only see the top portion of the ship. You can see it's the same ship because it has the same features of the ship and it has the same name, right? It's called the Mandarin Arrow. Now, in the morning, it looks like the bottom of the ship's missing, but if you have a close look at the image, you'll notice that there's actually a mirroring layer right where the horizon and the sky meet. Okay, so you can actually see a gap between the water and the ship. This is textbook definition inferior mirage, okay, or sinking. Okay, now here's it zoomed out a little bit further. So it looks like, oh wow, it's over the horizon. It must be behind the curvature of the Earth, right? Now, if you look at the video, you'll notice that slowly over the next 3 hours, more and more of the ship becomes visible. Even though the ship's not moving, more and more of the ship becomes visible until 3 hours later you can see the entire ship again. Because what happens is the temperature of the air starts to heat up as the day gets further into the day, right? As it's cooler in the morning, okay, and then it gets warmer and warmer, okay, and the effect of sinking goes away, right? And then 3 hours later we can see the whole ship. Okay, so this is a real world example showing a ship that looks like it's hidden behind the horizon, but it's not.
Okay, what you just demonstrated is that sinking refraction isn't consistent. Isn't
No,
consistent.
refraction. There's
Ship at
nothing
the same time.
consistent. There's nothing consistent about refraction.
Yes, but ships disappearing behind the horizon and appearing as they get closer is consistent.
No, it isn't.
Is that possible? Is that possible?
It is very
Do you think that
consistent.
that's possible? Hey, Face Oak, I want to ask you a very important question.
Yes.
Do you think that that's possible on a flat surface?
To what?
For something to appear to be going over the horizon?
Absolutely not.
Guess what? I
Okay,
just showed
what
you a
if your
GIF of
own-
that. Look in the side chat.
Yeah, and there's experts from your own side. We can quote experts from your own side saying, yes, it is geometrically possible where there's no curvature, where there's no physical obstruction for something to appear to be obstructed bottom up.
I understand what you're saying, using refraction and other stuff. However, it is not consistent.
Right.
It isn't consistent. There is
So
a thing with
you don't
consistency.
see a horizon consistently.
Yes, I do. Yes, the horizon is consistent.
No,
Ships leaving in the
It's
distance
ever-changing.
get smaller consistently.
It's an apparent
can see it.
location.
Perspective.
I mean, you either say it's
Right, so
perspective or it's
have a
refraction or
quick
it's something.
look.
You need to pick something. I'm saying it's curvature and I'm not changing my words, but you keep throwing stuff all over
it's
the
all
place.
of these factors, and it's nothing to do with curvature. Curvature doesn't exist in reality.
So this is the thing,
Wow.
Fazok. We could sit here and show you dozens and dozens of observations that show you that the horizon is never where it would have to be if the Earth is a globe. In fact, we can see it not just a little bit further away, but thousands and thousands of percent further away. Every single time we're going out doing these observations, we've been searching for one observation, okay, for the last 10 years, right, that matches up with a globe and has had the necessary variables accounted for. It doesn't exist. Now, even your own subject matter experts, like Andrew Thomas Young, for example, say things like this. Okay, so I just put a citation in the side chat. This is from Andrew Thomas Young. Okay, it's a .edu citation. Optics of the atmosphere reports in progress in physics. Okay, atmospheric refraction can bend light rays such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. So he's saying that even though there's nothing blocking it, it looks like it's becoming blocked, but nothing's really blocking it. It's just apparent Okay, it's just an atmospheric effect that can happen sometimes. Now, if you want to claim that you're showing footage of a ship going over the horizon, you should account for this, right? You should count this out as a possibility. And there are no observations that account for this, right? You're not going to find a single one that you can prove that the reason you can't see the bottom of the ship is because it's gone behind the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, can I ask my question now?
Yeah, just a second, unless Facehawk has a response to what I just said, and then you can ask your
I
question.
don't have a response to the refraction and stuff, but I have another argument for the curvature of the Earth. But it's just
All right,
with this
we'll
refraction
just
and
hold
stuff.
on to that for a second. We'll get back to you in a second because Meridius has been very patient. So Meridius, what's your question?
All right. So, Mr. Anti-Globe, I want to believe in the flat Earth, and I want to travel from Japan to USA. Can you show me a map? Will pinpoint a direct line between them? That's
Yoda,
all
you
I want.
there? Yeah, so
I'm asking you,
you want
Anti-Globe.
a map?
Yes, what's the map of the flat Earth?
You don't need a map to do that. You can just use the stars.
No, but
I want a map. I
what
want
does
a
the
map.
flat Earth
And I'm
look like?
asking Anti-Globe.
Okay, well, what kind of map do you want? Do you want a universal transverse Mercator map? Do you want an azimuthal equidistant map?
Actual map.
Do you
What
want a
does it actually look
Lambertian
like?
conical conformal map?
The first option. Thank you.
A universal transverse Mercator map. Okay. Would you like it centered on the United States or centered potentially on Europe?
Anywhere centered, but it will show me on a flat Earth a line between
No, you asked for
Japan
a map.
and USA.
Wait.
You didn't.
Yes.
You
Are
didn't
you
ask
saying
for
the
a
shape
flat
of
Earth.
the
You
Earth
asked
will
for a
change
map.
depending on the center?
Please wait, Allah khalik.
Yeah.
Hold
So you're
on,
asking
Faye.
for a map.
It's Meridius' turn. Okay.
Yes, Yoda. Yes.
Okay.
I just want a map. A flat Earth map.
A flat Earth map. Okay. So just any map will do.
Yes, please.
Here's a polar projection map, also called an azimuthal equidistant map, that is centered on the ground position of the North Celestial Pole.
All right. This map is accurate. Is the sizes are accurate too?
How do you? I don't know. I don't think anybody
You
knows.
don't know?
No, like nobody knows.
Yeah, all maps are
No.
wrong. All maps are wrong, right? You
But
just
not this
quickly,
one.
just
I can
listen to
go
me
up.
for a second. Just hold on a
Yes.
second, right?
Yeah,
You even according to the mainstream, right? You could go on YouTube right now and you find a bunch of videos, right? Just type in why all maps are wrong, and they're going to
No, but
explain
I'm
to you
asking you
why
for an
all
accurate.
maps are wrong. Okay, so you're not going to be able to validate if Yoda was to tell you that all of the continents and everything are the exact correct size. How would you check?
Right.
You tell me.
Engaging in
You
circular
tell me.
logic.
You know
And
the
you go
surface
from
of
there.
the Earth. You talk about the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, exactly. We're not talking about maps.
Can I say something
But we
just
need
quickly?
map. But we need map to navigate on this Earth.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course we do. I have no problem using maps. I have no problem using maps with a spherical coordinate reference system on flat Earth either. And I can tell you why if you cared.
But they are not all wrong, or like they have some
Yes,
accuracy.
all maps are wrong, and we don't know to what degree of inaccuracy these maps are.
Then how can you use them to navigate between two places, man? Like I can help you. I can help you make an argument.
No, you don't need to help me make an argument. What I
You
need
cannot
you to
say
realize
something
is
and
you
you
have
repeat
no
it at the
idea
end of
how
the
maps
sentence.
are made, and I can prove it.
That is true, but I rely
All right,
on
so
people who are like.
you're asking about a subject that you know nothing about to prove that Earth's a globe?
No, but
Like
wait.
you guys don't want us to interrupt,
But I
but say
believe
the
in.
most
But I believe the
shit
people.
ever.
But listen, I believe the people who are like believe in globe Earth, and they are 100% sure. All right, about their coordinates
Yeah, they
and
don't
about
know
their
either.
maps, about the sizes. But
Yeah,
here
I
you are
believe
saying
they think
all
they're
maps are
right too.
wrong,
Big
and we
deal.
don't know if they are accurate. How much of them are accurate or not.
They
So
get
it's
that from the
embarrassing.
sky. They
It's
get that from
embarrassing
the
for me.
sky. They
Give
get it from
me,
the sky.
from the sky.
Right, so here's an example, Meridius. Let's say you're out in the ocean. There's no land in sight. How do you know what latitude you're at?
I have to use an GPS or any
No, you don't have
helping tool.
GPS.
No, I'm not expert on that topic. I'm not expert.
Right.
I don't
No,
know.
we're
So you
saying
probably
you
shouldn't
don't
be
have that.
asking
You
us
don't have
about it because we
No, but
are
I will use the
Listen,
tools that
Meridius,
you are
I
use
am
this.
an expert on this topic.
No, you don't have any map. You don't have any map, and you don't believe in any
I
map, so you
just
cannot
showed you a
explain this
map.
Earth. You think it's
posted one
wrong, and you
too.
don't know how accurate
Link,
it
a
is.
navigational chart.
Meridius,
Why
I know
people are
more
talking
Yeah,
about
over
he's
you?
maps than
flipping
you.
out.
I am an
Why
expert
people
in
are talking over you?
cartography.
Then create a map. Create an accurate map. That's it. That's it.
Guys, when you see your map, you look at Australia. Okay, let me just say something, please, and don't interrupt because you guys keep interrupting. Australia, it looks flattened a bit. If someone can easily go and measure the width of Australia and the length and see the ratio, and with that they can prove whether or not this map is correct.
Okay,
True maps
who's done
exist,
it?
and they
Post
are
it.
globes.
Show it.
Globe maps are the true
We don't need
map.
ifs and hypotheticals. Just show
No,
it.
there aren't ifs. They aren't ifs. The real map is
You
the
do
globe, okay?
understand how you
Any map is wrong. When you
verify
say
this
everything's wrong,
Earth's
everything is wrong.
responding on
Because you
curving
can't,
or not is
you
by
guys aren't
directly
verifying.
measuring
You
it,
guys are making
right?
claims. Look,
You
I'll
don't
say something
want
quickly
to
and you
hear
can
what
go.
we have to
You're
say.
spurting
Just say
out.
something quickly
You're
before you
going
talk.
into a
We are
trance.
spurging out,
You're going
obviously.
into a spare trance.
Listen. I'll just
They
say something
don't want
quickly.
to hear what we have to say. They're so angry.
Let me just say something quickly, okay?
They're like, no, it can't be
There
flat.
are two ways.
You're
There are
not
two ways.
saying anything coherent. You are not
I'm just
providing
saying
anything
something.
value.
If you let me, Mr. Rage Bait.
No, you're talking about things you have no idea whether to be true or not
If you let
yourself.
me talk, you will
You have
know, but
no
you're
means to
not letting
verify
me.
them.
No, you're not educating us on a topic that you don't know
Let
anything
me.
about by your own admission.
If you'd let me speak.
Okay.
When you want to learn something,
let's let this guy finish his statements, just so we
just let me
can
finish
move
this
the
sentence.
conversation. Go ahead, bro.
It's a statement. It
Go
isn't a
ahead.
proof
Go
or
ahead.
anything. I'm just saying a statement. There are two ways to gain knowledge. You know, you either see evidence and then you build arguments and proofs with that evidence, or you have an idea and then you go on to look for evidence to prove your pre-existing idea.
No, that's
Okay?
confirmation
That's
bias.
what you guys
That's
are
called
doing.
confirmation bias. No,
Yes, you guys are in living confirmation bias. You guys keep coming up with new stuff to prove your idea.
You
You
guys
don't
are
take
the
evidence and
retards
build
that think the
conclusions
map
from
is
it.
the territory.
Okay, he's in a fucking spare trance. He needs to cool off, man.
All right. May I?
No, we didn't
may I
have
say
an
something?
idea and then went looking for it. We were given the idea that we live on a big spinning ball and we went out to check to see if it's true. And it turns out that it's not.
If I
That's
may.
what we did.
So, guys, for everyone in the room, the map that Yolder shared have Antarctica surrounding everywhere.
Yeah,
Everywhere.
I understand that.
That's an no. Wait, can I finish? That's an ice wall. That's an
No, it's
or
not,
like
dumbass. I gave you a
it's an ice
globe.
wall surrounding us.
Hey,
360.
dumbass.
Calm down. Calm down.
I gave
Calm
you a
down. You are
globe,
starting out.
dumbass.
You are getting angry. Calm down. Control your emotions.
No, you need to be educated. Okay, Yoda educated.
Listen, on that map, it has a coordinate reference system, latitude and longitude. The outer perimeter of that map at 89 degrees south latitude is about 430 miles in circumference, just like the center of the map at 89 degrees north latitude. That is also 430 miles in circumference. I gave you a map depicting a spherical coordinate reference system with a non-uniform scale, which applies from the center to the outermost edge of the map, scaling with distance. In order to use this correctly, you need to apply the non-uniform scale. And what you have at the end of the day is still a globe. This just proves that you have no idea what you're talking about, and I do. I gave you a globe map, and you're too dumb
Hi guys.
Hello there.
Hi. I just want to say hello here.
basically, that you can send up a weather balloon. And from that height, you're just going to see a flat horizon as well. So you're not able to test that. What we can do is just test the surface of water for the curvature that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe.
Look, I have 1,000 proofs that the Earth is a globe, but you only focus on this curvature of water because you have some like, oh, it's a refraction, it's something, it's the horizon.
No,
But
you brought up
you have.
refraction.
I didn't bring up refraction. I came into the argument
Yes,
of
you did.
refraction
You
because
brought up
you guys
miraging,
couldn't
which is
leave it.
refraction.
I wanted
Yeah,
to
you
leave the
did. You
argument.
said
I was
it's a
like, okay,
mirage,
you
like
won.
in the desert. Look, this is the thing. Okay, do you agree with this logic? Okay, over 70% of the surface of the globe is said to be covered in water. Yeah, we can agree that that's the claim.
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
if that water's not curving, then the Earth's not a globe. Okay, so if you want to make a claim that has a requirement for the water to be curving, and we can already validate that it's not curving, all of your claims are invalidated because the foundation of your claim is invalid because you don't have the prerequisite of the claim, which would be the curving water. That's the one thing that anybody can go and test easily and cheaply. This can be done over and over and over again. Okay, and it's not curving. We've had teams of field engineers go out with a $30,000 laser, shooting it over huge distances and hitting their target. Right? These are not jokes, these tests. These are real tests that are being done, and these are all documented. Most people just aren't aware of this.
Well, hey, I don't believe anyone can shoot a laser across the ocean. Just like you say, I don't believe anyone can send a rocket to the space. You know,
Okay.
because
Well, this is.
that's what
hold
your
on a
argument
second.
is. You know,
No, it's
anyone that
not. It's
disproves my
not that.
argument is a liar. That's what you said.
No. Now you're being
Yes, that's what you
disingenuous.
said.
No, you agreed
No,
with me that
I'm
there's
being
something
genuine
called
because
the Outer Space Treaty. Okay, you can look it
what's
up
the
right
Outer
now.
Space Treaty? That private personnel
You
can actually
pretended like you
stuff
know
out there.
could go online and type in what is the Outer Space Treaty, and you can read all about it. I could teach you about it if you want. Okay, I think
Okay,
it was.
do you
I
want
think
to stay
it
with
was
this?
signed. It was formulated in the '60s. Okay, the country signed it.
I know it.
And
I know the Outer Space Treaty. I've heard it
oh,
before.
you
I
just
just
said you
don't know all of
didn't,
the
but
details
now
about
you.
it.
Okay, well,
I know it.
well,
No, I
maybe you
said
should
I
look
did.
into that. Okay, well, this is the thing. Okay, you can legally go out and shoot a laser across 40 kilometers worth of water. Okay, but you're not allowed to shoot a rocket up like you said. You can't go up 1,000
Well, what about
kilometers like you
private
said.
companies, other countries than the U.S.? Okay, the world isn't just America.
So
There's
you can't.
China. There's the Soviet
Right. So
Union.
you
You know,
can't
they
valid.
sent rockets.
There's no place called the Soviet Union, bro.
Nah, you're crazy. Are you serious?
It's Russia. It's called Russia, dude. It's not the Soviet.
I meant when the Outer Space Treaty was made. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Cool. So you can't validate any of that. You just have to have faith in the government agencies, right? Like the NASA, for example, who obviously faked the moon landings in the '60s. Obviously, right now you
Do you
have to put
believe?
your. It's
Do
not.
you believe? Wait, just one
What?
second. Do you believe that the NASA and Roscosmos, the Russians, and the Chinese Space Agency are all going to agree on one thing? Do you think they ever agreed on anything?
Yeah, they
They
share a
never,
space
ever agreed
station.
on anything.
They literally
No,
share
China
a
isn't
space
allowed to
station.
go to this International Space Station. China is banned from
Yeah,
the International Space
and
Station.
Russia and America. These countries are always have trade agreements with each other. Okay, when it
Yes,
comes
but
to outer space, yeah. So more than one person can lie about something.
okay,
Okay,
listen. On the topic of
China's
outer
never
space,
landed a man on the moon. Russia's never landed a man on
China's
the
been
moon.
to space
America.
up to 400
Oh my
kilometers.
God! Yeah, cool. How you can't validate that, and we can check that they haven't done that because it's impossible. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation. That's a whole nother topic. Okay,
No, wait,
and
wait, wait.
you can't
I want to
validate
go
it.
into that.
Okay,
I
you're a
want to
man
go
of
into that
faith,
because I
aren't
don't
you?
believe you. What do you mean violation of the
Okay.
second law of thermodynamics? That's just you just made that up.
Yeah, it is. No, I didn't.
No, it
Do you know
isn't.
what it
Go
is?
ahead. Go into detail. Please
Yeah,
go into
entropy.
detail.
Okay. So you can't have a high pressure system like we're breathing right now. We have 14.7 psi gas pressure at sea level. Okay, and they say that outer space is a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum. Okay, that goes against the second law of thermodynamics. It goes against entropy.
Wait,
You cannot
what's
have
that number? 10 to the power of negative 17 of what?
torr. It's a torr rating. It's
yes,
how
pressure
powerful.
reading. Yes.
Yeah. So you can't have a high pressure system inside a vacuum chamber, right? You
I
can't have
mean,
what happens.
that's no different from a high pressure and a low pressure system. That's actually no different.
What are you talking about? It's a high. Look, let me show you an example
What's
in
pressure?
the side chat.
Okay,
Right?
let's go into definitions. What is pressure?
Okay, the force
gas
exerted.
Pressure is force over area. That's pressure. But
Okay,
we're talking about gas pressure. We're talking about gas pressure.
Okay, gas pressure. Okay, gas pressure. Gas pressure is the molecules of air slamming into your object. Okay, whatever that object may be.
No, that's not
Okay,
the
imagine
definition.
you have.
Read the definition out correctly.
It is the
It's
definition,
the
man.
force
What are you talking
exerted
about?
of the gas molecules when they bounce off each other or the walls of their container.
That's exactly what I said.
Right, so you need to have a container to have gas pressure. It's in the definition.
Okay, listen. I have a container of a gas cylinder. Okay, filled with pressurized oxygen. You know, like the ones they have in the hospital.
Yeah, why do you need a container to have the gas pressure?
Listen to me. Listen, let me keep going. You don't need a container. Okay.
Oh, really?
Yes, you don't. When you fill it with oxygen, okay? Because have you seen the experiment where they suck the air out of a container and it just collapses under the weight of the atmosphere?
Yes.
Well, then there is pressure outside of the thing, you know.
Yes, we
so
have
pressure inside.
pressure. We have
pressure.
atmospheric pressure.
Pressure's on all sides.
To have a gas pressure
Yes.
system, you need to have a container.
Yes.
Okay. Hold
pressure
on.
from
Look
the
in
inside.
the side chat. Look in the side chat. Okay. So here's a demonstration. Okay. In the top chamber, we have a vacuum. Okay. That could represent outer space because they say outer space is above us and it's a vacuum. Okay. And now at the bottom, we have a gas pressure system. Okay. You could think of that like the Earth and the air that we're breathing right now. We have measurable gas pressure that we're breathing right now. And then they say space is a vacuum. Okay.
Okay,
now,
so you think the air on Earth should be
don't
sucked
try to
into
guess.
space?
Don't try to guess what I'm going to say. Just listen to me and then respond after I'm finished. Okay. So we have the high pressure system and the vacuum separated from each other with the valve. Okay. Now click the video, and what you're going to see is entropy taking place. Right. This is the second law of thermodynamics. Demonstrated what happens. It's a natural law. It happens always. Okay. So as soon as
listen.
Hold on. Let me finish. I'm almost done.
I'm sorry. Because I've seen the video. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So as soon as he releases the valve, right, the high pressure, the gas instantly fills the available space because that's what happens with gases. Gases fill space. That's why if you pop a car tire, the gas is going to rush out of the car tire and try to equalize with the low pressure system. The high pressure is always going to go to the low pressure system. It's never going to be the other way around. This is a natural law. Yeah. Now you're saying this happens. You're saying that this happens without a container.
Okay, you made your point. You want me to go on?
Yep.
Okay. In an airplane, why is it that if the door of an airplane is broken or that the window is broken, that air rushes outside of the airplane? Why does that happen?
Because the airplane is a container.
Yes, and the pressure outside is lower than the pressure inside. Okay, that's why the air rushed outside the airplane. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, so at 11 kilometers high, which is where airplanes fly, the pressure is lower than sea level. Okay?
That's right.
Okay, so if you just keep going higher and higher, the pressure should get lower and lower and lower.
Well, we can only test the pressure up to about 40 kilometers. Because
yes, but
barometers
it keeps getting lower. Any logical mind will tell you that it will keep getting lower.
We've spoken to
But because no, let me continue. Why is the pressure high at sea level and low above? Why?
Okay, but
Why
the gas because it's hotter and the gases are being created at sea level. That's where the gas is created.
No, it's not because of that.
Well, is that where the gas is created?
The gas isn't created or destroyed. The amount of gas on Earth is stable.
Gas is okay.
It
So
doesn't change.
80% of the oxygen in the air is created in the ocean by sea plankton. We have gas cycles.
Yes,
we have
it
nitrogen
never leaves
cycles.
the Earth.
What do you mean it never leaves the Earth?
Yes, it turns into CO2. It turns into hydrocarbons.
Yes,
You know,
right,
it
but
turns
it's
into other stuff,
constantly
but it
being
doesn't produce it.
produced. It's a dynamic system. It's constantly being produced. Over 99% of all of the gases that make up the atmosphere are created at ground level.
They aren't created. They just, I mean,
Yes, they
oh my
are.
God,
Okay,
they
let's
aren't
go.
created.
Let's
Where
go to
does
you.
it come from? Okay, the
All right,
second law,
let's
the
use
first law of
hostile
thermodynamics.
witnesses.
You said the second law, the first law of thermodynamics. What does it say?
Where is
The first law of thermodynamics? Energy cannot be created nor destroyed.
it? Doesn't mean
Is
that
that true or not?
that the gases aren't being generated at ground level.
You are saying that matter is being generated
Everything
out of
cycles, dude.
not
Everything
in the air.
cycles.
Dude, like you missed it. He's okay. DJ didn't tell you that new gases, new matter is being created. Is that what? Okay, you missed it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so this is straight from. Hold on, bro. This is
go ahead.
This is your own mainstream science right now. So oxygen,
Yes, absolutely,
for example, oxygen is primarily produced through photosynthesis by marine organisms, okay, including phytoplankton, algae, and bacteria, which generate over 50 to 70% of Earth's atmospheric oxygen.
Yes, absolutely.
Right, so 50 to 70% of the oxygen is being generated at the surface level or under the surface level in the ocean. Right, just like your mainstream says, right? So you're incorrect about that. You've been incorrect about most of the things you've said since you've come in here.
No.
You
What
said
was I incorrect about?
You said gas isn't being produced at ground level.
Not being generated. Generated. You said generated. You know, there is a difference between produced and generated.
Stop talking for a second. Let me read it one more time, because it literally says the word
I
generate.
understood it. No, I actually understood it.
Okay, do you know what the word does generate mean? Generated?
Oh my God.
Does generate mean generated?
I understand.
Right,
Yes.
so listen.
Yes.
So
Okay.
oxygen is primarily produced. Produced also means generated. So oxygen is primarily produced through photosynthesis by marine organisms, including phytoplankton, algae, and bacteria, which generate over 50 to 70% of Earth's atmospheric oxygen.
Okay, then you were going to make a point about that.
Yeah, so obviously where the oxygen is constantly being generated, you're going to have more of it. Yup. Okay, even the definition of gas pressure says that to have gas pressure, you need to have a container. It's in the definition. You wanted to talk about definitions.
You can look it up. Okay, you love looking stuff
It's dead as a can of corned beef in here. What's going on?
I don't know. I just know that things fall in a vacuum at 9.81 meters squared.
Dude,
on
you
average.
literally,
Oh,
dude,
we already told you about that, and then you agreed, well, that's an average. They do not fall at the same rate. It's an average.
Because we can't create a perfect vacuum, but assuming we can, then yeah,
Oh, there
there
you
would
go.
be.
So you can't measure it then. There you go. Wah, 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 wah.
Hold on, buddy. Hold on. What about objects in the same vacuum?
Yeah, exactly. Objects in the same vacuum will fall at different rates because of you can't create a perfect vacuum, meaning there are air particles in there. There are some air particles in there.
He's just gonna say it's not a perfect vacuum. So wah wah wah.
So one little air particle hits one of the objects and makes it fall a little slower. Is that what you're
Well,
trying to say?
not only that, one of those objects always attracts air particles towards it to make it slow down more than the others.
Okay, so the problem is in my example that I'm talking about, they dropped the vacuum chamber itself with the elements, objects separated by elements. So, for example, one object made of totally copper, one object made of lead, one object made of iron.
Yeah,
They
but
put them in a
there's no peer
vacuum chamber.
reviews of that experiment that you showed. That's like the only one. And it's
Yeah,
this like
let me explain it to your friend. You know what happened? They blackballed him. They stopped letting him use the facility because he did a test that flew in the face of globe religious claims. Straight up cult behavior, brother. But yes, when a mainstream gets a counter result and then rather than repeatedly test it, they blackball the guy who got the result. I tend to believe what he did there because that's called religious zeal that they're treating him with. So why are they so scared of his results?
What was his name? Let me search him up.
His name? I don't remember off the top of my head. But he has a website and he explains everything. He also has his videos. See, the best part about science, brother, is you can reproduce it. You don't need peer review. You don't need a bunch of schmucks who believe the Earth is a globe to tell you whether you're right or wrong. You just need to repeat the test.
Yeah. So, what?
So let me be clear, friend. You have no test. You have no test that demonstrates things falling at the same rate. None. Zip. Zilch. You have none. You could not give me one if your life depended on it within the next 20 minutes, dude.
Let me get back to you on that. I'm gonna find out how I can make a fucking vacuum chamber.
Okay, sure.
Wait
Just
a
to be
second.
clear, before we go on,
I have a vacuum
go
chamber.
on-
I have one. What do you want to know about it? I have a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, perfect. So
You guys have
could
awakened something in me, and I'm gonna fucking buy a vacuum
This
chamber.
is easy, dude. Here's what's easy about this, brother. Homie just told you he has a chamber. He could vacuum it for you. You could then carry it up to a high building. And see, when they did this test, they put the camera attached to the chamber. Now they had a rig which made the chamber stay straight up and down, so you may have to work on that. But you could do this, brother. You could do it.
I don't care if there's a variance in my. I just know that if it falls at basically it falls at about the same rate. Okay. Let's
Now
just say
it's
that.
about the same rate again. Now it's kind of the same thing.
But you keep
I thought it was about mass. Hey, why would things fall at a different rate if they're different elements? I thought it was about mass. That doesn't make any sense.
I don't subscribe to that experiment, as I've said before. So you can bring it up, but I'm not gonna.
So you just deny that it happened then?
I'm saying there's a probability that it isn't correct because it's not peer reviewed. That's all I'm saying. There's a higher probability.
Hey, listen, dude, find me the peer-reviewed paper that proves that peer review is an arbiter of whether something is better or not. And then after you don't find that paper, go read the paper called The Peer Review Crisis, and then get back to us.
Okay, then if you don't, okay, so we just need this guy to repeat his experiment.
Let me ask you this question, dude. Why is peer review add to the credibility of anything? Do you know why?
Because humans are fallible and we work better as a team.
No, I don't care about that. You're just telling me a truism. Why is the peer review process make it more credible? What about peer review makes it more credible?
I just told you.
No, you didn't, dude.
Because humans are biased and biased.
Right, exactly. So girls cheat on guys. Therefore, if my friend tells me whether she's cheating, then it doesn't matter. Good grief, dude. We already know people do bad things, dude. What specifically about peer review eliminates the bad things that people do that makes it more credible?
I just told you. It doesn't.
No, you didn't. All as you did was just repeat multiple times the flaw you're attempting to correct, but you didn't tell me the method that's going to correct that flaw.
We're all fallible, so we try our best to curb it.
Hey, thanks for repeating it again, dude. Thanks for repeating it for a fourth time, dude.
So do you have an answer?
The problem, now that we all know the problem and you've repeated it 4 times, what's the solution, dude?
I told you my solution, but you're not happy with it. So
No,
what
you
is
said
your
peer
solution?
review. Peer review is just a title of a process. What about that process makes it more credible?
Because there's more people involved, and so bias is
Oh,
less
so
of a
more
factor.
people. So check this out. More flawed people involved equals a better result. How does that work?
Sounds like a
But how-
conspiracy.
But how does it work your way? If we're flawed, it
That
doesn't.
sounds like it should be worse. That sounds like if you add the amount of flawed people, it'd be worse. So actually, sir, what happens is you have a method or a process that you follow.
Yes.
It's not just a bunch of people get together and just spontaneously agree or disagree. So what about the process? What specifically about the process makes it more credible? The correct answer is you have no freaking clue what you're talking about. That's the correct answer, friend.
If it's repeatable across, like, if it's repeatable by many people, it's better than.
Yes, okay, I agree with you. I agree with you that repetition is better for making it more credible. But let's be clear, friend. Peer review is not repeating the experiment. In case you didn't know that.
Well, ideally it is, right?
So listen,
Ideally,
friend. We all know that you just got exposed. That you have no idea what you're talking about at all. None. Zilch. So why don't you go peer review your answer and come back and give us a better answer?
I was just exposed. Damn.
Yes.
That's what you're talking about, bro. You said peer review is because humans are fallible. So we're going to get more humans?
No. I said that humans are fallible. So if you have more people, checking your work.
Yeah, you get more fallible to verify the fallible. We get it.
But people are fallible at different degrees, right?
Right. Yeah.
Right.
So look,
fallible.
if you get an electrician, right, and you say, "No, I don't want to hire an electrician. I'm just going to hire Bob," and then Bob doesn't know how to do electrical, and so to make it better, you hire
Get a
5
different
people that don't know. Listen, you hire 5 people that don't know how to do electrical, then maybe it'll come out right.
But that's the point. You look at the credentials of these people, right?
Yeah, that's the point, dude. The point is you don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Are you appealing to authority? I don't understand.
No, you are. You are.
I'm not. I'm not.
Dude, I'm glad 50 people have to do it now. 50 scientists now have to go do it somewhere. You're appealing to authority.
You're a moron. Hey, and then he said he gave him the perfect example to understand what we were talking about. He said, "Oh well, we're gonna get this bad electrician named Bob, and then we're going to get 50 more bad electricians because Bob is not good enough." And he gonna say, "Yeah, that's right. That's how it's gonna go." Like, dude. You're not
so when the electrical inspector comes and fails you, you'd be like, dude, why did I fail? I had 5 bad electricians working on it.
It depends on the experiment, right? Some experiments can be done by the layman. Others, I mean, not so much, because if you don't understand like math,
So if I have a vacuum chamber, am I allowed to do it?
Sure. Yeah.
So why if my next door neighbor doesn't have a vacuum chamber, is he allowed to do it?
Okay. Oh, hey, Radwan, check this out. I think we all got to pause for a minute and just recognize something. This homie just said that if you reproduce it and scrutinize it through the reproduction process, right, that would be the best thing to do. Okay, great. So then ask yourself this question, friend. Why did the people at the Bremen Drop Tower facility, why did they not work on his test more? Why did they stop it and tell him he could no longer use the facility? Why?
I don't know who this guy is.
Doesn't matter. His name could be Frankenstein. I'm just telling you what happened.
I mean, it kind of matters.
His last name was Hitler. Does it matter?
I mean, yeah, it matters because I want to learn about this guy. I want to know his story.
Why? What are you going to learn about him? What are you going to learn in his backstory that's going to help you make him drop things in a tower?
I just want to, because you guys are claiming that he got blackballed, right?
You should be focused on the experiment, not him.
Yeah, so I'm gonna buy a vacuum chamber. I don't know.
People been focusing on the actual thing you're trying to prove.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy a Vacuum
It's
chamber.
not a website. Tell us the whole story, man. I can't give it to you now because I'm trying not to die in the snowy road.
What are you going to do with the vacuum chamber when you get one?
I'm gonna drop shit in it, and I'm gonna film it in slow motion. Number one, to see that things actually fall in a vacuum at the same rate. That's number one.
Interesting. So you have no idea what you're getting yourself into. That's funny shit.
Yeah, I think it would be more important. I would think it would be more important to have a step-by-step process that any person, even a layman, could reproduce the process. Right?
All right.
I think that's
I'll
more
write a
important
process.
than a peer review of a bunch of people with degrees saying, "Oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah,
No,
that's right."
you know what?
Never did the experiment whatsoever.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point. To peer review, like to submit a white paper, you have to tell, like you have to describe what it is you're trying to prove and how you did it.
Yeah, and then a person that peer reviews it, they say, "Oh, that sounds about right. I approve." That's what they do, dude.
I mean, yeah, sure. Some of them, I'm not denying that some of them do, but you can't deny that some of them don't,
Yeah,
right?
well, dude, all of our flat Earth papers have been peer reviewed, and we said, yeah, we agree with them. So now, what's wrong with them?
Okay. So you've done the experiments.
No, we agreed
went
with
to the dome
them.
and drop tower.
No, we peer reviewed it.
Yeah, we peer reviewed it and agreed with them because I own a vacuum chamber. I don't need to go do it because I already know how they work.
I just told you that that's not what a valid peer review is.
That's what a peer review is, man.
That's
they
what
read
you're
the paper,
saying.
They said, "Oh, that sounds about right," and then they agree with it.
Before I forget, when you go get your vacuum chamber, the first thing I want you to do with it is take like a shot glass, maybe a half a shot glass so it doesn't take you all day, full of water, and put that down in the bottom of your vacuum chamber and close it all up, and then pull the vacuum on it and see how long it takes for your vacuum chamber to dry out. Time it.
Sure, yeah. Once I get this fucking vacuum chamber, we can do whatever we want.
Oh, beautiful. So you haven't figured out what that means yet. Good.
I don't know. You're saying it's gonna freeze? What are you trying to say? Repeat it?
I said put the water in your vacuum chamber, pull the vacuum, and time how long to hit start, hit a stopwatch, and time how long it's going to take till your vacuum chamber is completely dry.
Okay. I let me think about that. So water in the vacuum chamber. What's gonna happen to the water? I don't know.
Well, since we're talking about this thing that you think is an experiment, let's talk about it for a second. Let's say you get yourself a vacuum. You got yourself a vacuum chamber, and you drop shit in it. Okay, great. What is that going to be proving? I'm just curious.
I just want to see if it falls at about the same rates, because I don't want to just believe what Google tells me, right? And since you don't believe the video I posted.
No. That's not what we're saying here. I'm just curious. This is not an experiment yet. You just made an observation. You observe. Let's even say that they all fall at the same rate, right? Let's say that for a moment. They all fall at 9.8 meters per second per second.
Mm-hmm.
What about it?
That this phenomenon exists, and we don't know why.
Okay, so we have a phenomenon.
Earth is a ball?
Huh?
Yeah. What does it have to do with anything?
The Earth is a ball?
But that's not what I'm saying. I'm just asking. Like, this is a problem in your guys' worldview, or in your model, in your framework. Yeah, it kind of is.
No, it's not. No, we only bring this up to show you that not everything falls at 9.8 meters per second. We hope that people will kind of acknowledge that this is not a phenomena that's observed. This is an average. But even if that does occur, what is it supposed to prove?
That things fall at 9.8 meters per second per second.
Yes.
Right, okay, that's great. Let him answer. You said that's a problem for flat Earth. What's the problem?
Because you guys don't believe in gravity, and you can't give a better model. You can't give a better You can't give a better answer for.
Okay, when somebody says they don't, quote unquote believe in gravity, what do you think they mean when they say
that? I'm guessing you don't believe in the warping of space-time, right?
So yeah, no, space-time warping shit happens on a flat, dude. Space-time warping shit happens on a flat Earth. That's why the Earth is flat, because of warping space-time. How do you like that?
Right, but
relativity works on a flat Earth.
Yeah, that's great. Let's parse it out, friend. So, what you noticed that you had to separate the two. You had to separate the phenomenon that we all observe from the cause. Okay, everybody observes things falling or things rising depending on their relative density to the medium that they're in. Okay, things fall down, things rise up. Everyone experiences that. Nobody's denying that.
I'm not denying.
Nobody in their right mind would ever deny that except Globers. Let me explain.
What?
Globers actually do deny that. Yeah, I said let me explain. So let me explain. I'll explain. See, all of us experience things fall down and things rise up. A Glober comes along and says, no, that's not falling down. It's actually falling at a diagonal to another radial towards the center of a giant ball that I can't see. So we, the flat earthers, are actually congruent with up and down. You think everything is in and out to a giant ball. So you're the one who actually denies what we experience, not us. Go ahead.
No, let's say I don't believe on the globe, right? This is still a problem because this phenomenon, it doesn't follow in your framework, because your framework relies on buoyancy and what's the other one? And down, I guess, right?
Hey, listen, yeah, fair enough, dude, but that's just what we observed, dude. That's just describing what we observe.
Yeah.
Right. So again, what we have is everybody agrees on the phenomenon, except Globers who lie to themselves and say they're observing something falling to the center of a giant ball, which they never see with their own eyes. So they've never seen that, they've never experienced that, and they're lying to themselves. Versus flat earthers who see things go up and down. So who's right? Who's more right?
So essentially, you're trying to say, even if this were the truth, yeah, I mean that's fair, right? But it does show that there's a hole in your understanding, right?
Oh, it doesn't at all.
How doesn't it? Even if you don't believe in the globe, even if you don't believe in the globe,
I could create any mathematical matrix I want to explain a phenomenon.
No, like listen, even if you don't believe in the globe, like there are tons of simulations that show that if this phenomenon is true, that it does. Have you played any like galaxy game?
Who cares? Who cares, dude?
Well, you should, because math describes our world.
No, it doesn't, dude. Let me explain. It's very simple. I could disprove this so easy. So if I add $1 million and $1 million, that makes $2 million. But my bank account has a lot less than that in it. So I could make a statement: 1 million plus 1 million equals 2 million. Therefore, I have $2 million in my bank account. But the material fact that it's in my account isn't correct. So just because you have accurate mathematics doesn't mean you have reality, my friend. I'm sorry to break it to you.
I mean, yeah, you can argue that, but it's better to have coherent
No, it's not about
not.
arguing it, dude. That is a fact. Just because you have accurate mathematics does not mean that that is the case, that it corresponds with reality.
I agree with
you. It doesn't mean that you can create realities out of nothing. So, for example, I went to the bank to get a house, and they said you need $50,000 down payment. I said, well, I have $25,000. But I also have $25,000 of dark money. Now I have $50,000 and my math checks out. They said, well, dark money, that's retarded. I said, yeah, just like dark matter. You just make it up with math, brother.
I mean, sure, but if you plug in the numbers right based on what you observe, then your simulation is going to be close to what you observe. That's all I'm saying.
What? Okay, that's great and all. Let's say you have a simulation of a planet forming due to gravitational accretion. Let's say that's true, which it isn't. when they do a simulation trying to get a planet through gravitational accretion, they don't get a planet. In fact, they have to add extra math. They have to add extra numbers and fudge the numbers to get it to work. So nice try. Too bad. So sad. So they can't even model this dude. It's a joke. Not only is it not modeled, it's not witnessed. Nobody's ever witnessed it happen in the history of mankind.
I think I think there's a lot that isn't out there yet, right? I mean, because the government.
Oh, really? So it's not out yet. So that means nobody has the evidence.
No. That's not
so
what
you're
I'm
just
saying.
admitting there's no evidence for it.
I don't know if there's evidence for it because I don't know what you're talking about. But I'm just saying, like,
what you're talking about is planets forming from gravitational accretion. So gravity causing planets to form. That's what I'm talking about. Nobody's witnessed it, and you can't model it.
Gravitational excretion. Like it's excreting gravity. What are you saying?
No, it's called oh my dude. Do you want me to use dumber language? I thought you were like a peer-reviewed journal reader.
No, I'm not. So yeah,
that's what we have.
Why are you asking for peer-reviewed shit and asking for all this shit if you're not into it?
I know, bro.
What? How does like reading a peer review paper make me a scholar or not?
You don't even know what you're going to be reading.
Yeah, but it's the starting point.
Yeah, but how about you start with just going and looking and see if water is flat?
Yeah, so to Radwin's point there, my friend, what he's trying to explain to you is that you don't possess the acumen, the ability, the skill, or the knowledge to be able to judge whether the critiques within a peer-reviewed paper are valid or not. So you wouldn't know what you were reading. It'd be Greek and Spanish to you, and you just trust whatever the doctor with a name doctor on the end of his name said. That's what he's trying to tell you, friend.
No, I might not have the acumen to do it, but I can at least like try to, reproduce it if I can read. So if the instructions are clear enough.
Check this out. When you go and buy that vacuum chamber and you put the water in it, you're going to prove that gravity is not holding water down in the shot glass, that it's actually air pressure. And when you remove the air pressure from around the water, it turns into a gas and also leaves your vacuum chamber. So that debunks your globe with air around it in outer space vacuum. So good luck when you buy that.
Well, not if you have gravity, right? That's the whole point.
You do have gravity. It's right underneath the vacuum chamber, and it didn't hold the water down. Bum, 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 bum.
I'll look into that, yeah.
Does gravity make the Earth a ball?
I think
or can gravity exist with any surface?
I think they're interlocked, right? When this is according to, like, I don't know, like, this is what I saw. When the Earth formed, it was like very liquidy, and then it started to converge into this center of mass.
Whoa, bro. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, not a religious channel. Now, there is a religious channel in the server. You can go talk about your creation story from your religion all you want, okay?
Oh, no, I meant like when like an asteroid or whatever it was that hit our Earth.
Prove it.
Yeah, bro, I just said stop talking about religion, dude. We don't want to hear your creation story. Otherwise, we have to start talking about the Christian creation story, okay?
All right. Oh, wait, hold on. You said unless it's about the Christian?
No, I said if you're going to talk about your creation story, I'm going to talk about mine, okay?
So because
you're just talking about things that allegedly happened in the past that nobody's witnessed and nobody can reproduce, and you have to take it on faith. It's part of your religious creation mythos, okay? Sorry to break it to you. It's not science.
That's fair, but it is a valid simulation that gives an answer.
That's a valid simulation once of what my life would be like if I was married to Scarlett Johansson. Therefore, I am married to her. Wow, see how stupid that is?
A valid simulation of what? You don't have anything to simulate yet.
Exactly. You don't have a natural observed phenomenon of something happening. Like you're basically just doing science fiction. Like you might as well be making the Starship Enterprise.
You don't have anything to compare your simulation to make sure it's correct.
True.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's correct.
So
I'm
when we simulate, well, I don't anymore. Our team is so big now. It's funny. I don't actually have to do anything now. It's just weird. It's weird feeling at work. Anyway, so when we simulate a machine, we clone a machine or we make its digital twin, it's called, and we simulate that thing making a part. It actually, when we make the part, will make the exact same thing. You know why? Because we programmed our digital twin to be exactly the same with measurements and numbers and everything else. So we had to model it to be exactly the same. And it works because it's exactly the same. But you don't have anything to model.
So in other words, you have direct validated process, right? The end result is the validation.
Yeah, but you can't do that in math, right? That's how equations work. You can start with variables and an answer.
You can have all the math you want, but when your robot goes through a machine door and it's $150,000 to repair it, you're gonna be like, "Oh, that was the math's fault."
Hey, Radwin, you're not getting it, Radwin. I'm sorry, but you're about to be so rich. What you're going to do is you're going to walk into your boss's room and you say, listen, bro, we don't even need the robots. All we need to do is do the math, and then the result will come.
No, we just have to make the digital twin and just run that.
Yeah, exactly.
Because we already proved if you make a digital twin of the actual machine, and then you start making parts on the digital twin, the machine will also be able to make those parts. So just throw out the machine and we'll just put digital twins everywhere and we'll make digital parts.
Yeah, so somebody orders like this somebody orders like this pneumatic actuator cogwheel, and it's like 57 pounds normally. Then they get this box in the mail and it's super light. They're like, what's this? And they take it out. It's a USB stick. Just plug this in.
No, it's just a thin, one of those really thin manila envelopes, padded though. And then you pull out the card, and on the card it says what it is.
Yeah.
So you work with CAD, huh?
Yeah, a long time ago. I don't have to do that anymore. AutoCAD, SolidWorks. I have SolidWorks installed on this, and AutoCAD installed on this computer.
Now, don't get me wrong. We're busting your chops, bro.
Huh?
We're busting your chops, but we're doing it in good fun because what you're being told here is that a lot of the things you think you know. Yeah, I know. I could tell. But I'm just saying a lot of things you think you know that you were told are correct. They're just based on fantasy. There's no real world application or proof.
I'm not saying to just believe it, right? I'm just saying that there's a reason that it's the consensus, and I don't know. It points to. I'm not saying it points to the truth, but it points to a better likelihood of the truth because more eyes have looked at it. Just like you guys here, there's an echo chamber
that's
here.
Great. That's great. I would agree with you. So are you a Christian?
Nope.
Or a Hindu or Muslim? One of those? Are you one of those religions?
No, I'm just agnostic.
Why not? Why aren't you one of those? Because there's billions of people in those religions, dude. So how could they all be wrong? So many people, dude. They agree on the same thing. How could they be wrong? And if you add Christians and Muslims together because they allegedly have the same monotheistic root, now you have the majority of people on the earth believe the same religion. Why don't you?
So That's a good question, and yeah, and let me think about that. It's probably it probably has to do with the human condition. I'm gonna give you like an answer here. Like I'm gonna think about this. It probably has to do with the human condition. For we want meaning, and being agnostic does not give you meaning. Humans.
So you
crave
don't
meaning.
want me. So you don't want meaning. Then you came in here because you don't want meaning. You're agnostic.
Am I gonna get shat on for being agnostic?
That's
No.
awesome, dude. You came in here because you don't want to know anything. I love it. You're just punching yourself in the face over and over again. It's wonderful.
It's the way I cope. We all cope though.
No, dude, people don't punch themselves in the face live on the air over and over.
Hi, Mom.
We're clipping it and sending it to her. It's gonna play on her car when she starts it.
Oh, she's gonna be so. I don't know. Might be disappointed.
So is your stance that because there is a large amount of people adopting an idea, that because of that there must be some kind of merit to the claim?
It depends. It depends. If you're claiming something that no one has ever saw or has ever seen, then it's less likely. And if it has to do with like religion, then it's I'm not gonna put the same weight on it. But if you're talking about like
Well,
physical
brother,
things, like
let me help you
empirical
out.
things. Mm-hmm.
I'm glad what you just said. So let me help you out, dude. How many people in the history of mankind have seen the Earth as a globe with their own eyes? Do you think?
Probably not a lot.
Less than 30. Okay, less than 30 people claim to have seen the globe with their own eyes. How many people claim to have seen Jesus Christ with their own eyes? Hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds. Same with Bigfoot, by the way. There's more people that saw Bigfoot with their own eyes than saw the Earth as a globe, brother.
See, the thing about that is all we know is we found some books that were that we dug up from the ground. And as far as I'm concerned, that's just proof that the book was written, not that any of it's true.
What?
The only thing that
we're not trying to to religious texts at this point, but what would be numerically? So you admitted this. So very few people, in fact, fewer people have seen the Earth as a globe, allegedly, than people that have seen Bigfoot or Jesus Christ in the flesh. So according to the consensus, your standard, by the way, what is the likelihood that the Earth is a globe?
based on the sheer number of countries that, okay, maybe not the sheer number.
People. You said people.
Yeah, but politics matters, right? And
no, it doesn't. We're talking about seeing the Earth as a globe with your own eyes. We're not going to divert from that. That was your standard.
Wait, okay.
What is more likely, Bigfoot or the globe?
Do we have footage of Bigfoot?
Holy cow, it doesn't matter. Just by the allegations, right?
I have footage of the Loch Ness Monster.
Do you?
I've got an image of Elvis and Bigfoot riding the Loch Ness Monster.
Holy fuck. Yeah, that's got me.
But we're not going to divert. What is the likelihood, because of the eyewitness, the alleged eyewitness testimony, whatever?
I'm not saying, but you're misrepresenting me. I'm not saying.
You said earlier it's because that there's a reason for this many people, this consensus, which, as far as the Western nations are concerned, most of them, in fact, probably most of the world, is under the impression that they live on a sphere. You think that there's a reason for that, right?
Yes, there isn't a consensus on Bigfoot. Yeah, there is, that he doesn't exist.
Fine. We're talking about the globe now. So who has seen the globe in its totality less than 30?
Mm-hmm.
So, what is more likely, Bigfoot or the globe?
That's just you're just like strawmanning what I said. That's not what I said.
Okay, so fine, I'm fine. So you don't actually care about the consensus or the reason for the consensus. We should just be sticking to empiricism then, right? I agree. So if there's no curvature to the Earth, gravity is not an independent variable in any experiment. There is no detectable motion measurably with any method that we can find, even according to Einstein, optically, that the Earth is in motion. Then we'll just go empiricism based, right? So everybody's empirical judgment call here is that the Earth is flat, stationary, and enclosed.
You know what? Says who? What I just realized.
What's that?
It's actually logically possible, statistically, that there are more people who believe in the Abrahamic God than believe in the globe, because there's 4.5 to 5 billion Abrahamic religion adherents. That's greater than half of the entire world's population. And keep in mind, the whole world's population includes elderly, young people, people in all kinds of third world countries, right?
Yep.
So I could actually make an argument that the Abrahamic God is more believed in than the globe.
I think you might have something there. Yeah.
Yeah, it points to definitely points to something.
So what are you going to do with that? I mean, if you don't have any evidence and the consensus apparently is no good, like that's a straw man or something, right? I misrepresented your position. You don't think consensus has anything to do with it. According to the measurements and what we can actually experience, the globe is a silly proposition.
No, I think I said the consensus does point to something. It points to a higher likelihood of it being the truth, because more people have had the opportunity to test it for themselves.
So
that doesn't.
Wow.
That's not what consensus means, brother.
No, I know it doesn't mean that. I'm just saying that to have a consensus means that the majority agrees on it. Now, whether or not the majority have tested this individually, I don't know, but it does mean that they now have the knowledge to do it, right? And that means something to me. It may not mean anything to you, but it does to me. It's better than like only.
Is
like,
it possible? So is it possible that the consensus, you think it means something? I agree with you. I think it means that most people have heard the same rhetoric and believe the same rhetoric without ever having tested it on their own. In fact, without testing it and even their experience defying what they've been told. That's what I think.
Yeah, but it facilitates this defiance better than if no one has heard of it.
Facilitates. Hold on a second. What facilitates the defiance? Their experience?
No, I'm saying that the more number of people there are that are involved, the higher likelihood that if there were something to defy, that it would happen, right? It's a higher likelihood.
Involved with what? You're going to have to be a little bit more specific. Involved with what?
In whatever we're talking about, and whatever the consensus is.
Well, we're just talking about people. So most people believe a thing. That's what we're talking about. The consensus believes an idea. That means that they've all been given the same idea to believe in. It doesn't have anything to do with the evidence.
Sure, but within this population, there's going to be people who test it for themselves, like I am about to.
Who would they be?
Vacuum chamber.
Right. Well, who would they be? Because you don't actually know of anybody that's tested this for themselves, other than the people that you're talking to, by the way.
Yeah, but I can say that about anything.
So when you prove that it's air pressure that's holding that water down in the cup, what are you going to say?
Yeah, I'll get back to you on that one. That's a good question. I don't know yet.
Oh, good. Thank you.
So more people believe it. You don't know anybody of this group that believes it, has tested it. You don't know their names. You don't know what they did. You hope that they exist. But the people that you are talking to right now have challenged all of the claims made. And we were the people that you're talking to, by the way, at one time were part of that consensus. And we have then now changed our minds because what we have tested has shown that the claim is false.
I mean, I don't know, maybe. I have to test it for myself.
But yes, you will. I mean, that's the ultimate, goal here is for not for you to take our word for it, but for you to go ahead and test it. See what happens with the moisture inside that vacuum chamber. See if you can find any measurable curvature. And between those two things, I mean, the stationary Earth thing is basically a given. But
where did you do your laser test for curvature?
Oh, I didn't do a laser test. I did a long distance observation.
Let me ask you something, Sauce.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
So, if you go out and do an observation with a form of measurement, right, over long distances, and you discover that the Earth is flat, what does that mean that gravity is? When you say gravity is something falling at an average rate of 9.8 meters per second squared, if the Earth is no longer a ball, what does that mean gravity is?
I don't know. It means, yeah, I don't know. Because if it doesn't tell me the shape of, or your question is, if I found that the world was flat, what does that say about gravity? Yeah?
Yeah, we still see things in a vacuum falling at an average rate of 9.8 meters per second squared, right? We're not denying that.
Things. Could mean a few things.
What now is in contention is that R value that they like to throw into those math equations.
It could mean a few things. Either the radius of the Earth isn't correct, which I doubt, but
it can't be that. You want to know why?
Why?
Because if that's wrong, the distance to the moon is wrong, the size of the moon is wrong, the distance to the sun is wrong, the size of the sun is wrong, the orbits are wrong. Everything's wrong if the radius value is not what they say it is.
No, I know. That's why that's like not likely.
Satellites are no longer orbiting Earth.
The thing is,
You get what I'm saying?
When I go to the Great Salt Lake this year, I'm going to do the laser test and see it for myself. I'll give it to you. It's sus. I don't know why we don't see a curvature at that distance, but I'm not just gonna trust this guy. I'm gonna go do it. So if I really see this fucking laser from that point to the other point, yeah, I don't know, man.
What does that mean about gravity then? What does that mean about gravity?
It doesn't say much about gravity. No, it doesn't say much.
Does it mean that gravity makes the Earth a ball, or does it just mean that things fall down at 9.8?
It means gravity pulls light around the ball. That's why he sees it.
No, I don't think that at this distance it's going to be. I'm not sure.
At what distance does gravity pull light around the ball?
And that's a good question. Let me not just spout bullshit. Maybe it does mean that. But I know that I've seen videos of like horizontal, like they were filming it horizontally and the light seemed straight.
Like
have fun with your vacuum chamber.
I mean, you should be encouraging them. They're just going to go do a test.
I said, have fun with your vacuum chamber. Like,
that
when
test.
When you do that one, you're going to figure out you can do all kinds of fun shit with that.
Yeah, I'm excited. I hope when you go out there and you do that laser test over Great Salt Lake, that you come back in here after you prove the Earth is flat.
I will, bro. If okay, like I said, it doesn't prove that the Earth is flat because it's very uncontrolled. It's not a controlled experiment, right? There's like I know we can't see refraction.
Yeah, but you can control it by timing the time where you go make the observation so that the ground and air temperature are the same. That's how you can control it.
How
And
can
that's
I?
usually like right before the sun rises, or it'll be like right before, right after sunset, like within an hour. It means the air will be mixed together so that there won't be like a gradient of temperature, because the gradient of temperature is the problem. So you want
Sure,
the
but I
air like
can't.
well mixed.
I have to, but that's just another point of contention, right? It's going to be like, oh, how can I be sure? How can I trust the sensors? How can I trust the data? You know,
What are you
how do I?
talking about?
It's such a vast distance of this
Dude, you need
medium.
the temperatures to be the same. You just do it in the morning or you do it in the evening. That's it. That's all you have to know.
You got to remember, refraction like is in.
Are you
the,
saying that the temperature
because
gradient is only vertical? I don't think that's true.
no, it's not only vertical, but this is the thing. You're shooting a laser through a single medium. Differences in the refractive index are in the 5th decimal place. You understand?
Sure.
Like the difference
No, I get
between say 30 degrees Celsius air and 31 degrees Celsius air is like 0.00000024. It's such a minuscule difference.
What's the farthest distance you tested? Like
30
since
miles.
you're 30 miles, where?
Boston Harbor, Revere Beach. I did one recently, but it ain't in 30 miles. Yeah, so what I did was I got an app. It's called marinetraffic.com. It shows where the ships are. I sat there, I picked out a big ass ship and just watched it for 3.5 hours and tracked it on their tracking app. And the max distance away was 30 miles. And I could see it the entire time.
Wait, so how did you do it? You had two people
I
doing
filmed it with an
this?
iPhone.
No, I know, but like
An iPhone at 30 miles, I could see this shit.
so you went 30 miles away and you placed the laser.
I was on the beach and the ship went 30 miles away from me.
Oh,
there's an
okay.
app called marinetraffic.com which will tell you the position of a ship.
Right.
And these ships are tracked by marine radar out of a radar station that's in Gloucester.
On a system that they pay for that's very accurate because I looked it up.
Yeah, it's very accurate. Marine radar is accurate to I don't know, 5 meters maybe.
Yeah, so you don't run into other ships. That's why it's so accurate. So at night you don't run into people. And there you go.
You were exactly sea level.
I was 15 feet above sea level. They got tide markers. So at that distance from that height, the globe prediction is that the ship is 420 feet, 5 feet, blocked by the Earth curve.
Oh, that's a 40-story building.
Yeah, and the tallest ship in the world is like 280 feet tall or something. So it wasn't that. It wasn't just a really tall boat.
Does the sea have to be flat? Do we know that for a fact?
What do you mean? I don't understand. Does the sea have to be
Let's
flat?
say there is some
The ocean
fucking
is flat.
spooky fucking magic, right? Let's say there is some spooky magic that's making it look flat.
You're
Okay,
weird, dude.
I'm just saying.
No, you're being
let's say
weird
there
because
is.
you think
How do we know?
looking flat is the spooky magic, but imagining it's a ball is not the spooky magic.
No.
Yeah, imagining that it's not flat is normal.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying.
Doing.
No, I'm just saying. How do we know? Okay, so basically, yeah, that's just something we can't measure, right? It's just okay.
I'll tell
It
you
looks
one thing.
flat.
One
It
way we
looks
can know.
flat to me.
Okay, you have you heard of the Bolivian salt flats?
No.
Okay, the Bolivian salt flats are like a 40,000 square mile salt flat. That's salt, like Great Salt Lake, right? It's bigger than that though. It's the largest salt flat in the world. Unlike Salt Lake, this first of all, it's like white salt. So it fills up with rainwater every once in a while, like 3 to 4 inches, 2 to 3, 4 inches, whatever. And it forms a gigantic mirror. Gigantic. Like the mirror goes all the way to the horizon, so it's called the world's largest mirror. Okay? The reflection of the sky. So the sky and the reflection of the sky in the water are perfectly symmetrical as if it's reflecting off of a flat mirror. Now, if the Earth was curved, that would be a convex mirror, right? And it would be distorted relative to what you're looking at. So if you're looking at the clouds in the sky, the reflection of the clouds would be distorted if they're being reflected off of a curved surface. And Earth is too big that that actually doesn't work for this because of the divergence amplifies the visible curvature. So like if the sun was setting and you were at like 6 feet above the surface of the water, the sun in the reflection of the sun would be 10% smaller than the actual sun that you're looking at. They would be squished. And in fact, if you can do the calculation, if you go up to 75 meters and watch the sunset, you would see the sun set, but you would actually never see the reflection of the sun in the water because of it's beyond that curve, right? The light that would reflect off of it would be on the other side of the horizon, and it would never be able to reflect to your eye. You'd never see it. So you would see a sunset as if it was a mountain, even though you're looking at a perfectly reflecting surface. That's what would happen if it was a ball, but that's not what we see. We see a perfect reflection of the sky that's symmetrical.
Just play devil's advocate with me for 1 second, okay?
Yeah,
What if?
I
What
hear you,
if?
man. Let's forget empirical observations of the natural world and watch TV more. Let's just do that.
What if the Earth is 100 times bigger than what it is?
No, that's
Then
not what I'm
maybe
saying.
yes, but we only got the numbers they told us, right? That's all we can do is test what they said. You can't test every fucking iteration. Every possible freaking imagined Earth. Yeah, did you see what AI Overlord posted in the chat? Did you see the image there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's just one sample image. Remember I was telling you about the sun? That the sun would look 10% smaller at the horizon? Now these calculations, and I actually have a globe earther actually made a simulator. In a simulator, and it's to scale, it's a 2-scale simulator. The simulator also shows that the reflections are not symmetrical. It's a simulator of the globe. It was made by a globe earther, not a flat earther. And I'll post that in the chat. So the thing is, if you had a curved surface, right? If this surface was curving down, then it would be shortened relative to your viewpoint, and everything as you get as like the reflection got close to the horizon would appear compressed. Okay, so everything toward the horizon should get squished and squished and squished and more squished. But I actually have another image which shows the exact opposite of that. It's actually stretched.
Who is the flat earther and who is the round earther?
Joe Mama.
You're the flat earther, and the ground earther is the other guy with the beard.
Oh,
Yeah, because the guy with the beard is gonna. Yeah, because you're gonna teach him about the globe because he don't know shit.
Oh God, yeah. Here we go again. I've been doing this all day, as a matter of fact, on frickin' X. Okay, come on, globe earthers, debate me so I can do your globe lesson. Fuck, dude, I'm getting sick of that.
Are you from Texas? No.
No, all my exes are from Texas, but I'm not.
Then I really don't.
Yeehaw!
Yeehaw, ride 'em. Cowboy.
No, wait. Mass.
Why are you deflecting, though? We were having a conversation with Sauce here, and you're changing the topic.
Yeah, sorry. Continue.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm done. There's nothing else to say here. I just gotta go.
Okay, so Sauce, don't believe a fucking word we're saying. Consider us all a bunch of liars. Consider everybody in here liars, and everybody on TV liars, and on the internet, everybody's liars. And the only truth you can find in knowledge, absolute knowledge, it comes from you. Now do what you said. Go to the salt flats and do the test. Like, we're not afraid of the tests. We want people to do the tests. The only people that are going to stop you from trying to do tests are globe earthers. Isn't that strange?
No one's gonna fucking like. Okay,
They'll
if
tell
the
you why
police-
your test is not good enough. That's what they'll say. That's all they'll do is poo-poo whatever you're doing to tell you whatever you're doing is not good enough. Whatever your result is, if it disproves a globe, you did it wrong.
Yeah, well, we're gonna have to see.
Yep. I mean, there's a flat earther named Dell, and he made a video a long time ago, and it holds true as it did then. He said, how do you prove something to somebody? Another human being. How do you prove it to them? You demonstrate
Have them repeat it.
Practical demonstration of the claims. And if you can't show it by practical demonstration, then you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm paraphrasing what he said. He said it a little worse than that, probably. But
yeah, if you can't make a layman do it, if a layman can't do it with your instructions, then you don't know what you're talking about. Just like India food.
Yep.
We're actually, Sauce, you're here at a good time because we're actually, I'm actually doing, well, anybody else can jump on the bandwagon. It's called the Year of the Observation. This year, it's called right now, but we're going to frickin' just explode the internet with all sorts of long distance observations coming from everywhere, every direction. These so-called globe impossible observations, we're just going to flood the internet with them so that people can't keep their head buried in the sand.
They're just gonna say atmospheric refraction or whatever this is, this mirage, whatever, and that's that. And
yeah,
then,
but
we're gonna have to
they
shift
have
the goalposts.
Sauce, but then they have to claim that the entire world's an optical illusion.
And not only that,
you want to go with that? You want that your position to be? I know what reality is. It's an optical illusion. How do you know? Because I know the Earth's a globe. Because someone sticks in the ground 2,000 years ago. So
all I know is that my fucking my eyes are fallible. That's all I know.
no,
Your mind
the
is
evidence for the globe.
fallible.
The evidence for the globe is the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's it. That's the globe evidence that the Earth is flat. No, listen, your eyes are fallible, but so is your mind.
Yeah, my brain fucking. Without my brain, my eyes do jack shit.
But your eye, no. There's people in permanent vegetative states that frickin' have sensory responses, even though they have no brain frickin' waves, dude. The senses act independently of the mind.
Yeah, but to receive. Wait, what?
No, the senses act independently of the mind. We know this because people that have had brain injuries, where they have no brain function, still have the reflexes of somebody that can see, taste, touch, hear.
Yeah, but are you saying this person is processing said?
He can't tell you what they're experiencing because he has no mind, but they are taking sensory input, meaning their freaking nerve endings are firing, their photoreceptors are firing. There's there's no brain activity that you can really measure, but you can measure electrical impulses on the optical nerve, right? They're still seeing, but they have.
You can make a vegetative person flinch.
Yeah, you can make them cry. And they're legally brain dead.
How do you know this?
Because people have done it.
I worked in the emergency room.
Sick people, dude. What the fuck?
It's called a permanently vegetative state. It's like a coma.
Indio, I missed you, man. I missed your warmth.
Yeah, thanks, brother. Go eat it at fucking Caesar's Pizza. So People who are in the permanently vegetative state can have sensory perceptions. Okay. The senses that you have are more reliable than your mind. Okay. This is like a silly thing that you guys do for, I don't know, whatever reason, that you try to repudiate your senses when that's the only way you even know the external world.
Yeah, but for instance, I can't see in the dark.
Yeah, but
right?
yes, you can. That's why you have rods. Dude.
Okay, you're trying to let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
Sure, but but maybe you need to be more precise, right? All I'm saying is at those distances, we know that our eyes can't see that far.
Yeah.
So now,
I've
the
seen
question
30
is,
miles. I don't know about you. I've seen that far.
Just because it looks hazy doesn't mean you can't see it.
Look, can I read you something about a Navy test? Well, I can just
No,
tell
you
you what
can't.
they did. Thanks, Dad. Anyway,
Go ahead.
So really simple. The Navy did a test, right? So the test was, it's called the Horizon.
Yeah, that's just not true.
Who said that? You might as well just
Caesar
leave
did.
now, because I'm going to figure out who you are. I'm going to kick you out.
Just go look back at the stream. You'll see.
I'll just mute you instead. So really simple, okay? The Navy did a test called the Horizon Early Detection System, right? So what the idea is for the Navy to make an infrared camera system that would pick up missiles or whatever at the horizon as early as possible. So when they tested the distance that the furthest distance that they could pick up their test missiles, because they took a missile and they put a big thermal freaking light on it, basically a flare that emits a lot of infrared, and then they flew it like basically a cruise missile, and they tried and measured the distance at which they picked up the missile, and tried to correlate the distance of the missile with distance and atmospheric transmission, meaning how hazy the air was, right? They found that the distance had nothing to do with how far away they could pick something up. And the only thing that mattered was how transparent the air was. But according to the globe, distance does matter, because these missiles are only 30 feet off the ground and they're picking them up 20 kilometers away. They should have been behind the curve of the earth. But the only reason they didn't pick some up was because of how opaque the air was. Because they measured that. They measured the transmission window of the air. So this is just another data point. We can't see things because of haze, because of fog, because of all sorts of things that are in the air. It has nothing to do with Earth curve. So now I'm going to look for the smart app.
Hi.
What's up, Rockman?
What's up, G?
What's up, guys? I'm sorry, my English is not really good.
Okay, just listen then. So, one thing I want to add to everything I said, a lot of globe earthers, they have this prejudice, or people, they think of flat Earth that we don't have evidence. We have tons of evidence. More evidence than you can shake a stick at. You can go on our main server, discord.gg/flat earth, and you can look through the information channels, long distance observations, laser tests, salt flats, all, you name it, radio transmissions, microwave transmissions, infrared transmissions, all impossible on a globe at distances that are way impossible. 800-mile radio transmissions to sea level, 870-mile NATO communication, microwave communication system, 10,000-mile radio communication between the UK and Australia, 6,000-mile radio communication between Washington D.C. and a plane in
but
the
there's
U.S.
satellites.
Secretary of State's plane over the. This is before satellites, buddy. Good try.
When was
Before
this?
satellites. Before satellites existed.
Okay, what
They didn't exist yet.
That you know of. The government's not gonna fucking tell you.
I don't think they existed in 1918. Do you think they existed in 1918? At the end of World War One?
No, but there's also other technologies like repeaters.
There was radio was brand new. There was no repeaters. Do you think there was repeaters between Cornwall, UK, and Australia?
There must have been if
There must have been.
How far was
Why
that
must
distance?
there have been?
No,
How many repeaters would be needed from those two locations?
How did you get? How did you float them in the Indian Ocean?
Well, I'm going to retract that statement. I don't know if there must have been, but like, how do you know that it doesn't? Is it just impossible because in the flat or globe Earth, 100%, you know that for a fact.
Well, it's 10,000 miles. So if the globe has a circumference of 25,000 miles, that's half the distance, right? So this is almost like being on the North Pole and talking to the South Pole. There's a big ball in the way. How are you doing that? The radio waves don't go through the ball.
Let me add this to the list. You said.
So Marconi, 1918, and a guy named Arthur Fisk. It was Cornwall, United Kingdom to Sydney, Australia in 1918.
Okay. Australia.
I can post a plaque, dude. Post a picture of the plaque because there's a memorial plaque. And I can post links to it.
Yeah, that would help.
Yeah, it's very interesting because the way they discovered it was an amateur radio operator. He started hearing radio transmissions in German. And he was like, well, we're in Australia. There ain't no Germans here. And they were picking up radio broadcasts from Berlin in Australia. So they were like, oh, I got an idea. Why don't we try to do that on purpose? And they did.
Okay.
That's
so
a geometry of what the radio. I just posted in the chat a diagram of the geometry of what the radio transmission would have been.
They're saying they utilize ionospheric reflection, which is like something in the atmosphere or some shit.
Okay, that's a cool story. There's no evidence for any of that, dude. Do you know that they didn't? That hypothesis didn't even exist when they did the transmission, right? So do you know how that went? That's an ex post facto claim, meaning they did the transmission, said, oh, how's that possible? Earth's a globe. Well, it must have bounced off the freaking ionosphere. We'll just make some shit up on how it worked on a globe. And it couldn't work on a globe like that anyway, because when you have an inner circle and an outer circle, because of the law of reflection, the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. The angle that the radio bounces off the outer circle, which would be the ionosphere.
Can we talk about something interesting?
In the inner circle, which would be the Earth. I am talking about something interesting. The transmission would flatten out and it would never get there. Because you have the angle would keep tipping down, and you probably need like 300 fucking bounces to even bounce that far. And here's the other problem, is that long-range transmission only happens at night. It doesn't happen during the daytime. They did these transmissions during the daytime. During the daytime, skywave ionospheric scattering only works for 500 to 700 miles. We've gone through all the objections. We've heard it all.
I'll
Look, we've been doing this for quite a long time, just to tell you, just to be honest with you. We've heard all the objections. Like, that's why I can sit here, I just call and we talk to you, because I know there's literally nothing you could bring up. You could Google forever. We've already heard it all. We've already dealt with it all. We've already refuted it all. There's nothing. And the amazing thing is, every time, and this is like, the longer I'm in this topic, the more I'm convinced the Earth is flat, not less. Because every once in a while, a globe earther will bring something new that we've never heard before, and on the surface, it seems like on the surface, it seems like it proves a globe, but then when you drill down into the details, it's not the case. Every time.
Well, I mean, I think you should adopt a different mindset. I mean, sure, you could be pretty sure about it, but don't fucking like be so sure that you can't.
Don't tell anybody.
No, that's not what I'm saying. It just sounds like nothing I say will change your minds, and that's not.
No, nothing you say will make the Earth bend.
Okay, yes, things you say could change my mind, but the only thing you can say that would change my mind is some proof that is globe exclusive, meaning it would be something that could only indicate the Earth is a globe. And there's only one thing that can do that. Want to know what that is? Measuring the surface to be curving. That's it. That's the only thing that is available. Everything else is theory-laden, fanciful imaginations about how they think the Earth might work if it was a globe. But we can also concoct some freaking bullshit imaginations, just those stories about how that same phenomenon could work on a flat Earth.
There is one way, but you guys are just gonna say like that's impossible to do. But I think
what?
it's the most
Go to
feasible.
space?
No, it's more feasible than that.
Okay.
You stay in our atmosphere or like in the air, and you just fly in one direction and see if you land in the same spot.
Okay, how would you do that, dude?
I know but it's more feasible. Maybe going to space is more feasible. I'll take that back. Build a fucking rocket, go to space, film this shit, and yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Look at it. So the thing that you're on, you have access to. You can measure it right when you're there. Instead, you're gonna go far away and look at it.
Yeah, that's because like
how does that make any sense?
Because like
I hope no one ever hires you to build a house, because you'd be right at the 2x4 and you'd have your tape measure and you'd be like, let me walk across the street and look at it.
Even in math, right? Sometimes we feel that we're at the global maxima, but you could just be in the local maxima. All I'm saying is get a bird's eye view.
You just said that even in math we feel? What are you talking about?
Yeah, can you adjust what I said about you going to the other side of the street to tell how long a board is?
I'm giving you like some perspective. So locally you can see something.
I didn't say see, I said measure. See, this is where you guys get fucked up. You think we're looking at it. We're measuring it, dude.
Settle down, Indio.
I am settled down. You guys conflate calculation and looking at things with measuring what it is. You can know directly what something is by measuring it directly. I can know if you were here and I took a tape measure,
okay,
and measured your height. Can anything change that? Any theory, any hypothesis, anybody being far away from you and looking at you, will that change what the reading was on the tape measure? The answer is no. Okay. That's why we say measure it, because it's a definitive proof. Not because we like it, because it's absolute proof.
If I fly you to space and you see and you go,
didn't you just make the argument against your own senses? You literally observe the Earth flat every day and you reject it, but you're saying you should go to space and look at the ball and accept it.
So even if you were in
So you're in a contradiction, bro.
Well, let me just ask you this.
Yeah, you better go. You better go buy that vacuum chamber. You won't be talking about space anymore.
If you were in this, if you did a round, like you went around the Earth one time, you still wouldn't believe it. You would rather believe your calculations locally, like 30 miles.
They're not calculations, they're measurements.
Okay, your measurements, your local measurements, a 30-mile.
Well, does water conform into a sphere because of gravity?
I mean, if you actually see it, if you see that's the case, you wouldn't believe it.
Okay, so most of the surface of the Earth is water, right?
You say your standards are like, damn, bro.
Look, it's a logical progression. Most of the surface of the Earth is water. Whatever's water doing, the Earth is doing. So if the water is not curbing, then the Earth is not a ball. It's simple logic. All those things are logical necessities of the previous premise. Right? You can't have a 75% flat ball. So if the water's flat, the Earth is flat. It's just really simple. If the water's curved, the Earth is curved. And if we went to space and saw the Earth as a ball, we should be able to come down here and measure it as a ball. It's odd that you guys are like these dual Earth theorists, man. That you guys think there's two Earths. One flat Earth that you're on and another one when you go to space.
And it changes somewhere while you're going high. It's always flat, and then poof, it turns into a ball somewhere.
Yeah, and then there's fucking machines flying around and comets and spacemen and aliens and all this magical shit. Look, you asked me, said I can't change your mind. You could if you had an actual logically sound and valid argument for the Earth being a ball. And since a ball is a claim about its geometry, you need geometric evidence. Okay? Looking at something can tell you about the geometry, but it's not the true geometry because of perspective. Railroad tracks appear to converge in the distance. That's not what they're actually doing. So, because of this, we use tools to directly measure things so that we actually know exactly what they are. Things like tape measures. So, using these instruments, we can tell whether the Earth is a ball or not, or whether it's curving or not, and then infer from that curvature and the theory of gravity, of forming things into balls, that if the Earth's not curving, then it's not a ball. And that theory's crap. It's wrong.
Guys, because they're just going to say.
Sauce, if I told you a hill, where if I place you in a position on Earth, and I said in that direction, you see that hill over there? You say, yeah, I see that hill over there. That hill is 6 miles away. How do we know that that hill is 6 miles away?
Rangefinder.
Rangefinder. You can walk it out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you basically go out and you make a measurement to the hill, right? To verify that it's 6 miles away, right?
Yep.
Right. So what we're doing is we're saying, hey, that object in the water is such and such miles away.
No, I get that. I'm just saying, even if I were to, they're just gonna say, yeah, it's the bending of the light, or it's.
You're gonna have to prove that.
Yeah, that's
we
fine.
Can
but there's no
demonstrate
for that.
We can demonstrate refraction on a flat surface. Can you demonstrate refraction on a curved surface?
Yeah, that's the crux of the problem. If you ask them, Sauce, what's the evidence for globe refraction? What's the actual evidence for it? You want to know what their evidence is? a flat-looking Earth?
I don't know about that.
Well, I mean, what else is it? They say the Earth looks flat. It's got to be refraction. What else is their evidence?
Let me look into that.
How do you know it's a globe?
And it gets even worse. I mean, it gets even worse than that, because what causes this refraction? The gradient, the density gradient, right? Well, what causes the density gradient? Gravity. Well, what else does gravity do? It forms the Earth into a ball. So gravity conspires to make a ball that compresses the air in such a way that when a human being looks at it, it looks flat. It's the fucking stupidest idea in human history.
Bro, there's a lot of things that are stupid, right? Like fucking
Well, this is the pinnacle, because you have to believe that you're living in an optical fucking illusion, in that you can't trust your senses, and that nothing is real, basically.
Before I was ever a flat earther, I used to fly. I would fly some more still. Just don't have the funds for it right now. But 30 or so times that I flew prior to being a flat earther, every time I was in the air, I would say, "Oh my God, look how big the Earth is. It looks flat." Still, can't believe how big the Earth is. I can't see curvature. Every single time.
I flew to Chicago a couple times, man, and the Great Lakes are flat as fuck, bro.
You know you've never seen curvature. You've never seen it, except in a picture, in a book somewhere, or on video on TV for your computer screen.
No, yeah, for sure. I that's your best point, right? That's the best case for flat earthers, 100%.
You know it's flat.
No, there is no best case. It's only flat. That's the only case.
I mean, I don't know. There's like you guys have trouble explaining satellites and
No, I don't.
So
They
you
don't
want us to
exist.
explain the TV
There you
show?
go. Yeah,
You're
they don't
asking us-
exist.
You're asking us to explain the TV show, which you said was our best point, that you don't actually know any of that.
how does GPS work?
Not with a globe. It doesn't even use globe math. Did you know that?
Ground positioning work. It finds your position on the ground. It's ground positioning system.
Okay, so GPS doesn't use a globe.
No,
You
but
on
it
your
relies on
phone,
satellites.
look, brother. When you look at your phone, it shows you latitude and longitude, and you go, "Hey, man, it's doing that on the globe." But the actual GPS receiver, the message it gets, it's called a Rhinex message. It comes down in 3 coordinates, not latitude and longitude. The X, Y, Z on a plane. That's what the math that the receiver actually does. This isn't a conspiracy theory. You can type in Rhinex message data, and you can look at the fucking message data yourself. Every receiver does this. And hold on, to get a latitude, longitude, it does a coordinate transformation and converts the coordinates into spherical coordinates. But it's not natively in that.
But why do we need spherical coordinates if it's just if it's flat? We don't.
Because our coordinate system is stars.
Okay, so you're not saying that
Look, this goes back to your other point about traveling in a straight line. Why you can't actually do that is because you need a spatial reference, right? That you see or you can detect.
You can just
from
have
all the
fucking
points
powers.
on your from all the points on your route to know if you're going straight. Because we can't see a mountain from far away because of lots of reasons, mainly because of the air, but because we can't see a mountain from 400 miles away, we use the stars. We use the stars to navigate, and we created an entire coordinate system based upon the stars. They're not based upon a globe ground. You can't even find your latitude and longitude without using the sun and the stars. Longitude is a solar coordinate. Latitude is a celestial equator coordinate, meaning...
Bro, you guys don't even believe in the stars.
What are you talking about?
You?
We don't believe in the story of what they say they are. We see stars. Listen, Just because we don't believe the story associated the story that they say associated with stars doesn't mean we don't believe in stars or that we think stars are fake. Stars are real. We can see them, but they're not made of fucking big balls of fucking gas in a vacuum burning at 1,000,000 fucking degrees. Okay? That's what they aren't.
What's the medium between us?
And the stars, we don't know.
The absolute medium, it's a variation.
Hey, Saucy, I put in the side chat a GIF.
I mean, I've heard one hypothesis of liquid helium-4.
That's a pretty cool. That was a pretty cool one too.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like really testable, but it's possible. It's feasible within the paradigm of physics. It could be helium-4.
Hey, Sauce. I put a video in the side chat of a satellite. Satellites are real, bro.
So that exactly. Balloons, right?
Hey, Biden shot it down, bro. It's real.
Here, I posted one talking to another one and making an alignment with it, keeping it always in view, basically.
And as I just told you, we were doing 10,000-mile radio transmissions in 1918. Satellites were never necessary to exist because there's never been a ball in the way between radio transmissions.
I look up in the sky, man. I can find Regulus. I can find Polaris. I can find, the constellations. I understand those things, right? I can see Jupiter. I can see Mars. I can see Saturn. I can find them, those three personally, with the naked eye, and in certain days when Venus is in the sky, I can find that too when it's on the horizon. That doesn't make the Earth a ball, and that doesn't mean that you know what the planets or the stars are. You can see them in the sky, but what they're made out of, you have no fucking idea.
And the way celestial navigation works is you estimate how long it's going to take you to get to where you want to go. And then you read which star is going to be over that spot at that time. So
I'll give you an example of how you don't know.
Yeah. If you know that Orion's going to be over freaking wherever, Egypt, in 30 fucking days, and it takes you 30 days to hypothetically travel that far, all you have to do is follow fucking Orion, and you're going to end up in Egypt. You know that 30 days later, if the Orion's directly over your head, you're in Egypt. You know how we know that? Because that's the coordinate system we made. That's how we designated all this stuff.
Yeah, I don't know how to.
They say Polaris is 432 light years away. How do they know that?
That's changed so many times, man.
I know. You know how far a light year is,
How many times has that changed?
Yeah.
At least 3 times that I know. Yeah. No, how far away? How many miles?
I don't know. I mean, I can do the calculations real quick.
5.8 trillion miles. I'll save you the math.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah. So imagine 432 times 5.8.
No, I know.
How do they know
that? I know space is stupid big according to.
How do they know that?
That's a good question. Let me see.
Yeah, so that's the question we ask. They make claims, right? And we ask, how do they know it, right? And we never get an answer, even when we talk to astronomers, astrophysicists, regular physicists, mathematical, like you name it, we've talked to them. And when we ask them how they know what they're saying, I mean, I had a mathematical physicist tell me he can't prove anything exists, and that like he might not have any hands and we all might be brains in a jar. That's where he had to go because he couldn't actually back up that the Earth was a globe. This is a academic man that was teaching physics at university when pressed to prove the globe had to say, we can't prove anything. We could all be brains in a jar. The people that I believe you're relying on when you think that the Earth is a globe, these are the people that the average person comes and relies on. They say, what about the scientists? What about the academics? What about these people? They know the Earth is a globe. Well, we've talked to them, and they don't. They don't know anything more than you. They just heard the story in high school and just accepted it. They've never done any tests. They've never done any experiments. They've never done any measurements. They've never done anything.
Yeah, could be. It's tough.
Maybe the
It's
guy
tough.
in here that he wrote his PhD dissertation on direct and indirect detection of dark matter. He fucking didn't know anything. He's an astrophysicist.
For me, if I go to space and I see it,
yeah,
that's it, man. It's like there's without a doubt, like doing the calculations here on Earth. That's
don't
like
you
pretty
understand
convincing.
how contradictory your? How do you know it's actually a ball? I mean, you saw the Earth is flat and you didn't believe it. How come you're gonna believe it when you see it as a ball?
Let me finish. I have to make I have to orbit around this fucker.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's fair.
Space is fake, dude. You're gonna find out when you get your vacuum chamber. You're not gonna orbit anything.
Do you think an orbit has ever been actually observed by anybody?
30 people, apparently.
They saw something orbit? From where?
Like those people in the ISS right now, right?
They only see 3% of the Earth.
What do you mean?
From the ISS's altitude, you would only see 3% of the Earth.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. They're still traveling around the Earth.
How do you know? It's like being in an airplane, dude. It's like being in an airplane.
Yeah. They're just looking out the window, man. They can't tell if they're going around anything. They could be just going in a big circle, which would be the same thing. It's just a difference of the circle. So one circle flips upside down, one just goes left or right, right? So they could just be going in a circle. They can't tell from where they are. See, fundamental problem, I keep bringing up things that you go over have in common, is when you think about the world, you think about it from a third-person point of view, and don't think about it from what people actually experience by looking out their eyes. Okay, from the viewpoint of someone on the ISS, they're only going to see 3% of the Earth, and they're going to have no fucking idea they're going in a circle, they're doing a loop-de-loop, or anything. Especially if they're in free fall. They can't feel which way the spaceship's going, right? They have no idea where they're going. And there's no way to tell visually. So,
here's my question to you, Saucy.
Yeah.
So, if you're waiting to go to space to prove the Earth is a globe, then why aren't you thinking the Earth is flat until proven otherwise?
Because I can't prove that it's not refraction or fucking whatever else they say.
You can't prove that it is refraction.
You can't demonstrate that refraction could even do that in the first place.
So we can just get rid of refraction now, so you don't even have to worry about it. So what's your next one?
Okay, let me ask him this. Hang
on. Why is he giving? I just wanted to know why he's giving the globe the benefit of the doubt observation of reality.
Because consensus means something to me. I know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, got it. Right. Thanks, religious.
Slurp. So, listen, what if they said electromagnetism made it look flat and not refraction? What if they just said some other physical law? Wouldn't they have to justify that in some way?
So what would that look like to you for them to show you that it is refraction? What would that look like?
Measurements.
Okay.
Like measurements, but the measurements that have been done show that that refraction of that type is not possible. That's the rub. See, this is why I'm asking you very simple questions, right? Because because what they like to do, the people that the Goldbergers that debate this topic, they want to bring up a refraction. So you go down the rabbit hole of nonsense instead of tackling the fundamental premise in the first place. Is refraction even capable of doing what they say, making a curved surface look flat? Is it capable of doing that?
Right.
But also there's a caveat to this. The caveat is, and that has to be the only visual phenomenon that you see, meaning other effects associated with refraction, such as dispersion, vignetting, right? Magnification, shrinking, things looking smaller, things looking larger, things looking distorted. Those
You know
can't
why?
hold on. Those things can't be there.
I know.
Only that
You're
one
right.
thing of a flattened globe. That's
No, like
nonsense.
I said, from my point of view right now, this is definitely the best case for it, right? 100%. I'm just saying, for me to accept this one anomaly, if I can call it that, for a glober, everything else falls apart to me.
What anomaly? Which anomaly are you talking
Okay,
about?
I'm not gonna call it anomaly. I'm not gonna call it an anomaly.
I'm
just
not
saying, if I were to
don't know
accept that it is,
exactly what you're talking about. I
if
don't
it's
know.
a flat, if it's a flat Earth, then I'm gonna have to like fucking contend with the idea that okay, somewhere around here there might be a fucking edge and water's just flowing into whatever or flowing down.
Why would that happen?
I don't know, because if it's, are you saying that it's an infinite expanse?
Okay,
You don't know that, right?
well, first of all, water. If you thought that there was the edge and water is going off into the vacuum, water evaporates in
You
vacuum.
don't believe it. You don't believe in the
No,
vacuum,
hold on.
right?
But that's what you're saying. That means water would evaporate as soon
No,
as it hit the vacuum.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if it's flat,
Well, why would you
unless
think
it's
that
an
there's an
infinite
edge with water
expanse.
falling off of it?
Okay, fuck the water. I'm just saying there's
Falling
got to
from
be
where?
an edge. There's got to be an edge, right?
Why?
Okay, so it's infinite to you.
No, that's a false dichotomy, dude. Infinite is the act of counting. So this is a bad idea that people have, that infinite is something, dude. Infinite is the act of counting.
You'll walk in a circle before you find anything relevant.
So
why is that?
You can always count the number afterwards. That's said to be infinite, right? So an infinite set, an infinite series, an infinite enumeration. There's always something that comes after it. Okay?
Yeah, okay, fuck infinity.
Why would we?
You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Finite. Well, no, this is very important because the choices here are finite or infinite, but those are actually not opposite things. They're used opposite in modern language, but they're actually not opposite things. So we're talking about spatial properties. So anything logically that is an object must be inside a greater space, right? So you have a beach ball is in a swimming pool, right? And the swimming pool's in the yard. And the yard's in the town. And the town's in the country. And the country's on the continent. And the continent's, surrounded by water, inside the water. And then the water's inside the earth, right?
And what's surrounding
And then the Earth's inside the solar. I'm just doing the globe one. The Earth's inside the solar system, and the solar system's inside the galaxy, and the galaxy's inside the great fucking void, and the great void's inside the universe. What's the universe inside?
Yeah, we haven't observed that. Yeah.
Well, if it was inside, anything that you could say exists, by definition, is inside the universe and can't be outside it, because the universe means everything.
All I'm asking you is, what do you think?
No running away, dude. Don't run away. This was your question.
He already answered the question, Joe. He said we have when Indio asked you the question, what was outside the universe, you said, "I don't know. We haven't observed it yet."
Yes.
Okay,
that's the answer.
That's the answer.
That's your answer. Okay.
That's the answer about flat Earth. There's no evidence that there isn't outside. There is no evidence you can go outside. There's no evidence that there's some freaking limit or wall or boundary or edge or anything like that. There's no evidence of any of that stuff.
Yeah, which says something to me.
Yeah, that the Earth is the universe?
No.
Just because you can imagine you can go outside the Earth doesn't mean you actually can. It doesn't even mean that there is something outside the Earth. Can you go outside of your body?
Wish.
If you wish, probably not. You probably don't wish that wants to happen. But
You don't want to astral project, brother.
Well, I mean, that's what the globe Earth is. It's just literally, it's in the word, astral projection.
Dude,
You're
why do you got to
imagining
do
that you've
all
left
this
the Earth
weird
and you're
shit?
looking. Well, I mean, yeah, it's exactly. It's the globe Earth is just a crazy occult religion, dude. If you want to boil it down.
So you guys always want to float, you want to fly, you want to astral project, you want to go to space. What is wrong with you people?
What's wrong with that?
They want to. The chains of gravity are like slavery, holding us down. Swing low, sweet chariot.
I think
Break
that if
free
you
from
actually,
gravity.
if it was possible to live where there was no gravity and you just like floated around, they think that that would be fun. After about an hour of that, you would want to just be like, put me back down because this is not going to work out for me.
How about when you get like 90 years old and can't control your bladder and like piss is like flying everywhere in little balls?
No, all you have to do is just get seasick and start puking. That's it. It just takes one day, and now you got 9 people puking all at the same time.
Yeah,
Go clean that up with a mop.
Yeah, fucking lo mein floating around everywhere. Gross.
All up in the corners of the air vents and shit, getting sucked in. Gonna make myself throw up thinking about it.
All I'm saying is we don't have evidence of an edge, right?
That's right.
Why would we think there's an edge?
We don't have evidence of outer space making people float. You're going to find out with your vacuum chamber that water doesn't exist in a vacuum. So you can't have a ball Earth full of water floating in a vacuum.
I wondered how the thought would have finished. We don't find an edge, but we still measure the surface as flat. What was you going to say?
I'm just saying that's just another point on the graph. Yeah, I said already that it is pretty sus how we don't see a curve. It is pretty sus.
We don't
but
measure one either.
It's also pretty
the
sus
important
that
part
we can't
is we
find
don't
an edge.
measure one. That's the important part is we don't measure one. Seeing is not dispositive, dude. Seeing is a subjective activity. Now, seeing a no curve is a good starting point, but that doesn't mean it's not proof. It's just evidence. The proof is the measurement.
Yeah, but the active. I know. I know what you mean.
If I look at railroad tracks and they appear to converge, how do I prove they're parallel? By looking at them. You understand? Seeing is the projection of the 3D world onto a 2D surface. Okay?
Sure.
So seeing has a fundamental flaw. You're missing a dimension. And it's only true from your fucking perspective. But from other perspective, it's different. That's why we have this orthographic shit. Okay, we have
We're not
blueprint
really
drawings and all those things, right?
Our vision is not orthographic, but I see your point.
I know.
Our depth perception is flawed and may vary from person to person. I get what you're saying.
No, it just gives us a different. It's not that it's flawed. It's that we can say different things about the world than orthographically. So, but with vision, we can look at something and get the angular size, the visual size of something angularly. You can't get that orthographically unless you take a third point that's not part of the orthographic diagram and project part of the orthographic diagram out of it onto a point. Then you can get the angles of, say, the angular size of an object. But
No, I get what you're
it's
saying,
just
yeah.
different. It's just different information. That's all it is. It's different information. It's not right or wrong. It's just different information. You're not getting the whole thing. You're getting part of it.
I know our vision is flawed. We have to measure it.
It's not flawed.
It is.
It's incomplete. What would perfect vision look like? Where you have like a 3D hologram in your brain of what the world is?
Superman vision.
Probably, yeah. Like, you know how in like video games you can just fucking you have like a
Video
fucking
games, man.
graph. You have like
third
yeah,
person.
Turn the video games off, dude.
Are you in a third person shooter or a first person shooter right now?
all I'm saying is if you knew where everything is in the XYZ, that would be perfect, right? I'm not even saying that's possible. I'm just saying you asked me what would perfect be. I'm telling you that is perfect. I could know something where it is in space relative to the origin with precise well, up to 32 bits or 64 bits. But yeah.
Okay. But you know what? If you had orthographic vision and I gave you a gun, you would never be able to shoot anything. Because you'd have no perspective. You'd have no idea what the angle of the object is out there in 3D space.
Let me think about that. No,
You don't have
that
angle.
would be right. That would be right because you would direction is still going to be the same, but you're just not
Direction out
going
of what?
you just can't you just don't have depth perception. That's what orthographic is. You lose the depth perception.
But it terminates at, like, your gun is a point, right? It has to terminate at that point, the barrel of your gun.
I'm not sure what you're saying.
The sights through the gun.
The sights of the gun, right? That's where the bullet goes.
Sure, I'm saying you're still pointing in that direction. You just don't know how far it is because you're now orthographically projecting, right? You don't have depth perception.
Yeah, but okay. I mean,
you're
this
still
is
going to
a
be
tough
shooting in that direction.
Okay, but if you saw the world in an orthographic view, when you took your little gun and went to shoot somebody, you'd miss.
Not true. That's literally what I'm saying. You just don't know how far he is.
No, you don't know the direction.
Not true.
Yes, true. Okay, I'll tell you why it's true, because
Bro, in my video game right now, I can have raycasts from my camera down to a point on the plane.
Still
even
in
with
perspective.
Yeah, that's great, right? That's
That's
all.
in
That's all
orthographic.
fantastic.
That's
orthographic is like a blueprint.
Have you ever played a video game like back in the day where everything looks like?
Dude, I played Pong. Okay, like don't ask me if I played a video game back in the day. I played Pong when it came out.
Okay, well that's in 2D. It doesn't work.
We speak past each other. Do you know what orthographic is?
All your games are 2D too. They're just drawn like 3D.
You
No,
understand?
they're simulated in 3D. Yeah, that's a fair point. But
Can you give an example of an orthographic projected view? I don't think you what's being said.
No, I do. An orthographic projection is where your camera, the frustum is it's a cube, right? Or it's a rectangle, or not? Yeah, it's a cube. It's not. They're parallel. These the borders. So everything appears to you like it's the same distance, right? It's not. It's what he said. It doesn't go to a point because you need.
That's right.
Yeah.
But you're the point.
But directions are still the same. The direction that you're pointing at is
not
still
from your
gonna be
viewpoint, though.
Yes, it is.
Okay, look, you would have a bunch of parallel lines. You're going to be aligned with one of those parallel lines. That will only be your only like you don't have a point of view. There is no such thing as a point of view. That's why it's not perspective. Perspective has a point of view, meaning there's a point which the whole 3D image is projected on, which converges.
Not true. Not true. Because you can say,
where does an orthographic projection converge?
There is no convergence, but you can say, I want to shoot a ray. I want to shoot a ray from this XY, right? And then go straight.
Yeah, go straight to where?
Straight to
what
whatever.
do you see?
Whatever
A
it hits.
square?
Yes, in that case, you're just gonna hit whatever.
I mean, I think I know what the problem here is. Do you know what what the hell is it called? A telecentric lens is?
No.
Okay, so it's a lens that they use in manufacturing that they'll like when they need to precisely measure the part.
Sure.
Okay, there's no perspective. It's an orthographic image with a camera lens, and the reason it works is because the camera lens is the size of the part. So it's a 5mm part. You have a 5mm lens, and it's a parallel projection because the lens is big enough. There is no point projection or near point, even near point projection. Like you said, frustrum. Say you had a 10mm part and a 5mm lens, you would have a frustrum with a back plane, front plane, right? Where the front plane would be the camera lens of 5mm and the back plane would be the part of 10mm. Now you could do a calculation and do some, computer-aided fucking correction, but you can just get the telecentric lens and just make it the size of the part and not do any of that. Now, there's some videos on YouTube where people they make a giant telecentric lens that's like it's about 10-inch diameter lens, and they run a train at it on train tracks, and it doesn't even look like it's coming at the camera, even though it is coming right at the camera, because it doesn't have a direction from the observer's point of view. There's no direction that goes to the observer. Everything doesn't converge at the observer.
Sure, that's if your constraint is you can only shoot the ray from the middle or somewhere, but that's obviously not what I'm saying. I'm saying you can choose an XY. You can choose an XY on this square and go forward. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, if you're saying you can only shoot from fucking 0, let's say that's the middle of the screen, then yeah, you're never gonna hit. You're only gonna be.
Dude, you can't do any of that on a ball. You can only do all of that in a flat game.
Anyway, this is all like whispering past the graveyard. We don't live in an orthographic. Well, hold on, just one sec. I'm only gonna say this. We don't live in an orthographic world, though. We live in a world of perspective. That's what we see. When we model the sun, moon, earth, all these objects, right, that we see, right, they're supposed to be objects. The mathematics is an observer-centric perspective, all of it. They don't use a globe. They assume that you're a point at the origin of coordinates in astronomy and all these places. All these models are actually observer-centric models. And the only reason they use a sphere is because it's easier to calculate if they assume that you're just a point at the center of the sphere. Anyway, whoever had something to say, go ahead. Okay, then. Have a nice day. Be sure to tip your waitress. So, Radwin, what was the vacuum test he's going to do?
I'm going to drop two things.
He's going to you first you're going to, before you ruin your vacuum chamber, first you're going to put a half a shot glass of water in there, and you're going to time how long it's going to be till your vacuum chamber is completely dry. I was going to say it's about an hour is my guess.
How do I like I need a humidity fucking sensor?
No, you'll see. Believe me, you'll see it. You'll see it all over the inside of the vacuum chamber. As soon as it hits a certain point, it goes poof and turns into a cloud. Because when there's no pressure, the water turns into gas. So that's why you can't have gas balls in a vacuum and water balls in a vacuum.
Yeah, it evaporates. So basically, it's going to condensate.
Yeah,
right,
so
on the side.
Earth can't be a water ball in a vacuum. That's correct.
It's actually sublimation. The water sublimates out of the air that's dissolved in.
I can hear the gears turning in his head.
So, Sauce, if you pay attention to this topic, what you often see is there's two classes of argumentation. There's descriptions of what's actually happening, like what's actually observed, and then there's explanations. Okay? A lot of times people try to pass off the explanation as the description. For instance, solar eclipse. I saw the moon go in front of the sun. That's the explanation. But that's not an accurate description of what was actually seen, because you can't see the sun during the moon during a solar eclipse because it's a new moon. So they never saw the moon at all. This is something you'll see if you're engaged in this topic over and over again. Kohlbergers they'll say they're empiricists, and you'll ask them for evidence, and you'll ask them for data, you'll ask them for experiments, like the one Radman just said. Gas balls in a vacuum. And all you'll get is an explanation. You'll just get a story. You'll never get the actual data, the actual experiment to back up any of the claims. This happens repeatedly over and over and over and over and over ad nauseum. But science, as you should know, is based upon empirical, meaning from experience, observation, or experiment. Technically, just pure observation is not science, but let's just put it under the broad term of science. Okay? Observation and experience. Period. That's it.
Hold on. So explain to me why, if I see like water droplets on the side of my vacuum chamber, why does that disprove gravity or whatever you're saying?
How come it was held down before you put it in there and remove the air pressure? It was held down by gravity then, but when you remove the air pressure, gravity gave up on it. So is it the air pressure holding it down, or is it gravity holding it down? You decide.
I don't see how that follows. Like, because if the water turns into gas, that's what we see even in non like.
Yeah, so gases are not pulled down by gravity, are they?
Okay, so if I had, let's say, if I had
your
like,
brain, didn't it?
Yeah, gears turn again.
Not really, but if I had
no gears are turning yet. Okay.
If the water is like blue or something, right, and I can see the gas, let's say, what you're saying the gas is gonna what's gonna happen to the gas? You're saying it's gonna rise?
You let your vacuum chamber run until it's dry. Yeah, you let it run until it's dry. You don't just turn it on for a second and say, "Oh, I pulled a vacuum." You let that thing go for about an hour.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be bone dry. If not, let it go a couple more minutes. It'll dry up.
Yeah, but there isn't an atmosphere around the container or inside of the container, but surrounding the gas. It doesn't follow.
What the hell does that mean, dude?
Is the atmosphere the container?
Are you telling me
for a global area?
the air turns into some kind of solid container that holds water around a ball then?
Are you saying the gas contains the gas?
I'm
Because
not
the
sure what I'm
atmosphere is
saying.
the gas.
Let me search
I
this
know
up.
you're not sure what you're saying, Ed, so don't. You're trying to just make up anything. It's like you're panicking now.
No, I'm just trying to follow a train of thought and see where that leads me. Let's see, like,
Okay, just go by the second law of thermodynamics. Gases have infinite degrees of freedom and try to reach thermodynamic equilibrium within their environment. If they're inside a vacuum and there's a barrier and you open the barrier, the gas will expand to fill the available volume and trying to reach thermodynamic equilibrium. Gravity has no effect on this process and is nowhere in the kinetic theory of gases or any gas laws. There's just no gravity in any of the formulas because it has no effect on gases. You would need to have gravity in the phase diagrams for the transitions of matter from phases. That gravity would create pressure, which would change, and temperature, which means it would be able to do work. It's like this. The gravity thing is like outside all the physics, dude. It's just its own special category of physics that somehow is immune to all the other physical laws we have.
Just remembered we needed the container for the vacuum.
And remember, do that first before you throw your vacuum chamber out your window and prove nothing by doing that, except you can prove that you're going to break shit.
Bro, I'm not gonna drop a bowling ball. I'll drop like maybe a feather or something else.
He thinks he's going to drop them inside his vacuum chamber, and that's going to prove if they fall at the same time somehow.
Okay, but that's not all elements, is it?
Relevant in the sense that there is something making it fall.
No, he said it's not all elements that do that.
Okay,
So
but yeah,
some
I
of these
don't buy that video.
well, I mean, you don't buy into the video? What? What video?
The video that you guys showed, right? The Bremen
drop tower. He saw that and panicked. He saw that elements don't drop at the same rate in a vacuum. Now he's going to go buy a vacuum chamber and drop his vacuum chamber.
Oh, what I saw was one video.
Yeah, they kicked him out.
They wouldn't let him do anymore.
Yeah, what is his name? I want to search him up.
In the video description is a link to his website. He's a German guy.
Well,
there's English translations on the website of everything. He has research papers, all that stuff is on there. He's not the only one that's done this, or something like this. There's another guy who's currently doing it. His name is Sky Darnos. But he's done a different type of setup. So because of air resistance and you have different elements, your elements would have different shapes. What his way around this was to take the elements and stick them inside a basically like a ping pong ball, but it's just a plastic ball with hemispherical cells that snap together. So now you have unified air resistance. The air resistance is the same for every single one. So he takes 1 gram of each element and measures what the rate of free fall is, and it's not the same. It varies by element, and from what he's deduced, that the more neutrons that are in the element, the faster the rate of fall. Now, he has a whole theory behind this, but this is he's a physicist, PhD, all the math, all the crap. He's written 2 books on it. So the equivalence principle was never proven.
Sounds like neutrons are pretty heavy shooting for ground like that.
Like, you can't just have one video and say Oh, here.
I just gave you a YouTube channel. He posts his experiments.
But you said that
that
it's
he
not the
does.
exact same. Like we were talking about repeatable.
It is no.
experiments, right?
Listen, he takes an element, like say a gram of lead, and a gram of iron, and a gram of calcium. Because of their densities are different, they're not going to be identical shapes. So you can't just drop them the way they are as a gram, because they'll have different air resistance. So he solved it by taking them and putting them each in a ball. Now, because they're in the identical kind of ball, they have identical air resistances and identical weights.
This is very dependent on the state of matter. Solid, liquid, gas. Are we dropping gases in vacuums?
He controlled all the variables except for the element is what he varied, the element that's inside. Weight is the same, geometric form is the same, air resistance is the same. So everything's the same.
Somehow that okay. All right, let me think about this. You have a container that is the same.
Yes,
and it contains whatever it contains. Whether
contains
it's liquid,
an element that weighs 1 gram.
Right. It doesn't matter if it's solid or whatever because you have this outer shell anyways.
Yes. And he drops it and he times how fast it takes to fall.
Okay, where is this video?
It's a bunch of videos, so I'll post a link in the side chat to his channel. Tons of videos. He also got talks that he's given at conferences, and you can watch them if you want.
Okay, so it shouldn't be too hard to find that.
His theory is that inertia and gravity are not the same, right? So you had the equivalence principle where inertial mass and gravitational mass are identical. He's saying that that's not true. That the so-called gravitational mass is based upon the number of neutrons inside of an element. Technically, not the number of neutrons. It's a little more sophisticated than that. But the neutron count is the easiest way to tell what it is. But it's an interaction between the neutrons and the protons. It's not specifically their binding energy, but it's like that.
Is it the neutron count or isn't it the proton count? I don't want to. I'm not going to get too technical.
According to
but
him,
I think
it's
it
the
is.
neutron count.
All right, let's see the shit.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of experiments in there. Good luck. But I can give you interviews that he's given explaining the principle and his experiments.
Which one's the video? The latest one?
There's a bunch of videos of him doing, dude, they're experiments.
I know, but you're citing him, so I trust you to give me the best one.
Every single, look, I'm citing him. You can watch them at your leisure. I describe them. Okay? My only point is that the equivalence principle has never been demonstrated experimentally. Remember I was just saying that we're going to keep busting up against explanations versus actual descriptions of reality? The experiment is the description of reality. You do an experiment, you measure the metrics or whatever it is you're observing, and you just describe what's happening. That's it. But then there's the explanation of why it happened or how it happened, the story we tell to make it sound better, or whatever reason we do it. Here, let me find a drop test for you.
Who are you talking to?
Forgive me for asking, but what conclusion are we trying to get to or reach?
I don't even know.
Is any of you guys a flat earther?
If you click the videos tab, it's like him just freaking doing experiment after experiment after experiment, man. And some interviews, apparently. Rubber zinc free fall comparison. Lead zinc trials using the same vending machine ball. Rubber zinc trials. I mean,
Yeah, I'll look at them. But I'm going to look at
free
this.
fall experiments, lead versus steel.
Hey,
0.3
what's
millisecond
this
time difference.
experiment going to do for you, dude? What's it going to do for you when you find out that things fall at different rates? What is that going to mean then?
It ain't gonna prove a globe, and it ain't gonna disprove a globe. It isn't gonna do anything. It might be an intellectual curiosity.
I just wanted him to tell me what this actually means.
If they don't fall at the same rate, that means everything. That means gravity is false.
What?
Ugh.
It means that it can't be a globe.
It's fucking relevant.
No,
It means you can't pull a perfect vacuum.
It wouldn't mean it can't be a globe.
It does.
In your mind, maybe, but really, no.
What?
Things going up and down, really? You think that that's going to prove a globe?
No, I need to see like vastly different rates, right? If we're talking about if it falls
0.3 milliseconds in like 6 feet.
It's 0.3 milliseconds, the difference?
Yeah, I'll post that one in the chat. I just read it to you.
Wait, let me see. 0.3 milliseconds.
Yeah, I'll post in the chat. Hold on. He's not dropping this for stories either. But this, you still didn't tell us how this would, like, I can't even believe I have to defend the freaking globe. This would.
I don't think 0.3 milliseconds is so tiny.
What?
The difference.
Okay,
it would
get on
mean
your computer and
give yourself
0.3 yourself 0.3 milliseconds lag. You tell me,
bro.
You'll be in here fucking crying, dude.
What are you talking
God,
about?
I'm
We play video games at 30 milliseconds, brother. At 50.
Dude, I played at 900 milliseconds.
No, you didn't.
Over.
How long is a millisecond, Sauce?
A millisecond is a thousandth of a second.
Okay. So when we used to be on dial-up, yes, I used to play at 900 milliseconds. Thank you very much.
Brother, I'm telling you, that's impossible.
They wrote way better netcode back then than they do now. Now they write trash.
900 milliseconds? That's almost a second difference. You'd be shooting at shadows, my guy. You'd be shooting at ghosts.
You have to have great anticipation. I could pick people out of the air with the fucking rocket launcher, bro.
0.3 milliseconds? That's the fastest fucking internet connection I've ever seen.
Well, I mean, no.
If you had 0.3 milliseconds,
if you're on fiber, you can get like less than 1 millisecond.
Yeah, if the fucking server is right next to you.
But listen, it's not a far drop, and that's a huge. If they dropped it from 1,000 feet, it would be like a fucking second difference. So It doesn't matter anyway because it wouldn't prove or disprove the existence of Earth being a ball or not. It doesn't have.
It would
any
mean that it falls within the parameters, the margin of error, because we cannot create.
What's the margin of error? How did they figure out what the margin of error is?
Whatever it is, it's good enough for me because this is such
How
a
do you
small.
know? Well, how do you know? Since you don't know what it is, how do you know that it's good enough for you?
Oh God!
All I'm saying is it's not an open and shut case because it, like literally, we cannot create a perfect vacuum,
Do
and
you know
that
that if you
explains the
listen to
difference for me.
yourself right now, you're just trying to talk fast and say anything at this point?
No, I'm saying that we cannot create a perfect vacuum, as that gives me like some sort of out, right?
So what are
Okay,
you going
that
to prove?
explains.
Yeah, what are you going to prove by buying a vacuum chamber then?
You need a container for
Well, I
gas.
still want to see it for myself, you know.
What? You said you can't create a perfect vacuum, so what are you going to witness?
It would be cool to see fucking feathers fall like without any air resistance.
Feathers
That's one.
fall. No, there's air in there, remember? Plus, feathers are heavier than nothing. So,
Radwin, should we really ruin this freaking day of space travel?
yeah, he needs it done. You go ahead.
You know what happens? Like, you know what it takes to create an ultra high vacuum on Earth?
No.
You need double vacuum chambers. And every time you turn the vacuum on and raise it to that high vacuum and you open the door again, you need to change the seal. A metal seal. They can't use rubber seals. They have to use metal seals because when they close the door, they bolt it shut and the metal is soft and it deform in what do they call it? Cold welds to the other metal, right? So it's basically molecularly sealed at the molecular level. So when they open the door, they got to scrape that shit off, put a new seal on. How do they open and close the door on the ISS, which is a vacuum which is like 10 to the 11 torr, and the highest Earth vacuum is 10 to the -7 or something? Why aren't they changing these seals? And where is the giant frickin' copper seal that's like 3 feet in diameter that they have in the ISS that they have to replace every time?
And I want to know where they keep all the spares, and where do they keep all the spares all clean and safe?
Do they have them in those little fucking surgical fucking paper things that they keep Band-Aids
No,
in?
they must have it in their MRO room, like up against one of the fences, is all my guess. Hanging.
Well, they can't keep it outside because there's like seaweed and barnacles out there.
Hold on. So you're asking what? How do they get out of the ISS, right?
No, we're asking how do you open and close the door more than once on there?
Okay, let me see.
How do you just open the door and never close it again?
Hold on, Indio. He's going to ask AI.
Oh God. I know what the AI is going to say. NASA is really good at engineering seals.
Well, it's NASA. What do you think? I mean, does he know that NASA is a spy agency now?
Oh shit! Did you tell him?
No. I thought somebody else would have told him by now. You know that, dude. NASA is now a spy agency, right?
Officially.
Officially, on paper.
Yeah, that's what.
What?
Do you think we're joking? No, there's an executive order. You can go read it on whitehouse.gov.
So now when you say you believe what NASA says, that means you believe in what the KGB tells you, basically.
Remember Airplane when the Russian dude is reading the freaking news? There's like a gun off the screen, like pointed at his head. You see like an arm certain up the side of the screen, force him to read whatever on the news.
Yeah.
Could you repeat your assertion? What was the problem?
Changing the seals.
Changing the seals.
Yeah, when you change the seals on a vacuum chamber, so you have a reverse vacuum chamber, the vacuum's on the outside, the air's on the inside, as opposed to the air on the outside and vacuum on the inside. So it's just the reverse of the problem. You have the same problem. So ultra high vacuum, we know from manufacturing what it takes to create one and what it takes to use one in industrial enterprise. So we know that if you want to open it up, you need to replace the seal every single time it's opened.
Why?
Because when you close it, there's a metal seal. It's metal, like copper. And when you close it, it deforms. Okay? And cold welds to one side and deforms on the other side. When you open it up, you can't get it to redeform the same way. It's a one use only. You can't use rubber because the rubber outgasses and decays in vacuum. So they have to use, and it also don't make as good a seal. So they have to use metal.
So what they're saying is there's actually
I can show you a
not
video
that much.
from a vacuum manufacturer. I mean,
They're saying there's not
my
much
opinion.
pressure on the ISS. They're saying there's not as much pressure on the door. It's only about 1 atmosphere, which is basically like on Earth. So
yeah, but if it's 1 atmosphere on Earth, why don't they just use the same seal that they use on the ISS on Earth to make their vacuum chamber?
It's the same pressure values. It's the same problem.
No, it's in space, so it's way different, dude. Don't you know that?
Are you not saying that? Are you not saying that because the pressure is so high that the material gets deformed? Is that not what you're saying?
No, it gets deformed when they close the door.
Yeah.
The steel does. But when you reopen the door, now that steel is no good and you need to replace it.
But what? But
where are the replacement seals? You would need 3-foot diameter replacement seals because the fucking hole is 3 feet in diameter.
But
wouldn't this also apply to the doors on the Apollo landers?
Yes. It would apply to any fucking thing that's in vacuum that you have a door that you have to shut and open. And there's cold welding problems. In a vacuum, when you touch two metals together, they'll cold weld together and you'll never get them apart again. This is a known phenomenon, man. This isn't like new shit, man.
Okay, what is this phenomenon called?
Cold welding.
Cold welding. All right, thank you. You're saying this happens on the ISS? Yes or no?
No, it should happen on the ISS, but the ISS is fake, so no, it doesn't happen on the ISS.
Okay, so it should. Okay, that's it.
You've got, in those situations, you've got a door that separates 1 atmospheric pressure from an ultra high vacuum. Whether it's on Earth or up in the sky, inside or outside, the door is still separating the two things, the ultra high vacuum from the 1 standard atmospheric pressure. Now,
I hear you.
Cool. Talking a lot about containers, but you figure out that door problem.
No, I know what you're saying. You're basically, he was saying that you put a vacuum chamber in a vacuum, or I mean, you put whatever in a vacuum chamber, and it should, yeah. You put a shuttle in a vacuum chamber, it should cold weld, or that's what you're saying. We observe here on Earth, right?
I'm saying when they touch metals,
yeah,
together,
it should
when they're
cold
going
weld.
on a little spacewalk, or when the ships touch each other, they should cold weld together. Okay, there's a video of ultra high vacuum, and what they say, you can listen to the lady. This is a ultra high vacuum manufacturer saying what needs to be done. They're one-time use, the seals. You open the little hatch, you can never use it again. That means you got to have seals on hand to replace every time you open the door. Open the door, go outside. Oh shit, we need to replace the seal right now before we can even shut the fucking door.
Will this happen in my vacuum, or must this be like a super vacuum?
No, it has to be like ultra high vacuum. That's like 10 to the negative 5, 10 to the negative 6 toward in that vicinity. But the ISS is something like 10 to the 11 or something. 10 to the 9.
So like in between then.
We can't even make the vacuum of where that thing operates. We can't make that vacuum on Earth.
Hold on, you said 10 to the what for an ultra
Like 10
vacuum?
to the 9 or 10 to the 11, somewhere in there.
But the ISS in outer space, you're saying
the
it's
10
like
to the
more.
9. That's the 10 to the 9, 10 to the 11 tour. On Earth, the largest vacuum we can pull a 10 to the negative 9 for a very brief period of time for like making microprocessors, but it's for a very brief period of time, on the order of fucking like 2 or 3 minutes. But the typical ultra high vacuum that can be maintained is like 10 to the negative 6.
Deep space is supposed to be
Look, there's this thing called outgassing. So when you manufacture things on Earth, right, there's gases, right? We got the air and air pressure. Say we make a piece of metal and we forge it. Inside that metal are dissolved gases. When you pull a vacuum with that thing inside it, those dissolved gases, they come out of the metal and they cause what's called spillation. And you'll have a bunch of fucking holes in it. Well, that ain't no good if you want something structurally sound in outer space so you don't fly apart from the ultra high vacuum. So you have to pre-treat all this stuff before you can even expose it to vacuum. But how do you pre-treat it before you even get it into the vacuum? There's a big question. How did I pre-treat the entire ISS with an ultra high vacuum at high or in a vacuum at high heat to get rid of all the dissolved gases, and then stopping that process and then going to space? Did I fucking saran wrap it? Did I put them in big Ziploc bags? Like, did I vacuum seal? Like, what did I do? How did you even do this?
Oh, that's a massive problem for all space travel. You start talking about moon buggies with rubber on the moon. You want to talk about Tesla and his car and his showpiece of throwing his Tesla's car into space. The amount of outgassing that all of these things would take place. Yeah, good point, India.
Yeah, the fucking Tesla would have exploded, dude. You would have just saw fucking seat foam flying everywhere. It wouldn't even be seat foam anymore. It would just be freaking a raggy piece of freaking polyurethane. So, Sauce, foam is dissolved bubbles inside of like polyurethane or polyvinyl or PVC even. Right? It's just it's bubbles that are dissolved in there, but they're dissolved in there at 15 pounds of pressure per square inch. Each bubble, each little teeny microscopic bubble is in there at 15 pounds of pressure per square inch. Thousands and thousands and thousands of them. You fly your Tesla into space. Now that fucking seat with the polyurethane foam, all those bubbles want to expand into the available fucking vacuum. The fucking goddamn seats would have exploded. Never mind the plastic fucking, because also the plastic has dissolved gases. All this stuff has dissolved gases in it, and they would all explode. In ultra high vacuum, the vacuum they say it is.
Yeah, but that's assuming you're not protected from the vacuum.
Well, I mean, the Tesla that Musk says he launched into space was not protected from the vacuum.
He just rolled it out of the parking lot. That's
He said they didn't do anything to it.
Yeah, that was the claim, wasn't it? Didn't do anything, just took that warehouse and chucked it into space.
You have to look at this foam you're talking about then.
Foam? You've never seen foam, like for a seat?
Well, I have to search up the material. You said poly something?
It could be polyurethane foam. Like, Just open like closed cell foam, man.
I mean, look, we got to get specific, right?
You never seen like polyester foam?
If you want to get,
I don't own a fucking
you
Tesla.
own a pillow. Do you have a rock for a pillow or something?
if you want to get specific, just understand that what outgassing is. We can be specific about that, and then we're just going to have to look at all of the things that are apparently said to be thrown into the vacuum of space. Now, a little bit of discernment will help you understand that things like rubber, foam aren't going to do very well in vacuums just because of the phenomenon of outgassing. They're not going to be very good for, well, let's put it like this, if your life depends on it, now fuck up. So back to the door.
I just posted an image, dude. This is foam for upholstery. That's what's in a car seat.
Yeah, you're saying that in a vacuum, it's all just gonna expand outwards, right?
That foam is just bubbles.
Yeah.
Okay, Source.
If you take
do
one
it
of
the
these and
easy-
stick them in a vacuum chamber, they'll frickin' expand. Same way as a marshmallow. You can actually probably look at that on YouTube, right? Put marshmallow in a vacuum chamber.
I'm gonna search up this Tesla video.
Not the one that's real, because it looks so fake.
What's up, Matrix? Sorry to cut you off like that.
Well, actually, you said exactly what I was going to say. Go and stick a marshmallow in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah. Dude, I want to try that, though. I bet you I'd eat the fucking marshmallow.
It's a shame they don't stay big. Put them in the vacuum chamber, expand them out.
Right, they shrink. Lame.
Freaking mint, wouldn't it?
Well, I guess you can be like that astronaut, like be in the vacuum chamber with the marshmallow and try to eat it before you pass out.
Best of
And
luck.
be like, my tongue, the water was boiling off his tongue. Is that what he said? He could feel
in
his
that
tongue
article.
sizzling or something, he said.
Yeah, in the article where they stuck him, the actonaut in the vacuum chamber, he they claimed that he could feel it before he passed out. It was one of the last sensations he could feel was the moisture coming off of his tongue.
So back to the Fram 2, the Fram 2 SpaceX Dragon launch. I was just watching the video and I was looking at the acceleration rate. It appeared that about every second, 120 kilometers per hour was being added to the Fram 2's velocity. Given its trajectory and its velocity and the rate of change, that's between 3 to 4 Gs, closer to 4 Gs of acceleration. And what I find rather interesting is if you go to YouTube and you look at how much stress that induces on a human body, you're going to find examples of people having a difficult time breathing, very uncomfortable, especially sustained for as long as they have. And, we don't have any indications that they're wearing G suits. It doesn't even look like they are if they're not plugged into anything. We also don't see any signs of visible stress on any of the participants inside. They're just like twiddling their thumbs as if they're commuting in the morning on autopilot. Find it fascinating.
There we go. I got you on the G-force graphic. A lot of folks end up passing out when they try and do that the first time. That ain't no joke.
Yeah, like 4 Gs of acceleration. I just saw a clip of an Air Force pilot in training on a centrifuge who started passing out at 4 Gs and they had to slow it back down to 1.5 and ask her if she was okay. So, like, there's no getting around this. And you look at the passengers inside the Dragon capsule here in this video, and they're like tapping their hands on their knees, like they're waiting, like they're waiting for the commercials to be over so they can get back to their movie. There's no indication that they'd gone through any special training for their cardiovascular system to deal with this kind of stress either. One of the guys looked rather old. Just saying. I mean,
Hello?
for God's sake, William Shatner did this, supposedly 90 years old.
I reckon the pressure increases to the point where the entire time you're basically manually breathing.
Yep, I watched another centrifuge video. Actually, it was the same one. The guy's like, at like 3.5 Gs.
Yeah, it's freaking insane.
Yeah, so what is like maybe there are many reasons why it seems nobody's heard of this. Maybe it's because there are some problems with it. Maybe they don't want all the publicity that it could have garnered. So, but they don't want to deny that it ever happened. They leave it up, but they don't seem to be actively promoting it. And of course, there's some obvious issues when they get to their altitude. They are showing extreme ultra wide lensing effects, filming the Earth. What I find fascinating is it's not just an ultra wide filter or lens rather that they're using. It's the sinusoidal curve of the Earth's horizon. It's not just like a curving horizon, but it's a curving horizon that has a rate of change to the curve itself. We've seen this before in some of the wonky donkey Chinese ISS footage where the horizon would start to rotate in the camera's field of view and would form S-shaped curves. Similar phenomena is happening here. And I can only envision this happening when you have a curving surface that's being projected onto another curving surface, kind of like what we talk about when it comes to eclipse shadows that should be curving in the same form. As a result of the projection of a curving surface, where the surface normal is changing its angle, arriving at another object to a curving surface whose surface has a curving changing angle to normal, you're going to get this weird distortion happening. You're not going to get just a simple curve. You get a complex curve. So we see that happening in this footage, and it just kind of makes me wonder, so they're in a cupola, okay, and I get that there might be some distortion of the cupola, particularly like where the cupola meets the housing, where the glass might be thicker. But that's not what they're really showing. They're showing Earth, and they're showing a horizon that's got this S-shaped curve deformation. It's almost like they're inside a miniaturized version of the Las Vegas sphere, that massive LED Epcot Center-like sphere with super high pixel density. It's almost like they're inside an IMAX theater. They got this, I can envision a curved surface around their capsule. And on this curved surface, they're watching a gigantic movie on super high-res LED screens. That curved surface then gets projected through an ultra-wide angle lens, and now you've got the making of the complex curvature geometry that we're seeing in the footage of this warping S-shaped Earth horizon. And it brings to mind, if I were to want to fake some of this stuff, perhaps one of my proposals would be to put a real crew inside of a rocket. I'm not saying that even happened here, but an extreme version might be to create a real rocket with a real crew inside, and they're inside a capsule, and the capsule's encased in a fairing. But inside the fairing is a little IMAX movie theater, 360 degrees. So the people get to go into massive parabolic rocket arcs and experience real weightlessness. They get to film themselves bouncing around inside the capsule, and they get to film themselves looking out of the cupola onto a curved LED screen simulating the Earth. And the rocket completes its parabolic arc trajectory. They pull down the shades, the fairing pops off, they start descending back to Earth. Windows pop open again, the parachutes deploy, and then they're recovered by the swim team. Massive speculation here. I mean, there are just so many ways you could cut this and slice it. But it is kind of curious how the G-forces don't match the stress behavior that they're exhibiting. I mean, that to me, that's a big indicator. So you got a problem there. You got a problem with this. Like, I don't know of any launch that's taken place besides this one where amateur participants did multiple days in orbit around a globe. I have no recollection of any of this. I mean, they make these big deals out of Katy Perry going up really high in a massive rocket elevator and looking out over the horizon and coming straight back down again. Same with Will Shatner and all these others. That seems to be all that we have space tourism going for today is just straight up and down. But then this multiple day expedition, not just any orbit too, but a polar orbit. My goodness, that according to space nerds, polar orbits are extremely difficult to pull off in and of themselves. What did they do for food and water and going to the bathroom? I went through the footage. I'm not saying they don't have anything for, handling human logistics, but I've yet to come across anything for handling such human logistics. What did they tell them to do? Hold it while they were up there for 3 days, 4 days? So this Fram-2 space exploration seems to have a lot of strange anomalies going for it. It was funded by some shady crypto billionaire that like nobody's heard about apparently. I call him shady because I don't know who he is. I think anybody that just kind of pops up onto the scene as a crypto billionaire is kind of suspicious. He supposedly funded the whole thing start to finish. I don't know. And the repurposed Twitter account from 2018. Like the name of the Twitter account is like Fram2 whatever exploration or something. Which wasn't even a twinkle in anybody's eye in 2018. I mean, this thing just popped off less than a year ago. So somebody's taken aged accounts and recycling them. The main movie has like 450 views on it, like the documentary they made. I think it's up to 500 now. Like, what is going on, folks? And they have all these side stories going on with it. Like there was a German girl on board or something who was a ham radio expert. My first thought is, what, a female ham radio operator? Where on earth do you find such unicorns? Because all the ham radio operators I know are over 50 or over 60 or over 70 even, and old men. Old men at that. Now I get that there are amateur radio clubs here and there. I don't really know this to be a popular hobby for Germans. So you start like multiplying out the statistical probability. You've got like a female space nerd who's into ham radio. I mean, this is like running into female gamers, right? Multiplied by 1,000. So then you got claims of all these amateur radio operators on the ground that are supposedly tracking the telemetry of this thing. Okay. Hoping to talk to a space girl. By the way, if you've seen those helmets from SpaceX that looks like male urinals, they were wearing those for this trip. You know the ones I'm talking about? Somebody made a meme about this several years ago. Yeah, the SpaceX helmet from their uniform looks just like a urinal. Okay, there's another video hosted by a more official source, 3.3 million views. That makes more sense. All right, so this adds some extra context. All right, I'm going to just kind of go through some live research here. Live research. Okay, FRAM2. What else can we find out about this? FRAM2.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
How are y'all doing? Any debate going on?
Fine. Yeah, just going through some research of the FRAM2 space flight, polar space flight that took place less than a year ago. It was an amateur space flight lasting 3 days, doing a polar orbit, they claim, and funded by a crypto billionaire. So one of the participants, Jannica Mikkelsen, was actually in a prior space mission to FRAM2. She was in the One More Orbit mission in 2019. Interesting. Which wasn't a space flight per se, but it was an around the world mission that claimed to have gone over the North and South poles. And what's further interesting is this individual was big into film and tech and was big into 3D modeling, 3D film production, had worked with virtual reality and immersive media. Isn't that interesting? So she's famously known for 360-degree film documentaries, which is interesting given the 360-degree view outside of the cupola of the Dragon capsule that they were in. So she created the Lunar Window VR installation for the Apollo 11 50th anniversary at this Kennedy Space Center complex. Well, this is interesting, folks. Just 5 minutes ago, for the audience listening, I was describing a mini Las Vegas sphere, almost like an IMAX theater dome that could have been put around a mock-up of this Dragon capsule for this flight, for this particular flight that we were talking about, FRAM2. And this gal is responsible for designing such a piece of technology. Isn't that fascinating? The VR installation allows users to experience a window view related to the lunar mission. This was for the Apollo 11 50th anniversary gala at Kennedy Space Center. It was part of a larger project involving 10,000 photos and a mosaic to commemorate the 400,000 people who worked on Apollo. The installation is part of a series of activations, including displays at Times Square, London, and Singapore.
Okay.
Wow. All right. So she makes space movies.
Like real independent space movies?
Yeah. Virtual cinematography, VR, and immersive documentary work. So a couple of her names include Cosmic Perspective. She worked on Great Barrier Reef, VR immersive documentary. It sounds like something I've seen at an IMAX movie, 3D IMAX or something. She co-founded her own production company, O2XR, specializing in filmmaking in extreme environments, such as Arctic regions, airborne platforms, and remote locations that helped lead her to her role on Fram 2. So summary of her life before this Fram 2 mission. So she was born in Scotland, raised in Norway. She became an extreme athlete. Her education involves film and cinematography degrees. Professional career was launched doing stereoscopic filming, pivoted then later to virtual reality and immersive technology. Her accolades include European Cinematography Awards for influential technology and other recognitions. She participated in the One More Orbit Polar Circumnavigation project. Yeah, Jannica Mikkelsen. Very fascinating that she would also be on Fram 2.
Isn't it interesting as well how she participated in One More Orbit, and she was the one that was in charge of the live stream, which was proven, wasn't it? It was shown that they didn't actually the path that they said they did, because Antonio Zubrates was watching the live stream and they didn't even go over Antarctica at all.
Right. The claimed location was different from the projected location. The planned location. That's true. So you have already a questionable production that our community has torn to shreds back in 2019, and the same character appears here for this one. This is just fascinating, dude. The rabbit hole goes deep. I was telling the audience about the G-forces. So if every second 120 kilometers per hour is being added to the velocity of this craft, that does translate to about 3.6 Gs, assuming there's no like parabolic arc. But there is a parabolic arc. This could easily throw the Gs back up closer to 4. 4 Gs, I would say, is easily what is being undergone as far as stresses on the body and the craft itself. And these guys are just like tapping their hands on their knees. They look like they're having a grand old time, dude. I was telling Ethergress here, it almost looked like that they were bored, like you're waiting for the commercials to end so you can get back to your pre-programmed television show. Like that's how much stress they appear to be undergoing. So then I started pulling up videos of people in these centrifuges that are training to be fighter pilots, and then they're passing out at like 3 and 4 Gs for the first time, and they're having trouble breathing. Like, what's going on here? What's going on? How come none of these people appear to be exhibiting any stress whatsoever? They're like moving their arms, moving their feet. They're checking their notes. They're looking up. They're looking at each other. This does not comport to the kind of stresses that I would expect somebody to be feeling. I mean, if you've been in a car, like if you've been in a high performance car, and someone slams on the accelerator, you can actually like, you can push yourself up against the back of the seat, and the driver smash the gas pedal. And when you accelerate forward in a supercar, the G forces are going to keep your back pressed up against the seat, and your feet and knees and legs and everything are going to be in the air. And that's probably close to around 3 Gs. You're going to feel your face start to peel back, and the blood starts to rush towards the back of your head. You're going to feel that. It's going to be shocking at first, and to think that feeling doesn't end and intensifies. For however long it took them to get launched. What was this, like a 15-minute journey? Someone's hot micing or trying to cut in.
Hello. All right. Hello, Flat Earthers.
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing great. What about you guys?
Doing all right.
Is this like a this is a genuine question. Is this like a legit server, channel? Like you guys
This is a legit server and channel. It wouldn't be a channel if it wasn't legit, though. The server owner doesn't mess around too much, so it's legit.
No. I mean, but belief-wise, like you guys are actually.
Oh, it has nothing to do with belief, though, because it will be more like an acknowledgement of the horizontal frame of reference, flat as a orientation of the world.
Yeah.
It's a measurement, observation, and it's the way it's practically use the surface of the Earth as a horizontal, motionless frame of reference.
Horizontal, motionless frame of reference.
Well, I'm using those words, but the meaning of it, it's the surface of the Earth is not curving, so it cannot be a globe.
Yeah.
Because it's not curving.
How does that work?
Well, when we measure the surface of the Earth, either with laser test, we can also do long distance observations. Well, we have infrared. We also have construction examples, field measurements, or even aircraft or communication systems. Everything is based on a horizontal, which you cannot have horizontals on a sphere. Surface of the Earth, the water, the water, big surface of the Earth. A lot of it is water. That water, you can go to your water cup on top of the table, right? The surface is flat and level. You can go to the lake next to your house. Doesn't matter if you're higher than the sea level or lower than the sea level. That the body of water, the lake is flat and level. Then you can go to the sea, and the sea is the same thing. It's the sea level. So the horizontals are parallel between the altitudes. So the sea level to the high mountain lake or your house in the high mountains. The horizontal up in the mountains is parallel to the horizontal at the sea. There's no curvature drop over distance like they claim on the TV. Show you on the TV the globe, the water curving around in the spinning globe. When we check for that, that's nowhere to be found. That's not the case.
So, like, if you stand basically on Mount Everest, you can basically see the entire planet if you have a good enough telescope.
Not really, because there is a medium that you're looking across, and that medium will block the light for you. It will attenuate the light, and even the biggest telescope that we have available, we have a limitation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So have we ever?
You have angular. You have angular. So if you have a book in your hand, you can read the letters. But if you move that book 1 kilometer away, you cannot see the letters anymore, right? You can see a car in front of you, but if that car goes too far away from you, you cannot see it anymore. You cannot resolve it. Just like any mountain, if you're in Mount Everest, you cannot see the high peaks in the Americas because they're too far away from you. You cannot resolve them with your optics. Does that make any sense or no?
Oh, I see where you're coming from, but it kind of. I saw a lot of these. What you're talking about right now. I actually never took any of these seriously because I remember in high school when I read about, I think his name was Aristotle or something like that.
Aristoteles, yeah.
I studied it in Arabic, so I said the name in Arabic.
Yeah, that's fine. You can say however you want. Just saying, yeah, I know.
I'm glad you know who you're talking about. Who studied who calculated the diameter of the Earth based on the curvature of shadows from, I think it was, I'm not sure if it was Rome or Athens. I think it was Athens, and the other one was in Egypt.
Syene and Alexandria.
Yes.
Yeah, and he calculated the circumference, but he pre-assumed he already pre-believed that he was standing on a sphere. So when he got the circumference, he added the circumference that he calculated. He didn't measure it. You see the difference? He said he measured shadows, right? and then attach the equation into the pre-assumed sphere that he already believed in. So he didn't measure curvature nor measure the circumference. He calculated everything. So you and I can have different pre-assumptions, presuppositions from the beginning, do the same test, and come to a different conclusion than he did.
Didn't they like
That
cross-reference
example
with
is
modern studies?
inconsistent. My bad, Emperor. Go ahead. I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, didn't they cross-reference his his results with the modern results, and it was close, like to accurate?
Modern results will basically do the same thing. They will pre-assume, because remember, he's not measuring the curvature of the Earth. His conclusion is the circumference, how big the circle is. You could do this circle on a flat surface. You know, circles like a round table, like a CD. But you can do a circumference on a flat surface, like the Chinese did. Around the same time Aristoteles did this, the Chinese did the same thing, and their conclusion was that the Earth was flat and motional. I mean, flat.
So how does aerial travel work with this?
So the the engineers that build the aircraft, they want to. A brother that he builds aircraft for company in the U.S.
I used to be a flight attendant as well, so yeah.
So themselves. Go ahead, sir. What was
I said that I used to be a flight attendant myself.
Okay, so yeah, perfect. This is perfect, right? So the people that construct the aircraft, they wanted to do it in a way that is practically, that it works in reality, right? And it's safe as well, because when they get in the aircraft to test it, they want to make it up and down, right? They want to get in the aircraft and it's going to fly, and they're going to turn back to put it into the commercial, right, place, and then their families can travel safely, right, and their neighbors. So they take this pretty seriously, right, when they're constructing aircraft.
Of course, the construction.
Yeah, so they have to. Yeah, they have to pre-assume and design the airplane to work on a flat, motionless plane to make it work practically in reality.
Okay, how does that work?
Well, how does that work? There's a lot of technical things in there that, I mean, I'm not an aircraft expert, but how it works is that the ground that the aircraft is traveling across doesn't have the motion that the globe planes, nor the curvature, so the airplane is not taking that into account to be able to travel, right? Also, the pilot that is navigating the aircraft never in his mind takes into account any curvature nor any motion of the ground operate the airplane.
Plus,
You also
while
know.
you're on the airplane,
Oh, go ahead.
Take your experience as a flight attendant for however many years, or if you're still doing it, right?
Yeah.
If you're on the airplane, in order to get into the sky, they got to tilt the nose up. They got to increase altitude, and that has to be over a reference frame, which is sea level. So at 32,000 feet, they level the aircraft off, and the nose is about 2 to 3 degrees nose up, and they fly flat and level for however many hours, right? You and everybody else on the plane, and the airplane referencing that flight as level and horizontal for however many hours.
Yo, do you guys think that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, we're talking to someone right now about it.
If you pay attention,
what are we playing at here? Come on.
Green guy, we're speaking to someone right now, so you mute yourself and then wait for
all right, calm down, fucking hell.
You interrupting someone else. We're trying to hear what they're saying. Man. It's annoying as fuck.
Hey, Emperor's Child, just so you know, some people have posted some stuff related to what Jimsy was telling you in the side chat. So just quickly, there's a 360-degree pan shot from the top of Mount Everest. And there was some information I looked up saying the average visibility is about 200 to 210 miles. Okay, usually, that's about as far as you can see from up a mountain. Okay, just due to the clarity of the air. And then under that, there's some information about Eratosthenes. And then I was just about to post a bunch of citations from flight engineers' manuals talking about flat Earth. Anyway, I'm going to go back on mute.
Give me a second to read this because I wasn't paying attention. Thank you for letting me know.
No, the aircraft flies flat and level. Everyone experiences the flight as flat and level. And nowhere ever did anybody ever feel like they needed to tilt the nose down to account for the amount of drop that is supposed to be occurring on the sphere. However, the claim is also that the rate of drop over distance is not noticeable, right? So now you have to believe your senses that you're not accounting for the drop over distance for falling or flying down the curve of the ball from your origin point. And the story is that you would never account for that drop over distance while you fly. So either you believe something extra to your senses, or you accept what your senses are telling you to begin with.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I was kind of listening to you and reading at the same time, so I had difficulty fully grasping what you were talking about.
You don't experience the Earth as a sphere moving.
Of course you don't, because you're inside of it.
Right.
Could there be other reason besides that you're inside of it? Could there be the reason could be that it's not a sphere? That's why you don't experience it as a sphere. Could that be a reason?
You know, how come? Like, so is space real? Like,
You didn't answer my question.
No, I just had this question in my head.
Yeah, Emperor. But see, you said the sphere is too big. That's why you don't experience it, right? You could because you're in it.
We don't experience it because the Earth is rotating on its around its center.
Okay, could the reason be? Could the reason be that it's not rotating and that it's not curving? Could that be a reason?
You mean like it's just still and a flat circle where we all live on it?
Well, not necessarily a circle, just flat, right? So flat and motionless.
Flat and motionless. So does this challenge any understanding of geography we have like around? Of course, I'm not talking about the rectangular map, the actual circular map that we use for navigation, counting for lines of longitude and what the fuck are they called?
Longitude and latitude. Those are derived from watching the stars. That's not based on the ground. You wouldn't get longitude and latitude from looking at the ground. You would get vertical references from the ground, right? So whenever they make whenever they create maps and they make them any shape that they want, the orientation of the land has to correspond to the longitude and latitude, which is from observing the sky.
Yeah, I use a lot. I work with maps a lot. I used to be in the military, and I used to use a lot of like I had to rely on maps and stars to determine certain locations and sort of all that.
Whenever somebody describes to you a map, they're saying a map is a topographical representation of the land as seen from above. So whenever you're looking at a map, you have your north and south grid coordinates and your east and west, which is your X and Z axis, and your topography lines is your Y axis. So whenever you look at a map, you're looking at a flat Cartesian coordinate system. You're looking at a flat map.
And I have to take into account the magnetic north and the geographical north and all that. Yes.
So not in anywhere of you reading that map did you reference the Earth as a sphere.
Of course not.
The greatest thing that you ever did was ever look at the stars to verify if what it is that you're looking on the map is matching the location that you are. Like if you're
I usually use the stars to determine my north sometimes when I don't have compasses or when I want to tell. Yeah. So basically, it's like a given. I guess what the fellow was talking about, an assumption, the predisposition, sort of. Like I never thought about it as in like I'm doing this on a sphere or on a flat terrain.
You just done it as you naturally experience it.
Yes, because I'm dealing here with terrain, topographical terrain.
Yeah, exactly.
But, okay, basically what I was saying is, like, this is what I know about how Earth functions in a system, the solar system. So my question was, how come when we observe the constellations around us, the stars and the sun, the moon, all of that, how come it's round, spheres, while Earth is not? What gives?
Because that's what they look like. Why would we ever try and describe them as something as they're not? Whenever you say, okay, the lights in the sky, those are appearing to be spherical, so the ground must also be a sphere also. Well,
yeah, why would the Earth, like, in defiance of every other planet that we've seen or object in the sky, be flat while everything else is a sphere?
You're going off already having the assumption that the heliocentric idea is true in its whole, right? We're saying that outer space doesn't exist. This is not the third disk from the sun flying around the Milky Way galaxy, orbiting around whatever, right? It's the Earth is the floor of all that you will ever experience, right? And the sun, moon, and stars are the lights that are in the sky, which is above the Earth, 100% of the time.
Wait. Slow down, please.
Okay.
Go back to the sun and moon.
The sun, the moon, and the stars are all lights in the sky, which is always above the ground. It doesn't matter where you go. The sun never goes.
Can you
lumens, light?
No, not the definition of what light is. I'm saying like okay, we know what a star is. We know what the moon is. When you tell me lights, can you be more specific? What do you mean by lights?
When I say star, I do not say a big burning ball of gas in a vacuum. I don't say that. When I say star, I mean you step outside your house, you look up, and you see the white dots in the sky, those are light. Those are the stars.
So real
That's
quick,
information.
Emperor, you just said we know what stars are. You gotta kind of realize this though, that there is a separation between what we observe, stars. You and I can observe them. Everybody in here can look and see, observe the stars, the observable phenomena. We label stars, right? And then there is the belief of what they are that cannot be verified. Like they are big suns, bigger than our sun, trillions of miles away, kind of stuff.
Depending, yeah. There are red dwarfs as well.
That cannot be then. That is part of the religion. That is part of the globe, like you were saying, the solar system and the globe Earth. That is part of the belief side of things.
Assumptions.
I used the telescope before. I saw Jupiter.
Me too.
I saw the so I
Me
saw
too.
it. Is it just a glass? Like a
No,
glass.
it's an observable phenomenon. It's an observable phenomenon. Observable phenomenon.
Phenomena.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now.
What do you wait? What do you mean?
People are
by
gonna tell you. Listen, some people are gonna tell you. They know what is the distance, the makeup, the size, the medium that thing is in, or they believe it. But you think they really know?
They've never been there
trust
to
them to know.
circle around the object, to take a measurement of the shape of the object, to measure the size of the object, take a sample to
do
find out what
I-
material it's made of, what it smells like, what it tastes like.
Okay,
How
how
could they
do I
ever know
believe?
to claim? How
Yeah.
could they ever claim to know what that is if they've never done that?
I get it. I'll answer you. Basically, when it comes to claims that fall within the bracket of scientific claims, I believe that certain people dedicate their time and efforts into understanding phenomena, and they use the scientific method to verify certain claims, theories. And when they give a theory and they provide their research and they provide their experiments that can be,
Those people do
reused.
exist, but not on this topic. Not on the topic of the stars. There's no science done about the stars.
Yeah,
and the
I've
planets.
got a news flash for you, Emperor's Child. They don't
Yes.
utilize the scientific method. We can give you quotes from them. From like, have you heard of Michio Kaku?
Yeah, the Japanese guy. I've seen some videos.
Right.
Yeah, he's the prime priest of this topic that you're talking about.
Well,
Yeah, he specifically says that nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method.
When it comes to what?
He says it's astronomy, cosmology. He says it's all leaps of logic and seat of your pants and guesswork.
I'll give you an example, Emperor. Emperor, I'll give you an example. Real quick, guys. I'm in a second. You and I could be next to each other or different locations. Could both be looking at the sky. You can make your own ideas of what those things are. I can make my own ideas about it. Who's right?
What? Can you repeat your question? We are both on different on different places on the Earth, looking at the same constellations. That means we have to be on the same sphere. I mean,
No, you're adding too much to what he said. That's not what he said at all. Say it again.
That's what I understood.
if
I
you
understood
and I-
that we're both looking at the same constellations and we both make up explanations of them, right? That's what you
Yeah,
said.
if we're both outside, standing elbow to elbow, and we look up and we see the lights in the sky, you make up a story.
You keep
I
calling
make
them
up a
lights in the
story.
sky, and you didn't explain to me what you mean by that.
The things that twinkle at night.
Dude, please don't be literal.
Yeah, just just to explain it a little bit. Okay, so we've all been taught growing up. Okay, the same thing, that they're burning balls of gas millions of light years away in a vacuum. Okay, that would go against natural law, right? That's not something that's been
How does that
scientifically
go against
validated.
natural law?
It goes against gas laws, right? It goes against what's testable and repeatable in a vacuum, right? In the most similar environment that we can create here on the Earth, right?
But don't
to what
they do
they claim
that
to
with
be.
those nuclear? What's it called?
No,
Those,
no, that
big
wouldn't be
circular
a
things.
that wouldn't be a ball of plasma gas inside a vacuum being contained or held together
No,
by
but
gravity.
they do. But they do the same.
That would be in a chamber.
Now you're just asserting. You're saying they're doing this thing. That must be the thing that's happening in the sky.
Just a
You have
second,
no
just a
clue. No one's ever been there to verify.
Wait, just a second. What's it called?
Finish it.
Dude, English is not my first language. Help me here.
Nuclear reaction?
No.
No, not the nuclear reactors. Those,
No, it's not.
things
It's
in
not
your
our first language. Yeah, we don't use that language anymore either, so it's hard for us to remember your globe slang for things.
Globe slang.
What globe slang?
Yeah, so look, that's not taking a vacuum
when you
chamber
say
and making a ball of plasma
nuclear
gas.
fusion, and that's what you're trying to say, a nuclear fusion reaction that's happening with hydrogen in the sun.
Yeah, it's not analogous, basically. Right, and claiming that you can have a ball of gas and water, right, inside a giant vacuum, inside a space vacuum. Okay, that's also something that goes against natural law. goes against entropy, goes against gas laws, goes against every testable. Yeah, it's textbook definition pseudoscience, literally. Even admitted by, people like Michio Kaku said nobody in his field uses the so-called scientific method, right? He says we're off by an average of 10 to some ridiculous amount of zeros.
120 zeros.
Yeah, 10 to 120. Okay, so let's bring it back down to Earth a little bit. Okay, this is how we know for sure that the Earth is not a globe, right? Because they tell us the exact size of the Earth, okay, and 70% of the Earth is covered in water, approximately, okay, of the globe. That's what they tell us. Now, that water would have to be curving at a certain rate, okay, and we can go out and test the surface of the water over and over and over again using all sorts of different methods. We can calculate exactly how much curvature there would have to be over a certain distance, and then we can test for the byproducts of that curvature, okay, like things being obstructed by the curvature and the distance, and a horizon being at a certain distance based off the height of the observer, that kind of thing. Okay, that's been done
that goes
hundreds
to
to
visibility is affected by what's it called? The density, not the density of air. It's called. It has a term.
Yeah, visibility is affected, but we also have nice clear days as well. Okay, where we have really nice clear conditions, right? Quite often.
Of course.
Okay, so we could get a distance of say 20 miles, for example, and over 20 miles there should be about 293 foot of curvature. Oh, sorry, 266 foot of curvature over that distance. Okay, we can test for things, becoming obstructed in the distance. That's been done hundreds, if not thousands of times now, and no curvature is ever detected. Okay, we've got teams of engineers going out with high-powered lasers, that kind of thing, shooting the laser over the surface of huge distances, right, over the water, over frozen lakes, over salt lakes, and they're hitting the targets at the same height, right? So say they set up the laser at 1.5 meters height. They'll shoot it over, say, a 40-kilometer distance.
Oh yeah, okay. I knew the experiment you're talking about. Couldn't it actually register that there was a curvature?
No. You're probably thinking of a different one. Okay, this one was done by a team of engineers in Europe called Field Engineers Corps, and they shot the laser from 1.5 meters height, and they shot it they did 5 different tests, but on the longest test it was over 40 kilometers distance. Okay, and
did they make sure that
they had weather stations. They had weather stations measuring the density, the pressure, accounting for refraction, that kind of thing, and they repeated, right? They also repeated the tests as well 5 different times, different weather conditions, and every single time they're hitting their target. Right, they're not the only ones that have done it as well. Okay, so they have an hour-long documentary and a 180-page PDF document, 100 and something page PDF document.
Can you send it to me?
Yeah, I can pop it in the side chat for you.
Thanks.
No problem.
You know they're lying, DJ. You know that, boy.
No,
what is this like? If you say
lying.
it's a lie, what does it change?
Nothing. You already experienced the Earth is flat and stationary, right? You already live on the flat Earth. So the only thing that's going to change is your knowledge and the way that that would change people's situations depending on how they take the information, what they want to do with that.
I mean, yeah, but like me personally, like I will look into what you're going to send me, and I read these what that person you sent them, you actually sent them, but I kind of I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's logical, sort of. But at the same time,
like an appeal to incredulity.
What?
You're saying I don't think it could happen. I don't. What the information that you're giving me, I haven't seen it yet, but I'm appeal to my incredulity. How do you say that word? Okay.
Incredulity.
Incredulity.
Incredulity. Yeah. Just one sec. DJ, was that Ski that came in?
Incredulity.
Gunslinger.
Yeah.
It was Ski.
Yeah, that was Gunslinger. Yeah, I don't know who it was.
I just don't want to get rid of the wrong person. That's all.
Skepticism. Could have just said skepticism, man. Didn't have to send me on. Okay. No. What I meant to say was that I have to actually read this because this is kind of interesting. But at the same time, now I'm thinking I had to rely on certain navigation methods. I had to use them. I was up there, sort of in the sky, and I saw the Earth. It looked curved to me. But at the same time, that doesn't change anything for me. The way I used to live and the way I would live, it doesn't take from the importance of this, by the way.
I was military also. I've lived in 10 different countries on 3 different continents. I've been on flights and I've been on ships. It's experienced the same way, no matter if you're at, 200 feet off the water or 40,000 feet off the water, right? You're referencing a horizontal plane, especially if you're going to use a sextant on the, I don't know, say on a C-130. Inside the crew station, they've got the little sextant that hangs from the ceiling. They've replaced it, but you'd have to have your horizontal reference, and then you would take your elevation angle to the star, right? And so now your angle to that star is going to be from that horizontal reference frame, which that horizontal reference frame is parallel with the horizon, which is all the way around you 360 degrees. If you lived on a sphere, you'd still have to make the horizontal reference frame. We're just saying that sphere doesn't exist because we're not measuring the curvature, so the method is just as you experience it, an angle from a horizontal reference frame.
Is there a map for flat earthers?
I stated earlier, all maps are flat.
Yeah, what kind of map do they use?
Well, the maps again would be reference to the sky. So
Can you give me one that I can read or study?
Pick one.
Pick one. I don't know what I'm picking. How can I pick from what I don't know?
What are you asking for?
A map, just a map that can be used as a reference with coordinates and everything that is used by flat earthers.
Listen.
I can cross
I can be a flat earther and I can use a map, a globe map, and I don't have any problem with it. Do you know why?
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, do you know why I have no problem with it?
Yes, explain to me, please.
The reason why is because coordinate reference systems are completely arbitrary. As long as you pick one kind of system, whether it's spherical or flat or dinosaur shaped, and you use it consistently, you're not going to have any issues. Right? Because the coordinate reference system itself is internally consistent.
That's nice.
Now, where the issues come in is if you're going to compare those distances to reality. And I'm here to tell you that the spherical maps that we have that are laid flat do not comport with reality based off of our measurements.
How does this work with gravity?
I drop a pencil, it falls to the ground. What's so bad about that?
I drop the pencil, it falls to the ground, of course.
Yeah, what's the issue?
I once saw this thing, documentary, that said that if gravity functions as we understand it to function, whenever you go to the edges of the Earth, what I said again.
Of a globe?
You guys, no. If the Earth was flat.
Yeah, I don't think there's an edge. Earth isn't like a disk in outer space, dude.
What is it?
I stated this earlier.
Yeah.
It's
the
just
floor of the
you said
universe.
you said it's everything.
Yeah, the Earth is your reality. Listen, nobody knows how far you can walk.
Wait, didn't oh, okay. I mean, that's not a point of reference with historical figures who actually.
No, I mean, if you use a spherical coordinate reference system, you're going to walk in circles.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that Earth is a globe.
How does that work then? If I keep going east, I will end up coming to the same point in a line.
Yeah,
right?
east and west are circular.
Yeah.
Yes. So it's going to work the same on either, right? So you have a compass and it's pointing north, right?
Yeah.
If you have it on a sphere or you have it on a flat surface and you want to go due east or due west, you're just going to go around in a circle. You're just going to go in a circle around the north and come back to where you started. Okay, what you wouldn't be able to do, what you wouldn't be able to do on a flat Earth is go south, right? Keep going south and then do a great circle, come back around to where you started. Okay, east to west, no problem on either. Okay, north to south, only on a globe. Okay, just so happens that tons of people have done east to west to east. No one's ever done north to south. No one's ever done a great circumnavigated around a globe, right, and come back to where they started.
Because it's geographically not feasible.
Okay, so whatever the reason, yeah, no one's ever done that.
I mean, when you look at the map,
just a fact.
it's geographically not feasible, sort of.
When you look at the coordinates, right? But in reality, we know that east and west are circular as far as coordinates go. As far as staying on a line of latitude. But if you go 90 degrees from north, you're not going to be heading west or east for long. Flat or globe.
Well, I've got a question if you guys don't mind me asking.
Yeah,
I just came in
when
now.
you're at the utmost north, everything is south. There is no east and west anymore.
Right.
Correct. Yep.
And when you're at the utmost south, everything is north. Magnetically speaking.
For the coordinate. Yep.
Yeah. So what I'm asking is, okay, if you tell me that Earth is a reality, an encompassing reality.
Wait, I wanted to ask a question.
The way I'm sort of thinking right now, okay, I haven't read the data he just provided because I'm talking to you. I cannot read and talk at the same time. I'm just winging it with my thoughts and logic. They might be flawed, so I'm just winging. If I'm on a plane of reality, and I look up to the sky and I see these lights, the way you just mentioned them, there is no way for me and scientists to determine what these lights are. There are some theories that say that these lights are gases in a vacuum, doing the whole shebang. In if there is up, that is up where these lights are, they are somewhere, and I am here somewhere as well. And on certain places on Earth, like if I am in France and I look up, I will see certain constellations, and if I am in Australia and I look up, I will see other constellations. Not
Yeah,
the
at different
same one.
times. Different times
Yes,
and places,
and of course,
right?
there is the time zones. There are the time zones. And
No, I'm not talking about time zones. I got you, man. So here's the problem. How do you know how much distance takes place between these locations? And how do you know whether or not these locations are oriented the same way as you think they are?
I use the sun and moon and constellations. The only
Yeah, me
thing that
too.
is permanent. Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah. And using them, I realize that I am in different places. Like that's how sailing works.
It absolutely is. Yeah.
So what
Yeah.
I'm asking is, since on different places on Earth, doesn't matter, sphere or a flat circle or a realm, an encompassing realm that is reality itself. If there is something outside of it and I can look at it, doesn't that mean that Earth in itself is not a realm and that there is something beyond it, sort of, because I can see it?
If you can go outside and look back
Yeah.
in like a God's eye view,
God's
then
eye,
you
I
will have
would
achieved
say
something that is impossible.
impossible. Explain.
Yeah, where do you
It's
think you
like
have to
what?
go to see the Earth like this?
Outside of it.
Yeah, like
By
Where's
outside,
that?
I mean towards the constellations that I am using as points of reference.
right. Nobody's been there.
You mean like nobody has ever left the Earth?
Nobody's been to the constellations and looked back down. No.
But we already see space stations.
Yeah. Do you know how high up in elevation space stations are? They're about
They're always
250
orbiting
miles.
the Earth. Of course,
They're
they're always
250.
orbiting the Earth. They
They're
cannot escape its
250.
gravity.
Yeah, I know. I know. They're two. The claim is they're in 250 miles in elevation above an 8,000 mile diameter ball. What percent is that?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, so they are 250 miles in elevation above an 8,000 mile diameter ball. What's that in terms of percent? We can bust out a calculator and figure out like what difference that is.
Just a second, I'm turning miles into kilometers so I can have an idea.
No, I got you. Yeah, go ahead. I'm doing it too right now, but in miles.
So a mile is basically okay.
Right. So 8,250 divided by 8,000 is about 3%.
Mm-hmm.
It just so happens that if you want to do some more exact mathematics, you are seeing 3% of the Earth's surface from the ISS.
Yeah, but you can actually see the surface on like I guess your observation like view, like what's the word I'm looking for? Your perspective from that distance. What did you give me the percentage right now? 3%.
Yeah, 3%. You're seeing 3% of total surface. This isn't the way to do it exactly, but coincidentally, it gets close.
Do you think those YouTube lives from the ISS, like circling the Earth, do you think that's actually some made up bullshit, or like is it real?
I do, but for the sake of the argument, I would accept it. And I would say, well, if they're showing you Earth's surface, they can only show you at most about 3% of it. So why do they show you so much curvature?
Yeah. I mean, it shows.
It should look flat.
Why should it look flat?
Because you're seeing less than 3% of Earth's surface of a ball. So if let's say that the ball is like 8,000 inches tall, and you are 250 inches above it. Let's say the ball is 8 feet tall, and you're 250 segments of a foot above it. Like that is a fraction. That is, I think it works out to like 2 centimeters above an 8-foot ball or something crazy like that. Might even be less. The point is you're seeing such a tiny slice of the ball that you would not be able to discern any curvature whatsoever. It'd be ridiculous to assume so from 250 miles.
I understand. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
So you make a point, but at the same time, when we actually assume that there is no ball, if I go back, I'm sorry if it seems like I'm jumping, but
no, it's okay. Go back.
The
It's all right.
thoughts of my brain. Like this is assuming that we have a ball, right? Like the fella who said that it's not a ball at all. It's literally just everything.
Yeah,
So that's sort of
the sea that you would sail on or fly over. That's the floor of all of existence. That's the floor of everything that you would experience.
Bingo.
Right? If you want to go,
yeah, go on.
If you wanted to go into the ocean, you'd have to create an environment so that you could survive. If you want to go into the sky, you got to create an environment in which you could survive. You're not going to go any deeper. You're not going to go underneath the floor, right? You're only going to experience what's on the surface.
Right, and so to me, like the world we live in is a realm. The Earth includes the dirt, the ocean, the sky, and everything. That is our world. You know, and I can't create an object out of that. What do you mean by that? I can't create an object out of that.
I can't conceive of it as an object.
Okay.
Yeah, like
okay.
I can't conceive of my reality as an object without coming up with some kind of fantasy imagination for what it should look like. So,
what about the pictures that were sent by the what's it called again? The Voyager 1 and 2 of Earth from different perspectives.
Not sure what you're talking about.
The Voyager 1 and 2, the one with the golden disc and all
It's not real. The vacuum of outer space is not real. It violates entropy. You are in a contained environment.
How does it violate entropy?
Yeah, what do you think is containing the oceans from off-gassing into the outer space vacuum that's expanding an infinite
Gravity.
number?
Earth
Gravity.
spinning around itself. Yeah, it's Earth spinning around itself, and it's gravity, I guess.
So when I put a Coke can inside of a vacuum chamber with gravity supposedly pulling on the vacuum chamber itself and everything, and I start pulling vacuum, the can of Coke is going to explode, and all the gas is going to fill the vacuum chamber equally against gravity.
Mm-hmm. But it doesn't have a center of gravity, the Coke. Okay, wait, before we delve into this, I am only just a second before we delve into this. I am a psychology major. I am not a physicist or someone who knows these things. So,
good.
Just
you can appreciate us even more because we are direct realists.
No, I'm just saying this. So, like, the scientific information that we're about to delve into, like, it's not something that I am completely, like, aware of.
Well, from a psychological standpoint, we are rational empiricists from a philosophy of psychology standpoint. So we understand that reality exists apart from the self. There is objective reality that exists apart from your subjective experience. And you can understand the world through your experiences directly. And this forms the basis of your worldview. As a psychologist, you might appreciate too that children develop a flat earth interpretation of the world until they're told otherwise without experiencing it. So when you see that picture from Voyager of the Earth from outer space, how do you know Earth is supposed to look like that?
Because it's a picture?
Yeah, but how do you know that Earth is supposed to look
Exactly. They emphasize on trusted that the people who sent that rocket into space, and because that like the whole thing, the Voyager, and it flowed into space, qualifications, and I trust that they have no reason to lie to me about Earth being flat or not. Because like for me to actually like doubt this, there has to be. That's why at the beginning of the conversation I asked, what does this change? Because like I have to understand what's the catch. If someone is telling me like Earth is round or if it's flat or around, I don't instantly tell them to pick up a pattern. Okay, tell me at least why you think that way. And with humans, the way I approach these things, I have to understand what's the catch for this human to give me this, sell me this idea. So far, there is no reason for them to lie about such a thing, about their qualifications, about whether they actually people on the moon.
Yeah. What if I told you I don't think you're lying? I don't think this is a conspiracy.
But what do you think it is?
It is interpreting data with a bias.
Okay. I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, this point of view I have right now makes me much different than probably 90% of people you'll talk to in this community.
Oh, no one is attacking you, so I guess
that's a good sign, at least. I mean, but the community that we're from is also probably the genesis of this movement within the last 10 years. And when you go to TikTok, Facebook, X, and you Google this topic, you're going to find a lot of science fiction BS. You're going to find a lot of crazy people hawking conspiracy theories. That's not us.
Are you skeptical of the moon landings?
Me personally,
same skepticism can be applied to the picture of Earth from Voyager by the same people who gave you the moon landings.
Dude, listen, if I'm being real with you, I am so skeptical of my own existence and my interpretation of reality that if I follow this, I would probably kill myself because
let me stop you right there. This is something that you can be as sure of as the fact that you're breathing right now.
No.
The fact that you can measure the Earth flat is something as assured as the fact that you had breakfast. It's one of the fewest things. Listen, in this world of deception, it's one of the fewest things that I know for sure, 100%.
What do you mean 100%?
I measured it. I measured the Earth to be this way just as much as I measured my couch to fit my living room.
Okay, this might be off topic, but it's like sort of did anyone here ever read the Critique of Pure Reason by Kant? Anyone?
A long time ago, yes. I used to study that, what you did.
I don't claim that I fully understand it. I bet no one actually can claim to understand it fully, because like only Kant knows what the fuck he wrote. But like, I guess what I'm trying to say here is, when you take everything with a grain of salt, you are falling into your own bias. When you fall into skepticism, when like, for example, when you tell me about the Voyager 1 and 2, the images that were sent and were presented to the public.
Yeah, well, how did
or
they prove it to you?
By the picture itself. And
Yeah,
the
so
people who saw the
even,
rocket flying
I would
into
say,
space.
listen, this is a process that precedes skepticism itself.
Go on.
Before I can be skeptical, I need to be given enough information. And I haven't been given enough information in order to even be skeptical.
Like from the
Yeah, from the space agencies. In fact,
from
it's
the
even
space
worse.
agencies.
Yeah, the information they've given me is contradictory to the known laws of physics, which is what Tactical Droid was bringing up with you earlier.
Yeah. But like,
So
when you tell me about the laws of physics.
Listen, they're giving me a contradiction. It's not that I have to be skeptical. I can outright dismiss their claim based off of what they're presenting as a contradiction of natural law.
But aren't the laws of physics based
I really
on...
don't.
Okay, so then let's ignore laws, right? And let's just go off of your experience, okay?
Yeah.
What I mean by it being a violation of what you experience is you recognize when you have high pressure or high temperature, that high pressure and temperature will flow into low to try and equalize, right? So you have your lungs.
Entropy, basically.
Right. You have your lungs. You expand your chest to breathe in. That makes a low pressure environment inside your chest. Your esophagus is open. The air from outside your body is higher pressure than inside your chest, so the air flows into your body. To breathe out, you compress your chest. That creates a high pressure environment because you've reduced the volume, and now the air takes the same process out. High pressure flows to low pressure to try and equalize pressure. You have an open system for your lungs, but you can open and close it whenever you want, so you can hold your breath and go underwater.
That's a variable, though. It functions
No.
differently depending on where I am. Basically, when I go diving, I do what's it called, compressed diving, and that's a whole different process when I am, like, let's say 10 bars deep.
How? You've kept the body closed. You've isolated your lungs from the outside environment by keeping
Not
your
actually.
mouth closed.
It's not isolated. It's heavily affected by the outside environment, and it's so
Yes,
heavily
the outside
affected.
environment is compressing your chest, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is the air is not allowed to leave the system because you've left your mouth, your throat closed, so that the air inside your lungs stays inside your lungs. You see what I'm saying?
No, not really. I don't.
So then, while you're diving, you let the air out and you breathe in the water.
No, I let the air out,
Okay, so
and then I
you-
breathe the mix of air, the mix of gases that I concocted for that certain depth.
So your dive tank.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm talking about the outer environment, which would be the water, the body of water that you're diving in. Okay, and your lungs, right? You've decided to now create an expansion pack to this closed system that you're going to have, and you're going to breathe in from the tank, and you're going to breathe out, and it's going to push it out of
Outside,
your
into the
respirator
water.
into the water, right? But you're not allowing the water into your body, so you have
course.
a closed system.
Of course.
Okay. This, in comparison to the Earth, right, having water and gas inside of that massive vacuum, is
But
not
it has
comparable.
an atmosphere.
That
An
is the
atmosphere
gap
that
that we're
keeps it.
discussing.
Yeah.
The air inside your lungs, the air that's on the Earth, that's
Yeah,
your
that
lungs.
keeps it a closed system.
It is not a closed system on the Earth. It is an
is.
open system.
How?
It is an open system.
How?
We
Where
can
does-
launch Voyager off into outer space. We can get meteors to come and kill the dinosaurs, according to the
Yeah.
stories. It's an open system, but the air is not releasing off into that low pressure environment.
Yeah, it's not.
There's no
But
barrier preventing it from happening.
Super basic demonstration in the side chat there, right? You can use the top chamber is a vacuum, right? That could represent outer space. The bottom chamber is a gas pressure system, could represent what we're breathing right now. Okay, a space is above the low pressure system, and we have a valve, right? We have a separation of the two systems. And what do you think is going to happen as soon as he releases that valve?
course, the vacuum will be compensated by its pressure, and it will take from the gases from the other one.
Yeah,
other
and
side.
relate that on a grand scale to what we have here, right?
Earth, on Earth, the thing, what's it called? The thing that she twisted, or it twisted to
the valve.
Compensate. Yeah, the valve. The valve on Earth is the the layers of atmosphere that we have.
Yeah, that's gas.
Each
That's
layer, exactly.
That's
Each layer is
Earth.
composed. Each layer is composed of a
Gas
specific
doesn't
kind
contain
of gas.
Gas doesn't contain gas. This is evidenced by the air we're breathing. It's a homogeneous mixture.
It's contained by multiple factors, like gravity, like temperature. Like oxygen, when it's hot, oxygen becomes lighter. When it's cold, it becomes heavier. And the higher you go, the gases will change. We will have other gases. So gravity is the one responsible. The gravity and the magnetic fields are the ones responsible for creating this barrier. The very fact that Earth rotates. Just a second. The very fact that Earth. Well, I'm not going to say fact. The saying that Earth rotates on itself and its center creates a magnetic field that prevents those gases from escaping and prevents radiation from the outside, from like the sun, to affect us, blah, 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 all these things.
Okay, so the Earth
Yeah.
is spinning, and you experience centrifugal forces causing different densities of fluids to have the denser
I
material
don't experience
at the
them.
outer edge of the cycle, at the outer edge of the centrifugal force, while the least dense is at the center of the centrifugal motion, right? Which is opposite of what you just claimed the Earth is doing. The Earth underneath your feet is spinning, but the denser materials are at the bottom, and the least dense materials are at the top. Opposite of what you just claimed.
Can you please go back to what you just said?
Okay.
Re-say
In
that.
your reading of whatever it was that you read, it stated that the Earth is spinning. Okay.
I wasn't reading.
When
I
you
was
take
saying from the top of my head.
All right. When you take different densities of fluids and you put them on like a centrifuge, okay, it spins the fluids, right? You can make a merry-go-round, give you your anyway. You have the centrifugal force applied to the fluids, right? Now the denser material is at the outer edge of that centrifugal motion. So if you take the flask of different densities of fluids and set them on its side and then spun the merry-go-round, the denser fluid is going to be at the edge of the merry-go-round. The least dense fluids are going to be at the inside of the merry-go-round. Can you picture that?
I'm trying to.
All right, here. Let me see if I can get one.
I was going to ask about something I forgot.
So the fact that you're breathing air means it's pressurized. The pressurization of gas does not depend on gravity, according to natural law. One of these laws is called Avogadro's law. We can demonstrate this law in a laboratory, and we can find evidence for this in the natural world. And I can tell you more about this if you're interested.
We didn't exist breathing air. We developed into breathing oxygen.
Yeah, the fact that you're breathing means that there's no vacuum adjacent to the pressurization that we are experiencing with our breaths.
A lot of factors fall into that, like the effect of the moon, heat.
Yeah, the moon, okay.
Not heat, the temperature, and the movement of the oceans that create.
Yeah, that may be true.
The winds and all that. Yeah.
The fact that you're breathing is not reliant on gravity whatsoever. There's an entire body of physics called kinetic molecular theory of gas behavior. Does not use gravity. Ideal gas laws have no gravity in the entire in the equation. Excuse me, in the equation.
Okay, repeat that, please.
Gravity is not a factor in any of the gas laws. The laws that govern the behavior of gases do not have gravity in them. There's no gravity in the molecular behavior of gas. No kinetic theory of gravitation for molecules.
Okay. How does that affect? Like, what was the punchline?
Your assertion that gravity causes the pressurization of gas is
I was
unfounded.
saying the moon. I was saying the moon causes the tides, the change of tides, and the
The
change
moon
of
is why
tides
you're breathing
itself
right now,
is
dude. Hold on. We're talking about the fact that you're breathing gas.
breathing gas. I mean, I was evolved to breathe gas. I'm not saying it's because of gravity that I breathe gas.
On the
Yeah,
globe,
so what's
yes,
the
but
atmosphere?
The atmosphere is, like I said, a bunch of gases that choose altitude depending on temperature, and
Yes, not gravity.
gravity affects the magnetic fields. It doesn't affect the gases,
No,
right?
gravity does not affect magnetic fields.
Wait. Isn't like our magnetic field is affected by our by the Earth spinning around itself? Hey, come on!
You think
Don't
Earth
ridicule
can
me. I'm
suspend a
actually
magnetic
thinking
field by rotating?
yeah, that's my understanding of it.
Wait, so
Just a second.
the rotation overcomes the Curie point?
Bingo.
And what's the evidence of rotation?
I don't
QT
know how to tell you.
Yeah, nobody
What do you mean?
can tell you're
A
rotating.
scientist told me trust me, and I trusted them.
Wait, Emperor, tell him if you want to see the Earth rotating, you look away from the Earth, you look to the sky, and the sky is rotating. That means the Earth is, right?
I follow the constellations, of course.
There you go.
Yeah,
So
those things
ignore,
move, not the Earth.
yeah, Emperor, right? Ignore the thing in question and look at something else. And if that something else is doing something, you can attribute that something to the Earth.
Hey, Jemsy, I actually think he might be ready for the sporadic meteor complex conversation.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Me personally, I have to rely on my knowledge of constellations to determine my location and all those things, and actually navigate using maps and all that. So, like I
right,
said,
and it's
what
not
you're telling me
necessarily
right
the case
now,
that it happened on a sphere. You're only
that's
currently
what I'm
asserting that
saying.
it's a sphere because it's what you were told.
Wait. What I'm saying is, Earth being flat or a realm or a sphere does not change the way, my knowledge or my way of dealing with that.
No, because what your knowledge comes from your experience, which comes from the world around you, which comes from others having the same experience and writing it down so that you can learn the method to do it as well.
Yeah,
And
it's a method that can be used.
Sure. It not
Yes.
being a sphere allows you to be able to do everything you do, even breathing air that they explain to you very, even with the Gauss law. So for you to be experiencing what you're doing, vacation and everything, don't you need to breathe air first?
It sure
You need,
does.
the conditions in place to be able to do everything you're saying you're doing. Yeah, and what you're doing, you're measuring angles to the constellations, constante constellations that they're always moving in cycles like clockwork. That they're repeating cycles. That's why you can use them as
They're repeating
references to
cycles.
determine your position on your GP on the ground.
Oh, it gets even worse, Jemsy. So he's a psychologist, right? So when he looks at the sunset at night, psychologically he's watching the sun move down, but psychologically he believes, because he was told this, that he's rotating backwards on a ball, even though he's watching the sun move, but he thinks he's on a ball that's rotating backwards. Isn't that crazy?
Listen, this one can be thrown right back at you, because when I see the constellations, sun, star, moons, all of that, when I see them moving,
You think it's the Earth rotating?
What a laugh. Okay, listen, when I see them moving, and throughout the seasons, throughout the years, I can accurately deduce the location of every star.
Yeah, me too, and I'm a flat earther.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. I said that earlier. I said that does not change anything. What I'm trying to say now is it the constellations above me that are moving, or am I moving, which is a conversation that a man got burned for and killed.
The constellations are moving, dude, 100%. Yeah, I'm totally serious.
That would be the starting point, right? That would be the base axiom. Okay, the Earth doesn't appear to have any curvature. It doesn't appear, right? We don't sense any movement, and we see the celestial bodies moving in cycles in the sky. Okay, you've been told a story that everything's the opposite of what you experience.
Okay, just a second. What is this? The Curie point temperature? Oh,
it's the point at which magnetic fields become incoherent. So what you have is a bunch of electrons that are vibrating and moving around, and they no longer point their north-south in the same direction. They're vibrating so rapidly because of the heat that the magnetic field that requires all the electrons to move in the same and rotate and point in the same direction, the heat causes them to lose coherence. They start pinging off each other, moving left and right, up and down, 6 degrees of freedom, total chaos and bedlam.
And so the magnetic field that was once strong starts to weaken and weaken and weaken until there's nothing left. Okay, so that's what heat does.
Hmm. You know what? Only one way to tell if this is true or not. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, we measured the Earth with lasers, dude.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna go on my
like
rocket
40-kilometer laser tests over frozen lakes.
Frozen lakes.
Yeah, no curvature.
Yeah, but you're doing it on the same lake compared to Earth. It's back to that thing where you told me, like, from the space station, you can only see 3%.
No.
On the lake, you're actually.
If I set up a laser on one side of a 40-kilometer lake,
I don't believe you.
Listen, I'm
when
gonna
you
tell you.
actually do it from. Just a
Oh
second.
my
I
gosh.
believe you. Just a second. Come on. I'm not being aggressive. I'm just saying, like, if you actually do it from, let's say, from America to Australia, is that feasible?
Australia. What about from England to Australia?
Doesn't matter.
We've got something to show him. Like I can show you 720 miles of Earth in infrared, where a mountain range on the horizon should be 180,000 feet below the curvature of the Earth, but you can see it.
Repeat that, please.
So from an airplane at 35,000 feet, call that 10,000 meters. I can show you infrared footage through the air of a distant horizon in a mountain range. The mountain range is a known geological feature that is 720 miles from the airplane's location. The curvature of the Earth should begin at about 260 miles from the airplane's height. The mountain range should be 180,000 feet down. But you can see it. You can see it from 260 miles away from the plane all the way out to the mountain range and beyond. 760 miles of flatness. And we have dozens and dozens of these. We've got hundreds and hundreds of long distance observations. We've got dozens and dozens and dozens of laser tests all over the world in frozen conditions and hot conditions over land, over sea, across the air. We have not only our own tests, but we have the tests done by the US government and by other organizations around the world. We have flat earthers with weather balloons taking infrared cameras to 120,000 feet. You can see well beyond the curvature of the Earth. This is why we're here, okay? The world has not heard about us yet.
I mean, okay. I mean, they heard about Epstein. I'm sure they're going to hear about you.
I hope so. Yeah, like, I mean, you've heard how bad the Epstein freaking deception is. Wait till you hear about the globe deception. Holy cow, dude.
I mean, wait, so the Epstein thing, I get that it's a deception because there was, like I said earlier, there is something to gain from it. No one here told me what's there to gain from it, saying that the Earth is round.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, I mean, this is a self-delusion. This is a self-deception.
Okay.
Human civilization
so
for
it's like
hundreds of
DJ
years, have accepted the globe as an explanation for the stars.
Wait, so, no, wait.
It's broken.
Ever since, like, ancient civilizations used to think that the Earth is flat.
That's true, too. It depends which civilizations, I guess. If you look at the ancient Greeks, from,
Yeah,
I
they
don't
said the
know,
Earth is round.
Pythagoras.
Certain Greeks.
Right, so in Vedic cosmology, they were flat earthers. Chinese cosmology, they were flat earthers until about the 1600s.
Arabs were
Protestants in Europe were flat earthers through Martin Luther and beyond.
Yeah, but they killed the Catholics too. Aren't they the ones who killed Galileo for saying that the Earth is...
They were, but
No.
they flipped.
No, they didn't kill him.
What happened?
Nobody was ever killed due to their belief in heliocentrism. Not once.
Wait, I'm pretty sure they killed him, right?
No. They flipped.
What happened to him?
He was on house arrest. The Roman Catholics actually became the biggest purveyors of the Big Bang Theory. The Big Bang was invented by a Jesuit priest.
Wait, he was sentenced to life imprisonment. Spent the rest of his life under house arrest in Florence. Come on, that's...
Yeah, I can believe that. Listen, the Roman Catholic Church invented the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah. Wasn't it the Big Bang Theory? I mean, there are multiple theories to it.
Georges Lemaitre invented the Big Bang Theory. He was a Roman Catholic Jesuit priest.
It falls under the presumption that the universe is expanding, therefore it must have been compressed into a single point, right?
Which is fundamentally Kabbalistic.
What does that mean?
This comes from Kabbalah, from the idea of emanations, which preceded a lot of Gnostic influences regarding the...
By the way, I am a Gnostic.
Okay. All right. So the uncreated light of the universe is responsible for the Big Bang because it basically withdrew itself from itself, and by withdrawing itself, it created a vacuum, which created a positive explosion of the universe. That's basically what the Big Bang is.
Yes. To my understanding, of course. My humble understanding.
Yeah, it's a bunch of baloney.
I am eating some bolognas now.
If it's pork derived, I love
No,
you, man.
It's beef. It's beef. We don't have
Okay.
pork here, so. Are
Try
you
some
like
pork.
what?
Try some pork, man. Bacon is the best.
I did try bacon. I loved it.
Good. Okay.
When I traveled outside of these Muslim countries. But okay, do you think this is derived from the whole creation myths? I used to study anthropology at a certain point.
Oh, cool.
At
Okay.
my bachelor year. First bachelor year, I used to study anthropology. I was like interested in it, and I used to read about like the creation myths.
Yeah. I mean, many creation myths are Kabbalistic. I would say even the Vedic texts come from Babylon, which is the root of Kabbalah itself.
Yes. Most of them approach the celestial bodies as levels, sort of.
Right.
Like if you take the Greek, let's go beyond. I mean before, like when before the monotheistic religion started to show, like when we go to pantheons, and before that as well to myths. Most beliefs rotated around the idea of multiple dimensions that exist within one realm. And in order to ascend from one realm, you need to shed every connection you have to the realm you're in. Like if we take, for example, Norse mythology, the tree of the realms. In order for you to travel between those realms, you need to be a certain kind of, like humans, for example, in Midgard, they cannot travel to Niflheim without severing every connection they have to Midgard, right?
Yeah, I got to shed the dead weight. I gotcha.
I am sort of falling into, like I said, I've been reading a lot about Gnosticism. Specifically, I bought a copy of the Gospel of Judas and Judas, the Gospel of Mary, and the ones that they found and blah blah blah. And I'm reading a lot into them, and I'm reading a lot into the whole mythos of how the universe came into being, and it falls under the same idea of layers and dimensions. Except with Gnosticism, it's not the same realm. It's actually a different one, the material realm. And I remembered it because when someone here, the what's his name? Jimmy Neutron, that's all I remember. He told me that it's a realm, the material realm. That kind of makes sense when you look at it from a Gnostic point of view. But at the same time, it's flawed, so meh.
Yeah, but within this paradigm, right, within materialism itself, we use matter to measure itself, matter, and we discover that there's no curvature. The curvature that exists, the globe, is not material. This is in your mind.
Okay, I believe you.
People who call themselves surveyors and geodesists, so geodesy is the so-called measurement of the globe. They begin with measurements of the Earth using triangles, point to point to point to point. They actually measure the Earth flat in reality. And you know what they do? They say, I distrust what I actually measured in reality because reality is illusion. It's Maya, right? It is in a higher realm, and I am being deceived. So what I must do to make these measurements conform to what I think is real is to select a mathematical model of the Earth called a datum, D-A-T-U-M. And I'm going to take these measurements and I'm going to bend them. I'm going to take these flat triangles, these horizontal triangles, these vertical triangles. I'm going to bend the math to fit this curved datum. And then I know it's got to be true. And how do I know that the curved datum is true? Because it's how I interpret the stars to behave as I move. This has been going on for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. They measure the Earth flat. And then, because they're conforming to an ideal in their mind, They take their perfectly good flat Earth measurements and they break them. This has been the human condition. Yeah, we can prove it. I can prove it by showing you their own textbooks, their own lectures. I can show you their own mathematical processes, their philosophical thinking, everything. There's a book, a famous 2-volume set written in the late 1800s by F.R. Helmert. He was a German mathematician and scientist. He fancied himself a surveyor, a measurer of the earth. And he wrote a book called Higher Geodesy in German. And it's been translated in English. This 2-volume set serves as a foundation for modern geodetic measurements. Within these 2 volumes, he outlines a 10-step process in mathematics and measurements. The first part involves these measurements of the earth. You go out, you take what's called the theodolite. You basically measure the azimuthal angles between 2 points of interest. You measure their vertical height and elevation. You do this a bunch of times over a bunch of points of interest. You're going to get a flat earth. And he says, aha, but we know the earth is not flat. And therein lies the philosophical presumption of a globe. Aha, we know the earth is not flat. We have to contort and move this stuff. Why? Because when we look at the stars, we imagine a globe. Right? I mean, this goes back to the Greeks. So because we imagine the sky to be a globe, we're going to imagine that Earth is a globe. And if the Earth is going to be a globe that conforms to how we imagine the sky to be, the Earth is going to be this big. And it's going to be of this dimension. So we're going to take those azimuthal angles and elevation angles, and we're going to select one of these models of the globe. And by his day in the late 1800s, there were many different models of a globe, mathematical models. There's the Airy ellipsoid of the 1820s, the Clark ellipsoid of the 1860s, the Bessel ellipsoid of the 1840s. There are so many different models. They were not all in agreement. He said, basically pick one. And if you want, use an average of them, right? And you're going to take your flat measurements. And as he walks you through the 10 steps, you're going to build a globe out of your flat Earth measurements. You're going to use the globe model. You're going to use globe refraction ideas. You're going to use astrogeodetic surveys of the stars. And you're going to take your flat Earth measurements and you're going to use all these things and you're going to break them. You're going to break them in such a way that conforms to an ideal that doesn't exist in reality. And that is what geodesy is. This is what NASA used to launch satellites. They never measured the Earth. So what's funny is we can actually look back in time throughout human history and show you all the flat Earth measurements before they were perverted with these globe models. We can do the same thing today. We can go out and measure it. We've got field engineers, credentialed experts with lasers that cost 30 grand on custom-built gimbals that have sub-millirad accuracy. And they've gone all over the Earth, at least from Western to Eastern Europe, from the Netherlands to Hungary. And they've measured the Earth. They can't find curvature anywhere. We can point to you measurements taken from the military. We've got a great example from, I think it was from the Big Island in Hawaii to Maui, or Maui to Hawaii. There was a 149-kilometer tri-band laser propagation that was done by the US government. On top of one of these volcanoes, it might have been Mauna Kea. They've got this observatory, they've got this laser set, and they shot lasers 149 kilometers. 3 of them to make a precise target grouping on a telescope on the receiver side. The point of this test was to determine whether or not there was terrestrial refraction. That is are there conditions that bend these lasers around the globe? Well, let me backtrack a bit. When they shot these lasers, they actually had no test in mind, but they shot the lasers to a target and a bunch of nerds came by and said, let's come up with tests and explanations and experiments for this. So there are a few guys that came along. They studied the propagation path, 149 kilometers, and they tried as they may to retrofit terrestrial, that is globe curvature refraction formulas, to explain how it is possible that these 3 different lasers at 3 different frequencies are able to hit a target such a tight grouping that is beyond the order of diffraction limits of the laser itself. And they couldn't come up with an explanation. They had to develop a custom model a custom model involving a combination of terrestrial refraction, because they believed in the globe, plus turbulence to explain the propagation path. In other words, they shot a perfectly clear line of sight, 149 kilometers, without any globe curvature present, and they had to backfit globe curvature into the explanation in order to explain what happened without any real-world measurements. So you got that going on. Then around the same time, coincidentally, you had military surveyors in the Chesapeake Bay region. The Chesapeake Bay is outside Washington, D.C. It's a nice part of the earth where you can pull up some delicious blue crab. If you tie some spent chicken wings to kite string, can lob it into the water, the crab's going to lob onto it, and you're going to pull them up, and you can net them, put them in your cooler, bring them home, and boil them with Old Bay. Yes, I've done that. So they were shooting lights across the Chesapeake Bay, right?
Uh-huh.
They purposefully positioned a ladder of lights such that the bottom light would be below the curvature of the Earth from an infrared telescope on the other side of the Chesapeake. What they found was they could see that bottom light across the Chesapeake. And what frustrated them is this was their control variable. This was the light that they were supposed to use to control for the curvature of the Earth. And their point was to study the marine layer, the sub and super refraction effects from the diurnal cycle, the day and night cycle of the sun, and the seasons to see how much distortion, optical distortion, there would be from the point of observation to the point of interest across the Chesapeake Bay. So the bottom light served as a control variable for the freaking globe. And you know what? They saw the bottom light in conditions that didn't make sense whatsoever. They called the situation cursed. This was two teams of military surveyors working under a NATO contract funded by the Naval Research Lab of the US military. The project was called NATO Sapphire. You can Google this, you can pull up their papers, and you can check it out for yourself. They called the situation cursed. They were trying to control for the curvature of the Earth, and they couldn't freaking do it. And so they decided to go with the curvature of the Earth anyway. And you know what they did? They backfitted their data as if the curvature of the Earth existed, which required them to modify the temperature gradient by 2 orders of magnitude in order to explain the amount of curvature that they thought was present that really wasn't in real life.
Just a second. What was it NATO Sapphire?
Yeah. Sapphire.
Yeah, I had a watch. I mean, the results came in with a watch, a hand watch, a wristwatch. Can you specify?
It was with the watch.
I typed in NATO Sapphire, and the results were a wristwatch. So can you give me like another
maybe a PDF? Put PDF next to it. You might get like maybe a PDF.
I'll post the PDFs in the chat.
Okay, Sapphire optical smallsat AIT. Is that it? No. Refraction measurements and modeling over during Sapphire Trail, however, we're able to arrange at zodiac order level.
All right, I posted the PDFs.
How can I know it's not furry porn?
Don't be stupid, dude. Come on.
Swear to God, if it's furry porn, I swear to God. God damn it, it's not furry porn.
I'll post the other papers I referenced earlier to the 149-kilometer tri-band laser propagation. So the so what for that is listen. So they use 3 different bands of frequencies. Refraction is frequency dependent. So lower frequencies are going to bend less through the medium than higher frequencies. What they were looking for specifically was the target grouping of 3 different frequencies, one in deep infrared, one near infrared, and one in visual spectrum. They wanted to see how much these 3 different lasers had diverged as a consequence of globe curvature refraction. They were surprised to find that 3 lasers actually hit the target and hit them much more closely together than they thought they would, which means terrestrial refraction as an explanation for seeing things too far is a whole load of crap. If you want those papers, I'll post those too.
Emperor's Child's going to have 6 months worth of research to do by the time he leaves this conversation.
Yeah, you guys gave me a lot of sources that I need to actually read, and I have to prepare my bachelor. I'm making a study on addicted people and their cognitive capacities, and you guys give me this, and now I have to read this and do my research at the same time. So, damn it.
Just one thing I wanted to add as well. You were saying earlier, extremely long observations would be better, but if gravity right, the way it's claimed to exist on a globe, okay, if everything's being pulled towards the center of mass, okay, that would mean that any body of water, okay, of substantial distance would be able to be calculated. We would be able to tell exactly how much it would have to be curving, okay, if the globe was to be real, if gravity were to be doing as it should in that claim, right? Just 10 miles, right? 10 miles, 20 miles, that's plenty, right? There's a huge amount of curvature over these distances, and it would have to be there. If it's not there, okay, then it's a big problem for the globe.
Hey, when was that? Did you guys read about that paper when they said like the Earth was not a sphere, it was a potato? The shape-wise, of course.
Yeah, it's like the gravitational model. They're not saying it's literally that shape.
Yeah, like it's like a rough-shaped potato.
Right.
By the way, you guys are not debunking gravity, right? Like,
well, flat water debunks the claim of gravity, essentially.
But even if it's flat,
the
like
claim of the
it's
cause.
laying on, like for something
Right.
to like, even if the Earth was flat, it needs something to pull everything down, unless
Not everything.
The claim of gravity is a philosophical claim. Nobody's ever used a scientific experiment to identify the cause of gravity.
Wait,
Gravity doesn't
not the
pull gas
cause,
down,
of course,
okay?
but effects. We know the effects of
No,
gravity.
gravity does not pull gas down, period.
I'm not talking about gas. I'm talking about
Yeah,
like
but you
water.
said
Like you told me
everything.
water.
Gravity
take
does not
everything-
push you
take
pull
everything
anything
with
at
a grain
all.
of salt.
It
What do
doesn't
you
push
mean
you
it
pull
doesn't
anything.
pull anything at all?
It doesn't hold the gas against the vacuum of space.
What is keeping, like, if the Earth is flat and
There's
like
no
he was
vacuum
talking
of
about-
space, dude.
Hey, don't yell at me. I'm sensitive.
I just did. I'm sorry.
Try and pay attention then. He won't have to raise his voice if you'll pay attention the first time.
Oh my God! I hope you don't become a father, man.
Deal with it.
Let's do
You
this a
are
different way.
presenting fatherless behavior.
Let's do this a different way. Can someone tell us what gravity is and what it does?
Oof. Why did this suddenly turn very violent?
No, it's all good. Let's just carry on. It's fine.
It's not violent.
Why did this turn so violent?
What is gravity and what does it do?
It says who? We've been on with this guy for like an hour and 20 minutes.
Right. I've been in and out listening to it. I mean, he's got some staying power. It's just, after a while, if you believe that gravity is a thing, what is it and what does it do?
Ever see Kindergarten Cop? Like Kindergarten Cop with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Yeah, exactly. There seems to be a lot of disagreement among people who believe in the globe about what gravity is and what it does and the current rhetoric around what it is. And sometimes they'll combine the current rhetoric with an older rhetoric and try to shoehorn one into the other. And I'm just curious, what is it and what does it do?
It's basically an attraction that pulls masses together, basically.
It is an attraction that pulls masses together.
Yeah.
I don't ever see this
So where
occurring
does that-
anywhere in nature. Yeah, where does that
Right.
happen?
Your feet are on the ground. You're a
Welcome
mass.
to circular
You're
logic,
attracted
Mr.
to-
Psychology Man.
Yeah, that's circular, bro.
What do you mean
Don't
circular?
tell me.
If
Well,
I
at this
jump-
point, we have a baseless assertion. So you're saying your feet are on the ground because of gravity. Okay, well, what is
because
gravity
if
and
you
what does it
jump-
do?
It's the thing that pulls me back to the ground when I jump. Basically.
Okay, is it made of
That's
something?
true, dude. So,
What?
like, I'm going to ask you, like, what is your evidence that gravity's responsible for the thing that pulls you to the ground?
It's not.
You're going to
I'm
answer the thing
explaining
is
what
pulling
my-
me to the ground. I'm going to say that's circular reasoning, dude. And you're going to be like,
Okay, tell me what it is. What is? Okay, let me ask you this. What is pulling me to the ground when I jump?
Nothing's pulling you to the ground.
Why am I not flying then?
Hold on, bro. That's
Look at
for you to
the
answer.
side.
You're asked. This is a burden of proof reversal. It's a fallacy.
No, I'm
You're
asking.
saying
I'm
that
not-
something
I'm
is
not- I'm
pulling us
not
to the
sure.
ground. I don't experience anything pulling me to the ground, nor does anybody else.
Oh, you're floating?
Yeah, and says it's even worse than that. He thinks you're going to fly.
Right.
He thinks
So
you're
now I'm
going to
gonna
fly
float?
somehow.
Why would I float?
Check the side chat. You do not understand your own worldview.
I do not understand my own.
Why
Yeah,
is flying an alternative, dude? Why would you think you would fly?
Because on a globe.
Yeah, because on a
You're
globe,
right.
you think without gravity, you're going to fly. Circular reasoning.
Exactly. So it goes like this, right? Gravity because I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground because gravity.
It's my explanation. It's not gravity. It's a thing that I used, an arbitrary word that explains why I am on the ground. And why when I jump off a cliff, I fall and my speed accelerates to the point where my bones crash.
Holy cow, dude. Do you hear yourself right now talking out loud? Like, you should go on the YouTube and play this back.
am
That's
I
silliness.
hearing-
Funny, like, he doesn't need gravity to explain that. Like,
Am I
relative
hearing
density
myself?
does.
Just a second. Am I hearing myself when I say that if I jump off a cliff, something will pull me down. A force will pull me down to the
That's an
ground.
assumption. Yeah, it's an assumption
What
that
if
you've
you
made.
jumped into a pool of water?
Yeah. What about it?
It would stop you from hitting the ground, right?
If I jump into a pool of water, I will fall into the water.
Yeah, and you will float on the water, right? Like you won't be falling with gravity.
Depending on the height. If it's too high, then the surface tension will function as a solid.
If you jumped off a cliff and you were holding onto a bunch of helium balloons, you'd float up.
Yeah, you're still giving us
about right
the
now?
observation, right? The observation is in air, I go down. Okay, I'm going to ask you why. You're going to say gravity. I'm going to say, what is that? You're going to say it's the thing that makes me go down, and we'll just be in this circular loop.
What is your explanation to it then?
Explanation for what?
Or what
I
makes me
don't
fall
have one.
down when I jump?
Nothing makes you fall. You just do.
You are more dense than the
What you're
medium you're in.
saying. So what
You're
you're
more
saying?
dense.
What?
You are more dense than the medium you're in, dude.
Exactly. Look, you guys on the globe side, right? You need to have some type of force or pseudo force, right, pulling you back down to the Earth in some way, right? Because you think that you live in a big space vacuum, and you know, you would just fly off into space, right? All the gas, everyone would die, all the water would boil, blah blah blah. Okay, so you need to be able to explain all of these things, like all of the oceans sticking to the outside of a ball, people sticking to the outside of a ball, and all of that kind of thing, and not flying off into space. We don't have that issue in reality. Okay, so you need to have gravity to have a globe. Okay, and you need to have a globe to have gravity. Okay, whereas on a flat stationary system, things will rise or sink due to their density in relationship with the density of the surrounding medium. Okay, so that will basically dictate which direction an object will go. Okay, if you drop a tennis ball in the air, it's going to sink through the air because it's more dense in the air. If you change the medium from air to water, the tennis ball is going to go upward. Okay, and also, right, there's also a displacing force as well. Okay, there's going to have to be some energy exchange to pick something up for it to move in the first place. Otherwise, it will just sit in equilibrium forever, like a rock sitting on the ground. It's never going to move. If you come along and you exchange some of your energy, you pick up the rock, and then you release the rock, it's going to sink back down to where it was, right? The only reason it moves is because you picked it up and you dropped it. You input energy into that object.
Okay, now I see.
Yeah, and we can vary and manipulate this, right? Let's say we have a glass of fresh water and we grab an egg. Okay, and we put the egg in the glass of fresh water, it's going to sink down to the bottom because the egg's more dense than the fresh water. Now, we could vary and manipulate the medium. Okay, not touching the egg, just add some salt into the water, and now you're going to watch that egg change direction. It's going to go from sitting at the bottom, and it's going to go upward, and it's going to rise up to the top. The only thing that was changed was the density of the liquid medium in that case. Okay, so that's why anything that you can think of in nature goes up or down.
Kind of makes sense when you consider that for avians, they need to have hollow bones in order to minimize their density so that they can fly.
Precisely. There's no need for gravity. It's not a real thing.
Hey, you could have explained it like DJ did right now instead of just going on loops. Come on.
Well, look, sometimes I think we have to get people to think critically for themselves. That's why we ask questions. What is gravity,
Yeah,
and what
and
does
I
it
gave you
do?
explanations to it, and you kept making fun of me. Like, that's not how
No.
it works.
Different
No one made
people
fun
have
of you.
different ways to present it. Look, if you talk to me, I would say gravity is a statistical distribution.
Rawr, that's so sexy.
I know, I am.
Statistical distribution.
Statistical distribution, right? Right. You're gonna find mass where it's more prevalent. Just so happens that the ground you're walking on is one of the walls of the container that is encasing the air that we breathe. And it just so happens the ground you're walking on is the production source of the gases that you breathe. So statistically, you're going to find a higher prevalence of the gases that you breathe near the surface where it's produced that you're walking on. Yeah, the gas you breathe does not come from outer space, dude.
Has anybody clarified that we do not claim that it's some kind of pizza planet space frisbee with this guy
That'd
yet?
be a good point of clarification. Thank you, Ethergrass. Yeah, flat earthers, no pizza disk in outer space. If you think that flat earthers think that flat earth is a floating space pizza, nope, not us.
Oh, flat Earth is not flat, dude.
Well, it's also, yeah, a topographical plane.
Okay. A topographical plane with no borders.
Not that we know of. I mean, there is an upper limit defined by the gas pressure.
So there is an altitude, but there is no, like I said, there are some altitudes, but there is no border to where it ends, where it starts.
No.
Okay.
Right. We live within a limited volume.
Limited volume.
Right. So basic gas laws. So if you were to take all the gas laws you learned in physics in high school and shake them up and plop them out on a table, you would end up with PV equals nRT. Pressure times volume equals number of moles times the gas constant times temperature. The V, pressure times volume in the beginning, the V is absolutely limited. If the V were infinity, we could not be breathing stable pressurized gas whatsoever. The V is limited. So it causes us to ask ourselves, if V cannot be infinity because we're breathing gas, does that mean that our existence has a limitation to it? The answer is yes. There is a limit. There's a defined volume. This is the law of gas. This is the law of nature. This is thermodynamics. And if you're going to argue against the laws of thermodynamics, you're going to have a bad time, let me tell you.
Question the words of the mighty Jimmy.
Yeah, man. You're going to argue against the laws of thermodynamics. In the words of Heisenberg from Breaking Bad, you're going to have a bad time. I mean, it's true. Like everything. I mean, this is all about energy transfer at the core of it. Energy and matter cannot be created nor destroyed. Guess what? We have a stable gradient of gas pressure. That means our volume is fixed. That means we are in a giant container. Is it a fish tank? I don't freaking know.
So at the core
Could be
of this
really
belief, you
freaking
guys
big
don't
though.
know. Right?
Yeah.
So at the core of this belief,
No, but
you guys don't
Belief.
know. No one knows.
Yeah, it's so full of academic
enough.
humility. It's going to make
Yeah.
your heart warm. You're going to be like, oh my gosh, these flat earthers, they have so much academic humility. They're not arrogant. I want to be a flat earther. I want to be part of them because I experienced humility and humbleness in my own life, and I want more of that for myself.
I mean, all right. The way you're selling it. I'm
It's
in.
totally
Take my
true.
credit card. Okay.
Dude, I don't have a PhD. I got 2 master's degrees. I hope that counts for something.
Doesn't
just
matter.
remember, everyone here has already demonstrated that we're capable of changing our minds, and we interact with bigots who do not change their mind every single day. We've already shown that we can.
What do you mean? Is that a threat?
I'm saying that we speak with people who never have never changed their minds in their entire life, and they act like we're the ones who are closed-minded. Meanwhile, they treat us. They act like bigots towards us. They're highly offensive, and they go out of their way to do so. Meanwhile, we try and be respectful like this, how we are with you, every day.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's nice.
Right. And this topic may raise more unanswered questions, right? Than would be hoped for, right? Because at the core of the entire heliocentric model, right, the current mainstream cosmological view of reality is a globe Earth, right? And that requires its surface to have curvature. And if we come along and demonstrate that it doesn't have that requirement, then that entire model, that entire ideology falls apart. Everything about it, everything. And if that raises more questions for you, that's fine. It doesn't mean that someone's going to be able to answer them and replace every question that you had an answer for previously.
I have questions. I get it. It doesn't bother me that I have questions or that I have more questions now because, I don't care. I have been swallowed by academia and I have a lot of questions all the time. So, but you guys have,
and that's great.
You guys helped me with certain ideas now. That's pretty fucking nice.
Good. I mean, so if anything, we want this topic to open people's minds so that they can get out of the rut that they were brought up in and think about new possibilities. At the end of the day, Flat Earth is about critical thinking, if nothing else.
Okay.
This doesn't mean, this doesn't mean we're not Flat Earthers. This means we are absolutely 100%. And if we can leave you with a little nugget of information, we hope that you consider what we're saying seriously.
You guys, apparently you're not Flat Earthers. You're simply non-round Earthers.
That's a good insight, yeah. I mean, listen, I think the Earth is much more complicated than just being round in a globe or just flat.
You guys should change the name of the channel to non-globalers, non-globulars.
Yeah,
well, it's still flat, right? So you got to think of the context. But flat's not a shape, right? It's the description of a surface, and we're talking about, in this context, the surface of the water being flat. So most of the surface is made up of water.
No, I get it. I get this one. I'm talking about the taboo that was built around the sentence itself, the phrase itself, Flat Earthers. So basically,
yeah, go ahead.
like when someone, like basically when Jimmy Neutron told me like, "Hey Fulgrim, why did you leave?" It's because, like to me when I see like someone saying flat earther, I get like tinfoil hats, a bunch of maniacs. But then, I mean, I don't judge people, and I always listen. I love listening to people and their theories, so that's why I listen. But like, if I bring a friend and tell him, okay, like, listen to these flat earthers, I'm pretty sure he's gonna have a bad connotation based on his preconceived notions from the internet, from the culture around him.
Yeah.
That's why I said, like, if you change the name to non-globalists, okay, wait, people will start thinking you're far right.
Oh, we're
You
definitely
get me.
anti-globalists.
What do you mean anti? Yeah, but like globalist as in not
Listen,
the
I got
political
you. It's like, so when you go to court, right? When you go to court, you're not ruled innocent or guilty. You're ruled not guilty or guilty.
Yeah, it's like
So,
Nietzsche said.
right, it goes back to like the hypothesis. It goes back to the philosophy of science and reason and evidence. Can you actually prove that somebody is not guilty, or can you actually prove that somebody's innocent? Proving innocence is a lot harder than proving somebody's not guilty, and those are extremely distinct from one another.
Everything we do will never be faced with understanding. It will either be faced with disapproval or approval. That's a sentence.
Yeah, everybody wants to rule the world.
Yep.
Yeah.
So what I submit to you, like, listen, our community has been around for more than 10 years. We've got tons of content. We are not like the TikTok, Twitter, Facebook flat earthers that you find when you do the typical, Google search or whatever. We're fundamentally different than all of those. And I think our community actually spawned a lot of sub communities that gone out and have done crazy things. If you have a friend, a professor, somebody that you want to introduce to flat earth, bring them here, have them listen to our YouTubes. If you look at the top, we have 2 YouTube streams, 2 bots, and these are going out to Rumble and X. So we're broadcast to the world.
Hey, wait, I have to read what you guys provided me with first. So I'll have to spare some time to read those things you sent, especially the PDFs. Especially the PDFs. And those, what's his name
You should
again?
visit our home server, dude. We got terabytes.
Hey, you don't want me to... Come on, man. Don't send me down a rabbit hole yet.
We got you.
Home server, we got 30,000 members. We've got multiple terabytes of info. Discord.gg/flat earth.
Okay, let me first finish my work with addicted people, and then I'm gonna go back to this.
Yeah, you're going to be one of those addicted people because you're going to be coming back again and again. You're going to have sleepless nights, just like an addicted person who's trying to get off of the globe. In this case, you'll be like, dude, what do these flat earthers got going on? I want to be part of them.
I mean, fair enough. Okay, that's a claim. That's a claim. That's a claim. Is anyone here schizophrenic by any chance?
Nope, totally mentally competent and sane.
No,
I used to work in the aerospace industry for the U.S. government.
No, that's not what I mean.
Okay, before you reiterate your question again, do you know what psychological projection is?
I need the no. I work with schizophrenics. It's not related to this topic. It's because
one could say it takes one to know one.
Certain addictive substances cause schizophrenia, so I wanted someone at least to talk to gather some data. So
no, dude, I like wine and beer. That's about it. And I got a professional life. I'm also about 50 years old and have kids and a family, so you're totally stable, not crazy.
Ah, okay, I get it. It's a joke.
It's not a joke.
Hey man, the entire world's schizophrenic, just about. I mean, like, everybody's going about their daily lives operating as if the Earth is flat and motionless, observing it to be flat and motionless, right? And then coming into places like this and declaring that it's the exact opposite of what they experience.
Yeah, case in point. So listen, dude, I'm like, yeah, you watch a sunset and you think the world is turning backwards.
Exactly. Okay. You observe a horizontal horizon and you think it's curved.
What's it like? Cross my heart and swear to God, I only ask about schizophrenia because I need to work with the schizophrenic to deduce whether addiction had any effect on it.
Turns out they're right about flat Earth, right? Oh my God. They're wrong about everything else, but they're right about flat Earth.
Yeah.
Schizoid. To act like the government is trustworthy at all is the most gaslighting shit you could do, especially knowing full well that things like the Tuskegee experiment happened. Come on now, dude. Come on.
The government did.
Don't be gaslighting people.
What the hell? Do not attribute me to those sons of bitches. Come on. Anyways, I have a lot of work to get to. So thanks for your time.
You sound tired, so
yeah.
Feel free to come back, man.
yeah, and
Thanks.
subscribe to our YouTube and Rumble and X accounts.
I'll be sure to take a lot of notes next time I come back about what you guys provided.
Yeah, wait till you hear some of our heavy hitters come in. I'm just like a porch dragon. I'm like the monkey class.
Monkey class.
Monkey class. Yeah, we got folks that have like brains that weigh 10 times as mine do come in. And they're flat earthers. So yeah, you just basically talk to the court jester.
Don't sell yourself short.
Dude, I am. I'm the freaking court jester, dude. I'm wiping my ass with my bare hands and wiping it on the wall right now, compared to the kinds of people that come in after me.
Are you trying to sway me with hyperbole?
Yeah.
It worked. Congratulations.
But it's been a good conversation. I've enjoyed listening to it. So thank you, Emperor's Child, for coming in and being so polite. It's been great to listen to, man. And hopefully you come back again sometime.
Of course, I'll try. When I feel competent enough, I'll come back with the knowledge you guys provided. And thanks for your time as well.
Welcome.
Hello.
Yay, this one speaks. How's it going?
Pretty good. Thanks for asking. How about you?
I am fantastic.
So is everyone muted?
Most of the time they do. It's just if they all speak at once, it's just noise. You just can't understand a word. So they normally just mute and sit back, wait for someone nice to pop in to talk to.
Okay. Gotcha.
So since you're in here, what do you think? We're living on a ball, tilting, wobbling, spinning, 72% covered in water, flying through the vacuum of space? Or is it planar with topography?
I mean, honestly, I don't think the Earth is flat.
You don't think it's flat, so what do you think it is then?
I mean, it's a globe, so it rotates through the orbit.
You said that with confidence.
I mean, from my understanding, that's what it is. I mean, if it's flat, then it just wouldn't really make sense to me. Like my brain just can't grasp it.
What do you mean it wouldn't make sense? What part of it wouldn't make sense?
Well,
your car will magically stop working, or why wouldn't it make
no,
sense?
it's more like how do you say it? So like when it like how would that work exactly? Like through the orbit, like you're supposed to. I mean, it would make more sense if it's a globe, so that when it rotates, some parts of the world, like the time zones, would make sense. The time zone differences would make sense. Like some parts of the world would
Time
be
zones don't make
morning.
sense. You know that there's
So-
like 19 time zones in the north, 24 in the center, and 32 in the south. Did you know that?
Mhm.
They're not. It should be 24 everywhere, but it's not like that in reality.
Okay.
So I don't know
Interesting,
how
isn't it?
time zones make sense. Actually,
Okay. So what's your theory?
well, first of all, nobody's ever observed the Earth orbit anything or rotate. No one's ever seen that. From our viewpoint, we don't see, on Earth, we don't see the Earth orbit the sun. We don't see the planets orbit the sun. In fact, nobody's ever observed the orbit ever of anything. Ever.
Okay.
I mean, I've said this to lots of globe earthers. I said, okay, show me something orbiting something else. I want to see a full orbit. Never seen one. and I'll never get one. We see the planets like move against the background stars, and like Mars and some other ones, they do like a little loop-de-loop thing in the sky, but we don't actually see them go around the sun. We don't see us go around the sun. We see the sun move across the sky. We see the stars move.
Okay, so if the Earth is flat, so the other planets are also flat?
The Earth isn't a planet. Earth isn't like those things. There's no reason to think that the Earth would be like that. Well, I mean, what would the reason be that you could come up with that you would think the Earth would be a planet from observation? You look in the sky, you see a planet. You go, "Wow, that's just like Earth." Why would you even think that?
Okay, so
I know
Earth is
the
the
answer to
only
this question,
planet
by the
that's
way.
flat.
The answer to this question is there's something called the Copernican principle that was adopted a long time ago. It's a philosophical principle that says the Earth is not unique. And if the Earth is not unique, then it's just like everything else. When I look in the sky, I go, Earth is just like that because it's just like everything else, right? But there's no basis for that. It's just philosophical. And a long time ago, people decided that that's the philosophical position they're going to take and built the whole construct off of that. Now, if they took the position that the Earth was unique, at worst, they'd be geocentrists, where everything was orbiting the Earth, which is what people used to believe, right? That the Earth was the center of everything. No, wrong channel, buddy. Okay. The point is like, when you said with confidence that the Earth is a globe, we've asked a lot of people, how do you know the Earth's a globe? And they can never say how they know. They always point to how they think other people know. We've talked to lots of people, scientists, PhDs in physics, astrophysics, cosmology, you name it, we've talked to them. Lots of different people over the years. And if I talk to them, they'll say that the people that you think have the answers, they'll say the same things you do. They think there's just somebody else out there with the answers. We can never find the people with the actual answers. Like, okay, who's ever seen an orbit? They'll never find somebody that can actually say that they've actually observed an orbit. A lot of it's like it's almost like a mathematical construct. It's a concept that's been built up over centuries, and it's complex and complicated. And I know to you it probably doesn't make sense because you think the universe has planets and stars and galaxies and black holes and all this other stuff in it. But the evidence for that is very weak. And to us, at least to me, it's just another story about the stars, the same way they told stories 1,000 years ago about the stars, and they all thought that they were right. And 1,000 years before that, they told stories about the stars, and all those people thought they were right. And nowadays, we're telling stories about the planets and stars, and we think we're right. In 1,000 years, they're going to think we're wrong and that we were a bunch of idiots.
Okay, so if the
Every
Earth
generation
was,
thinks they're right.
if the Earth is flat, then where is the end of the Earth?
There's no end.
And
The
where
Earth
does it
isn't in
begin?
space. And put this way, think of the Earth as like the floor of the universe. Everything is above it. There's only the Earth. There's no outside the Earth. Like, you can't go outside the Earth. It doesn't make sense. It's like asking, hey, can we go outside the universe? That question doesn't make sense because anything outside the universe would also be part of the universe. So you can't actually go outside of it. So there's no outside the Earth. There's no outer space. There's no spaceships. There's no freaking people orbiting the Earth. All that stuff is just a TV show. And I know that's crazy, and you're thinking, this is fucking crazy. How could they fake all these TV shows? I mean, fuck, dude, they fake Santa. Lots of photos of Santa. They can't all be fake, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because someone can make the same argument for Santa Claus. There's thousands and millions of photographs of Santa. Santa's real because the photographs prove that Santa's real because there's so many of them, right? Because these pictures of the Earth, they show one thing, always, that the Earth is covered mostly in water, and that water curves into a ball. But when we go check in the real world, like the ocean, a lake, a pond, anywhere, the water doesn't curve and the water's flat. So if you have more than 50% water on the surface and that water doesn't curve, then the Earth has to be flat. It cannot be a ball.
Okay, so you're saying Earth is a limitless flat platform?
Not limitless. I mean, limitless, I don't even know what that is.
Like boundless?
I don't think it's inside of something
Since you
where
said
like
there's no end.
what I said was
Okay, so how do you
end
explain the
doesn't
core
make
of the
sense.
Earth?
What I'm saying is Earth is not an object that you can hold in your hand. That's how you think of Earth, like it's a ball that if you were a giant you could hold in your hand. The Earth is not an extended object that you could hold in your hand. It's not an
Well,
object
nobody
at
really
all.
says nobody really says the Earth is an object that you can hold in your hand.
Well, if you were a giant, right? You could. I got the whole world in his hands, right? Yeah, they do say it. It's the whole song about it.
Well, I mean, even if you're a giant, like you would still be smaller than the Earth.
I mean, a
But
giant, like bigger
anyways,
than Godzilla.
how would you explain the core of the Earth then if the Earth is
What
flat?
core?
So you're saying there's no core of the Earth?
What is the evidence that I have that there's a core other than a picture in a book? That's not of the core, which is just a drawing someone drew. Has anybody drilled to the core? What's the deepest hole ever drilled? Do you know? 7 miles. The core's supposed to be 3,959 miles away. So they got a long more way to drill to prove that a core exists. Told you the globe idea is sophisticated. It's been built over years, hundreds of years of people just adding more and more things on it. So I'll tell you this. If I have a set of data, I can make that data fit to anything I want. I could say, well, I'm going to interpret my data with the Earth as a pyramid. And then I can make the data work in the framework of Earth as a pyramid. Or I can take this data and say Earth is a ball. And I can make that data within the framework of the Earth as a ball. And this actually happens all the time in science. I'll give you a specific example. There's a paper that's published about where they're measuring, they're called telluric currents, which is electricity in the ground. Now, if they assume that the Earth is the ball, they can make predictions about what the currents will be 300 kilometers away. But they can also make the same predictions if they assume that the Earth is flat. They can also make predictions of it being 300 miles away. So the framework in that instance, it doesn't matter if the Earth is flat or a ball. You can make the data fit because you can change your assumptions about what's happening and make it fit. And they've been doing this for hundreds of years. And there's a lot of myths that go along with the globe Earth, such as eclipses. I always run down these. So eclipses, people think that they use a globe Earth to predict when eclipse happens, and that's how we know eclipses prove the globe. In fact, eclipses are first predicted by flat earthers in 2000 BC, and the first known exact eclipse prediction was done by Thales of Miletus, a Greek flat earther, in like 300 BC. So people think there's a lot of mythos behind the globe which just aren't true. Eclipses are predicted with flat Earth mathematics. Sunrises and sunset, flat Earth mathematics. They don't use the globe to predict when those things happen. So there's just a lot of myths about all this stuff. About what a globe enables us to do. Okay, I'll give you another one. GPS. GPS uses a globe. No, it doesn't. It uses something called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system. I know this is probably like, holy shit. You can fact check me on everything I'm saying. You can type it into ChatGPT, type it into Google. I don't care what you type it into. What I'm saying is factually accurate.
No. I'm mainly silent because I'm also in the middle of work.
Oh, that's fine. I'm I'm used to people just going silent for lots of reasons. But it's just, sometimes people don't believe us, or some people think we're mistaken, or maybe they think we're interpreting things wrong. No, this is all in mainstream. I mean, we're using mainstream information. The thing is, most people, just like I did for 50 years, Earth is a globe, and I never checked to see if what they said was actually true. People, at least in here, and on our main server, and in the politics server, and running the same channel, we checked. Because, okay, they said the Earth is a globe of 3,959 mile radius. Okay, there's these geometric consequences. Let's go check to see if this exists. We went out and checked. They don't exist. And we're not trying to convince you the Earth is flat. We're just sitting in your head telling you, hey, dude, we checked. The globe they says exists can't possibly exist because we measured it, and nobody else did. Like, one thing we used to ask people was, hey, who do you know from either now or in the past ever measured the curvature of the Earth? And the answer is always, I don't know, or nobody. Because nobody's ever done it except for flat earthers. There's no curvature to measure. And I'm not saying believe us. What we all say is, go check yourself. You don't have to believe a thing we say. This isn't a contest between us and NASA, where believe us over NASA. Don't believe us or NASA. Don't believe anything. Just go out and check. I checked. Checked multiple times. They say ships go over the horizon. Okay, let's go to the beach. Watch the ship go over the horizon. Okay, I got this app, marinetraffic.com. Where's the boat? Okay, it's 6 miles away. Let's watch it for a while. 1 hour goes by, it's farther away. 2 hours go by, it's further away. 3 hours go by, it's further away. Hey, man, it's 30 miles away. How come I can still see it? It should be 400 feet under the horizon. But it's not. The globe Earth says it is. The globe Earth says I can't see that boat. But there it is. So that's the situation, at least on our side, that we're in. We've gone out, we checked, we tell people, hey, we checked, and we get a bunch of shit for it for checking. But I thought science was supposed to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. But then we get a bunch of shit for testing, repeating, and verifying, and they're like, well, no, we don't want to revisit that flat Earth shit. How would you guys? We want to believe the Earth's globe. Believe what you want. I'm not into the beliefs. I'm into, we go out, science is supposed to be empirical. We go get the empirical evidence. And empirical evidence, the Earth is flat. It's pretty simple. It's not complicated. There's only one question that can answer the question. Does the surface of the Earth curve or not? If it curves, it's a ball. If it does not curve, it's not a ball. That's the only thing that can prove it one way or another. You can look at the sun, you can look at the moon, you can watch TV, you can do all sorts of other stuff. Most of the so-called evidence of a globe is ambiguous. It can be interpreted within a flat Earth as well. It's what we call not globe exclusive evidence. It could be interpreted as flat Earth evidence, or it could be interpreted as globe Earth evidence. Just depends on what you presuppose. But the only definitive way, like I said, curving or not curving, decides it. And from what we've measured, it's not curving. I mean, we got 40-kilometer laser tests, 475-kilometer long-distance observations, 10,000-mile frickin' radio transmissions. I mean, 800-mile, it's called LoRa chirped low power radio waves over the ocean. Even the frickin' NATO had a microwave system across Europe that communicated over 800 miles, which should be, there's something like, in 800 miles, there's about 40 miles of Earth curve that should be in the way between the radar stations. So that means there should be a 40-mile hump of ball between the two radar stations or the microwave stations, and there's not. It's just like it's all over the place. I mean, they did 10,000-mile radio transmissions in 1918 during World War I. So there's no repeater towers. There's no satellites. There's nothing. How did they broadcast the United Kingdom to Australia in 1918 and talk to them over the radio? It's almost like North Pole, South Pole communication on a globe. It'd be like being in northern Canada and talking to, Amundsen Station at the South Pole. Well, that's not impossible on a globe. But we know all the stories too. We know all the globe stories. Everyone here grew up on it. It's all been like we all been brainwashed with it. We know it. We know it just as good as anybody else. So it's not. A lot of people, they're prejudiced and think that, oh, these flat earthers, they don't understand the globe idea, or they don't understand the heliocentric model. That's why they don't believe it. They just don't understand it. And if I just tell them about it and they understand it, then they'll obviously realize the Earth's a globe. No, we do understand it.
That's why we're flat earthers.
Exactly. We do understand it very well. And we're like, hold on, this globe idea don't frickin' hold water. Of course it don't hold water. It's just spinning fucking balls. Spinning balls don't hold water. I mean, if you want something flat, what do you use? What tool do you use? Use a fucking level. How's a level work? With spirits inside it. That's a liquid. Yeah, I mean, to just wrap it up. People think the flat earth is a belief, but it's actually the globe earth that's the belief. We observe a flat earth every day. You go on a plane, go on a mountain, go anywhere you want to go, hot air balloon, altitude weather balloon, jump out at 128,000 feet like Felix Baumgartner. No matter where we go, normal people, the earth is flat. Now, there's a group of people that claim they're special and they went someplace none of us can go, and they saw the earth as a ball. Now, you can believe that, or you can trust your own lying eyes that the earth looks flat because it is flat. Because we always hear, well, a giant ball looks flat. You know what also looks flat? Something that's flat. The obvious. Things that are flat look flat.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I used to pull apart my shit just because I was curious how it worked.
Yeah. Dude, what you said was awesome, man. That was good. But he wasn't really hearing you. I hate when they do that. When they ask questions and they only half listen. It's annoying.
Yeah. I know. Because it's just too out there. Like they can't, for them, there's only certain a setting within which we could discuss this, right? There's no other setting that they can conceive of. I understand why it's really difficult to wrap your head around.
Well, I mean, we're gonna always end up with the identity crisis. The identity, like, oh my God, I'm not gonna be a flat earther. I can't be a flat earther. What do my friends think? What do my family think? So there's always that psychological wall where they can't really take what you're saying seriously and like internalize it. because they're afraid. Because they come in here and like we sound normal. We make sense. Everything we're saying is rational, but the Earth can't be flat. No way. Why would they lie? It opens up such a huge can of worms of questions, right? That they can't like, oh my God, if that's true, then what else is true? You know what I mean? Some people don't want to go down that road psychologically. I mean, I don't blame them.
Yeah.
You ruin your own life. Shit, man. I was just about to get a job at NASA. Josh got me in there. I became flat earther, damn it. You in here when Talon X was in here spurging out?
Yes.
Oh my God, he was going mental, man. I was on my phone, so I couldn't really post stuff because I was like getting ready to go to the gym. But, God damn, he lost his mind. I thought he was going to be all right too, because the last time he was in here, at least when I was in here and he was in here, he seemed like he's like, this is like one of the better.
It was like chill, right?
Yeah, he was like, this is one of the
Yeah.
better channels on the server. You guys let people talk. Well, guess that honeymoon's over.
Yeah, it's all back to normal now. Yeah. Business as usual.
Motherfucking Neil. Neil, what you doing, boy? Shout out, Neil.
Hi.
What's up, man? How you been?
I'm chilling. It's 2026,
man.
easing into it.
I haven't even talked to you this year. What the hell?
I know, right? It's almost like I'm growing up. No, I'm joking.
Grow up so fast.
I'm just chilling, bro. How you been?
Cool. Yeah, I've been all right. I'm chilling too. We all chilling.
Yeah, man.
And now that Mark's not here, talking about spurging out, I had a bit of spurg out, and he was. I couldn't help it, man. He was like, I just lost my shit with him.
Who's this now?
He was just like a little kid going, but why?
Talon?
And then you answer that, and they're like, but why? And then again, why? Like, that's what he was being like. It was like, oh.
Are you talking about Talon?
No, this guy called Mark. What was he? Philosophy something. Goes by Mark.
Oh, so was he's doing the sea lion troll where you just keep asking question after question after question?
Pretty much, yeah. And it didn't matter what you said, and it was all leading back to like, because you pretty much say, look, we're not making a size or dimension claim. We're just saying that the surface quality is flat and geometrically has to have curve if it's a sphere, right? The surface of water is flat. Yeah, but you don't know the size, right? How far does it go? Where's it? Like, it's just like, what? I said, why would we even know that? Because you're claiming to know. And I was like, Jedi was like, no, we're not. We're not claiming to know those things, just this one particular thing, Like, he just wouldn't let it go, bro. Like, I just lost it with him.
Who was that, Mark?
Yes, Mark, yeah.
Oh, he's a pain. Normally you get the question, what's your epistemology of the flat earth?
Here's my epistemology. What you see is what you get. It's like a web browser. The web browser editors, they call it what you see, what you get editors. That's what I'm talking about. Whatever you type in the editor, that's the way it looks on the web page. I was trying to get that guy to I was trying to get him to argue against what you see is what you get. I wanted him to argue that like believing his own eyes was okay. I'm always trying to get to do that because I think it's hilarious when they have to take that absurd position. You can't believe your own eyes, you dumb flat earther. You have to evaluate all reality with a slide rule and a calculator.
Right, but wasn't he just trying to determine what the Earth is by looking at what the things in the sky look like?
Exactly. It's selective empiricism. Someone did that. I don't know if you were in here like the other night. What if you went up to space and saw the Earth as a ball? And so I told him, I'm like, well, that means if I came down here, I'd be able to measure the Earth curve. So, but that in and of itself, you see a flat Earth every day, and you don't believe it. But I'm supposed to go fly in a rocket and see the Earth as a ball, and then I believe it's a ball, but you see the flat Earth every day, and you don't think it's flat. That sounds like a double standard. He freaked out after that. Because, you know,
The other question,
they think that's their ace card.
I
Their
love
ace.
it. That's funny. The other question that's been breaking them lately, Indio, is when you say to them, outside of your mobile phone, computer, and media or television, where have you seen the curve? And they seem to go into robot malfunction mode.
Any astral projection answers? I was astral projecting. I took a punch. That guy was trying to make Earths a go because of ayahuasca. Yeah, I asked that. I don't know if you were just in here, Matrix. I just asked that kid, like, does anybody know the boundaries of reality? He's like, yeah, some people take DMT, and there was a study about DMT, and they could see stuff. And they were just high.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a freaking. You know, I took hallucinogenics, and I thought they were deep at the time. But now I know I was just high. Okay? I was just fucking high. It wasn't deep. I was fucked up. That's all it was. It's not complicated. People try to read all sorts of shit into their trips. No. Oh, you're just high.
Sorry, son, you're off your head.
Yeah. You just freaking. You know, we even do it when we were a kid, right? We'd spin around in the circle to get dizzy.
Now, there's actually a comedian that stood up and said that when they ban all drugs, they are going to go out into their backyard, around until they fall over.
Oh, we used to just hyperventilate. Yeah, that gives you a good buzz. Spin out, see shit.
We used to do. I mean, they freaking would expel you if they caught you in us in school doing this. But you bend over and hyperventilate for 30 seconds and stand up, and then someone put you up. You stand up with your back up against the wall, and someone pushes on your neck to cut off the blood supply. Dude, you go like instantly into a fucking dream, man.
Yeah, you're inducing a short-term coma.
Yeah. Yeah, but I just always found it weird. Like when you go to sleep, right? You have to like sleep for a couple hours to get into a dream state, but it's like you go instantly into a dream state. It's freaking really, really odd. We used to call it the name we call it China syndrome or something like that. I don't know where that name came from, but China syndrome was a movie about a 3 Mile Island, their plant meltdown. If you guys remember,
Came from China.
Was that Michael Douglas?
I think it was Jane Fonda, right? In could have been, Michael Douglas. Yeah, you might be right.
I'm not sure. I'm just I remember something about yeah.
Oh, you got it, Michael Douglas. And I was right, Jane Fonda. And who's the other guy?
Oh shit, there you
Jack Lemmon. Yeah, Jack Lemmon was the
Jack Lemmon. He was in a serious role.
Yeah. He was actually pretty good in that. Dude, that's but the cast of that movie, that's the pinnacle of libtard. Dude, I'm thinking about this movie, right, and how people were back then, how liberals were, and like what they stood for. And though they were like a bunch of hippie peaceniks, you know, during the Cold War, and that brought them a lot of animosity. It is admirable to fight for peace. But they're all sellouts now, all of them. You ask them should we send more weapons to Ukraine? They'll be like, hell yeah, right? So they're all full of shit.
Right. Yeah, they should be stay out of it. It's not your fault.
Yeah,
Leave it alone.
yeah.
People are dying.
I mean, I remember the peace movement was about peace worldwide, right? No wars anywhere. That was the idea. Now it's to be like just peace with you know, over there. And if you don't, it's like peace or we'll kick your ass. You know what I mean? That's where we're at.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Flat Earth Tribe.
Tribe.
I
That
don't know.
sounds racist.
No. It's like a place where I belong. Like a
Place where
tribe.
you belong. Yeah. We could be tribe, club. Like holding
Yeah,
hands,
the
sing
Cool Kids
Kumbaya by
Club.
a campfire.
Well, yeah, holding hands is fun and it's good for your body, and you get oxytocin with human contact. So
Oh my God, you do astral projection?
I've tried before with limited results. Hold on one moment. What? Hold on, I'm not muted yet.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. Gonna be nice.
Okay, why did you ask about astral projection?
Oh, because I asked the guy a little while ago, 10 minutes ago.
Okay, I've
If
had
anybody
very
knew,
limited.
no, well, no, hold on, let me finish. I asked him if anybody knew what the boundaries of reality are, and then he went into some people did some ayahuasca studies
Oh
or
Lord.
something.
Yeah, I've done dimethyltryptamine and LSD and mushrooms, and dimethyltryptamine is definitely the most profound. But back to astral projection, do you believe in stuff like that, or?
That you can do it? Yeah, certainly.
I mean, I've had
I
a
don't
few
think you
weird
should, but
experiences.
I think you can.
No. Well, it's hard
Like
to do
summoning
it
a
for an
demon,
extended
right?
period of time, because if you get up in your emotions or you get shocked by your experience, you'll snap right back to your body. One of the weirdest experiences I had was I was meditating by the water and I calmed my body and I started to see myself literally walking and wading through the water, but I got so shocked by what I was seeing that I snapped back to reality. And then another time I was laying in my bed trying to do it, and my head came out of my body, nothing else, but I could see 360 in the room. And then another night I got out of my bed, out of my body, and went up to the window and looked through it. But then I guess I fell asleep because I have no other memories, so I don't know. So yeah. But I
woke up
love
one
stuff
night
like
and I felt like I was floating above the bed. And then it felt like I actually sank back down into it, and I just laid there freaked out.
Yeah, have you ever tried falling through the floor?
do drugs.
Well, no, I wasn't doing this when I was on drugs. You can't do stuff like that when you're on drugs. You don't do stuff like that. Like, you can't achieve things like that without being sober anyway.
When you did these events, did you find afterwards the next day that you were absolutely cooked and you'd run out of energy?
No, I didn't feel any different.
Interesting. But other people say that when they've done that next day that they are spent like as if just flat batteries type worn out.
Well, the experience was so short and I snapped back into my body so fast that I don't think I expended any energy at all.
There you go.
Yeah. Things are never as it seems, I suppose.
No, I think they're exactly as they seem. People
Yeah.
are just. I think the things like the metaphysical parts of reality, I think they're pretty obvious, and people ignore them and try to pretend they don't exist because you can't put them in a jar or put them in a test tube or weigh them on a scale. So, but everybody sees it every day. They experience it their entire lives. I think it's pretty obvious. Everybody's had, I'm not gonna get into like the weird coincidences that people have, and I mean, you literally you have to actively ignore it to not see it, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Yeah, astral
But that's just
projection
a
isn't.
part of. But that's a part of being alive. You know what I mean? That's just one part because we also are physical, and it's that
Yeah.
the rub, right? The friction between those two things, which give life its its zest or whatever. I don't know how else to call it. Shit would be fucking boring if it was all physical, and it would be just as boring if we were just disembodied spirits.
Yeah, I like the idea of not being limited to my body. Like, I like to think that, for sure that, we're limited by our senses to an extent. Like, that's what causes our sufferings too. And then because we're so attached to what's going on in this body, the physical reality, and we have such a ego and all of these things that make us think things are impossible too. And then
Well, I mean, you
careful.
shouldn't neglect your body because there's a lot to be said with
Well, no, you shouldn't neglect
honing and
it.
training your body to do some particular thing just like extremely well. I mean,
Yeah.
like a sport, painting, art, all that stuff takes a supreme connection with your body. And like, I don't think I'm kind of like more holistic about the whole thing. I'm not like, well, it's this and not that. A lot of people are like, it's mystical or it's all physical, and no, it's all of it. And you can sit there and the thing is to harness all of it together. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah, that makes sense.
mind, body, and soul, right?
Exactly. Like I feel like people don't focus on all three all the time. They're just like body, 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 or soul, 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 and not mixing it all together.
Yeah, that's what flat earth is good for, actually, ladies and gentlemen, because it brings in your mind, body, and soul. Yeah, especially the brain, the memories. I
So
just
you
had
would
a
say
short debate.
that you believe in like the metaphysical. It's just a part of reality. That we've just given it the label of metaphysical as if it's some separate thing from the experience, but it's not, right?
Yeah, I mean, not everything can exist. It's easy to prove that not everything can exist in an empirical way that you could stick in a test tube. Like human
Yeah.
rights. Everybody believes in human rights. Where do they exist? Can I weigh them can I weigh them? So we have these concepts and ideas, and they certainly exist. The laws of logic exist, certainly. The law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle. These logic exists. Where does that exist? Where does mathematics exist? I mean, these are like, these questions have been asked for 1,000 years. But they exist. The people that like But the people that are materialist atheists are like, all there is material matter, and that's it, and the laws of physics and energy, and that's all there is. There's nothing else. I don't think they actually believe that. I think they're just like rejecting. They're just afraid of things they can't understand or explain in that way, right? In the mechanistic, physical physics way. This happened because of this. Here's the equations and blah, blah, blah. I mean, what's the equation for serendipity? What's the equation for coincidence? What's the equation for all these human events that we have names for that happen
Yeah.
to human beings all the time? There's no equations for them. There's no
No.
formulas. There's no laws of physics.
That's right, because we physically
there's none of those things, but they certainly
acknowledge
happen.
them.
Would you say that could be part of like the consciousness, maybe?
Well, just to interrupt there, we
I'm
we
sure
physically
they would
enjoy
say,
them.
"Well, that didn't really happen that way. You just thought it." Like
Yeah.
I don't know. They try to come up with all sorts of things. You're
Well,
just
most
giving
people are
meaning
dumb.
to something that actually has no meaning. Yeah,
Yeah.
they'll say things like that. Like, okay, go with that. I mean, you can believe what you want, dude. Go with it's something that, like, doesn't have any meaning. I mean, if atheists really believed what they say they believe, there'd be no atheists because they'd, eat a shotgun, for lack of a better word. Why carry on if you're an atheist? There's no point.
Exactly. They're so cold and like nothing means nothing. Or damn it, I said that wrong. Like
Nothing. Yeah, but can.
Yeah, that was interesting. I didn't realize it was a previous episode. No wonder I wasn't getting any response. Funny.
Never mean anything, right? And like their
Yeah.
atoms, they think their atoms and molecules are going to freaking, when the sun blows up in 4.5 billion years, all traces of them are going to be gone, right? So it'll be like they never existed. So whatever sequence of events that we experience, they're just the mechanistic processes. Even me right now talking about this, according to an atheist, these are just the preordained deterministic chemical reactions determined at the Big Bang.
Yeah.
They
That's
don't
what I
like
would say
that
too.
because
Oh,
then
I
it
agree
makes
with
them.
you there. I've never heard of it said that way, but I totally agree with you. Like we're just a result of like the expanding universe, and like it's not some.
So I did just pause that in case that person that dropped in wanted to speak. If you wanted to speak to that person, Jin, but they took off, and I unlocked myself to speak, and because I joined from another channel before I did that, I got kicked out, and then I rejoined, and that starts the player again when somebody joins after you've paused it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
and then they left.
The funny thing was this, right? I made a comment and it was like they were ignoring me. I thought, hang on a minute, what's going on? So I tried again, right? And then I realized, this must be a recording. And it was.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if you thought that. Yeah. I've done it myself.
Yeah. And you know what it's like? You literally feel like you bounced off the conversation because you said something and no reaction, you bounced off. You understand? Yeah. Yeah. Really weird. The really weird feeling when that happens.
You start checking your settings. What's going on? Can't they hear me?
Yeah, can't they hear me? That's it. I felt, I just felt like I bounced off their conversation. I go, what's happened here? I'm not penetrating. But yeah, what I was going to say was that our senses are very vital for discernment in our natural environment, without a doubt. And I just had a short conversation with a global in a politics server. It was called Links Something Users, and they know our story very well. but they always try to misrepresent it. And they bring up that, the San Diego to Sydney route, yeah, which is 7,000 miles. But yeah, we don't seem to be able to get that on the map. So I said to them, look, on the azimuth or equidistant map, the Gleason's map, we've never said that was the actual 100% perfect layout. But what you will notice, though, is this. They take that flight, they land at their destination, they didn't take a curved trajectory. Welcome to flat Earth.
Right.
And then he
yeah.
And then he asked me this question: can you make a map that with the 7,000 miles distance on it? I said to him, I said, yes, I can. This reminds me of my elementary school days because instantly my memory came in. This is what flat Earth does to you. You can recall things even better. So as soon as he mentioned making of a map, I remember when I was at school and we had to make a map and have everything that we know in our neighborhood, but make a different map. And I did. Do you know what I mean? So we can make. I said yes. I feel I'm capable of making a map that will have those distances on my map scaled down properly. Yeah, I can do that. Why not? And he didn't know where to put himself after that. I said we did this exercise at elementary school. Yeah, back in the 1970s. There you go. Yeah, man. I made a map of I made my version of the map of my neighborhood, but I had everything that was there, but the shape was different. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Yep.
Yeah. So map making is not as difficult as you think it is as such. We can have any shape. That's why we always say that the map that they've given us isn't exactly correct. All maps are flat in general. And, so nobody actually knows properly 100% the proper layout, do we? We don't know that. We're getting to our destinations, yeah, and we're not, and it's all flat. We know that. And that's what our senses tell us. And the brain is an amazing computer, because he said that, and I instantly went to 1970s elementary school in a blip. Isn't that amazing or not?
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, some people will also argue, well, it's a miracle.
Oh,
too.
see, there we go.
Like,
Somebody joined,
that we're even
and it started the
able to-
player.
Yeah. Welcome anyway. Whoever that was.
I mean, and
What
that's
would
what
you
we
say?
battle in here. I mean,
huh?
that's what we battle in here. Basically the materialist atheists. I mean, of course, some people are, Christian.
Yeah.
I don't know why it does that.
Yeah, it's just it's a setup glitch, no doubt. I was going to say it's amazing how you could be walking down the street and a distinctive smell, and suddenly, boom, you're back into where you were 20 years ago. Just comes flooding back.
Muslim or whatever, and battle us.
Yeah.
But it's really, but they've adopted the materialist worldview where like there is no spiritual world, there is no metaphysical world, that everything is just, like I said, like the mechanistic laws of physics, and that everything.
Yeah.
I was only talking about that the other day. Yeah. When I walked into the supermarket, there was this distinct smell that it sent me back to like the 80s. And I was like, yeah, it was very strange. And what was also strange was there was an 80s song playing in the supermarket right at that same moment. And it was like, so which was it? What was it? Was the music invoking my sense of smell, and I was picking up on something that really
it was probably both. It was probably both,
maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, both combinations there, because your brain can process. This is what I mean about the brain. It can process very quick, nanoseconds, literally at times. I mean, where was I? I was in Heathrow Airport. I had to go to the cargo section to pick up a parcel for a colleague of mine. Okay, and I was on my motorbike. Right, I'm riding on the perimeter road of Heathrow Airport. Perimeter road, and suddenly I'm smelling sewage. So obviously the planes they've been emptying out all the sewage tanks, and that smell instantly took me to Nigeria and the Nigerian airport. 1970, just like that, bang. In a blip. I'm remembering coming out of the aeroplane in Nigeria. I thought, wow. So what happens in the Heathrow Airport in London, England, is happening in Nigeria the same. Same systems are in operation, you know? That's what I learned, you know, it just reminded me.
Yeah.
Just like that. And that was just because, you know, the aeroplanes have to do the turnaround, don't they? They land, they remove the toilet tanks out, put new toilet tanks in, the food comes out, you know, the old food that we didn't finish, uneaten food, that's gone, new ones going in. So they do the turnaround. The same thing happened in Nigeria. I didn't realize that as a kid, you see, right? But then that memory came back, just like that, in a blip, in a nanosecond. I went, wow, yeah. So this is what they were doing the day I arrived in Nigeria. That's why that smell was there. Wow. You see what I mean? Because when I arrived, I thought, bloody hell, Nigeria stinks. I even remember that. Do you know what I mean? Remember, I was born in England, yeah? I never had that kind of smell. Never smelled that kind of smell in my life before. So when I arrived in Nigeria airport, it stank. And I went, bloody, what is this? Poo smell. Wow, what's going on here? Well, not liking this, you know? Right. And then, you know, obviously we went to our uncle's house and that was forgotten. That was it. Never thought of again until the day in 1988 when I went to the British Airways cargoes department to collect a parcel for a colleague of mine. Yeah. And on the way there, I was riding along the perimeter road and the smell of the sewer came up, which is the tanks coming out of the planes. And then I just remembered Nigeria like that. And I thought, wow. And then I thought to myself, the brain is amazing, right? Because if it wasn't for that smell, I wouldn't be thinking of Nigeria, would I? Would I? It's just amazing, the brain.
Right.
Yeah, it was the same thing that happened to me one day. I was walking down the Great Portland Street, okay, and I just happened to look up at the building, and instantly I was in my dad's car looking at the same thing. And I remember my dad. So then I realized that my mum and dad took me here on several occasions because my mother used to make my clothes, and it was Great Portland Street is a fashion street where you can buy material and machines if you want to make your own clothing. And my mum used to go there all the time, and I didn't realize that my dad used to bring my mother to Great Portland Street to buy the stuff. You understand? There was just like that. One looking up, and all those years of memories come back just by glancing upwards at the top of a building.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah. I swear I've had dreams where, like, in my dream, I recognize, like, the scenery, but when I wake up, I'm like, I don't know that scenery, but maybe it's from, like, it's scenery that is in my memory from, like, when I was younger than, like, 2. You know what I mean? Like, it's just it's in there, but I'm not making the connection. You know, like, and then a dream will bring it back up, and you'll be like in this place, and you're like in your dream, you know the place, but when you wake up, you go, I don't know that place.
Like fit within.
Oops, hang on, we're gonna have to stop this. I think.
Yeah,
A framework
I think we'll have
of
to stop.
explainability.
So like,
Explainability.
so when someone says, "Do you have any evidence for God?" Well, you ask them, "Well, what do you accept as evidence?"
Yeah, it's a good question as
there
well.
We stopped.
Yeah, well done. That was a good question, wasn't it? Do you accept that there's a God or whatever? Then is there any evidence of God? Sorry, that's the question, isn't it? Is there any evidence of God? And you just got to look around you. You know.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Some people might say that that's kind of like circular reasoning. You know. But
I do feel sorry to cut you off. I do feel that's a cop-out answer because it's not circular reasoning. You're looking at the trees that I never made. You're looking at the flowers, the foods, the vegetables. You know, how did these things come to be? I mean, you know, why don't people think properly? That's God's work, and you eat it, and it nourishes you. You didn't make that carrot or that cauliflower or that broccoli, that parsnip, turnip, beetroot. You didn't. You know, you may have grown it. Right, you may have grown it, but you never made it. You see, in its outset from the beginning, and then the changes of the seasons, and the animals, the ocean, and all the variety of life down in the ocean. It's amazing, isn't it, this earth? It really is. And that's God's work, period. And I was going to ask a question. You know the Barrier Reef where you are, how is that these days? What condition is it in?
I'm not quite sure. I think it's healthy as far as I know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, because I did hear that it was being destroyed and dying, in fact.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah, I think I've heard things like that too. But I think that there's also that there's opposition to that. That people studying it and saying it seems to be in good health and not going anywhere. So
yeah, I think they might be restricting people going to see it because too many footprints and that, and it's going to ruin it. So they're keeping people away from it so it can recover. From what I heard, I'm going back a few years now. Maybe 7 years ago, maybe 8 years ago, the Barrier Reef was dying. In fact, you know what I mean. I don't know whether it was due to global warming or whatever they're trying to say at the time. That's what they were putting forward, but it was in danger, which saddened me as well because I'd heard so much about the Barrier Reef all through my childhood life. So you think, wow, yeah, that's a beautiful place. I'd love to see that. And then when you hear it's dying, you think, why now? What's happened? What is going on?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, it would be a shame if that happened, but you know what? I don't know that they're going to be able to destroy it. You know what I mean? I think it would take a lot.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, I'll look it up. I'll look it up again and check. I just thought because you were there, you'd be able to give us that knowledge on that one because you're living there. So that's all.
Yeah, and that's quite a fair ways north from me. And I've never visited it myself.
That's
probably
okay. No problem. No, I've never been there myself.
Yeah,
and I'd love to go there. So.
Yeah, probably the preservation, campaigns that they've done has probably slowed down any deterioration of it or whatever, or any negative impacts that humans were having on it.
Well, yeah, I mean the news reports that I watched back at the time was stated that now the conservation it's not going to stop. Of course, they might have to restrict people from going there in order to rescue it, and New Zealand was sending some people to assist. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it probably worked then.
Yeah, they probably
Sorry?
recovered it. I haven't looked into it since anyway, but yeah.
Sorry, so Earth is not flat?
Yes,
sorry, Josh. Earth is not flat. Is that? Yeah. Why do you say that? What's going on?
Oh yeah, because the Quran said so.
The Quran says that. Really?
The Quran is the word of God. It's everything it says is correct.
Okay.
We choose it. It's over science. It's above science.
It's above science.
Yes.
Okay.
What do you have to do? Do you want to debate against?
So when it describes Allah having laid the earth out like a carpet, that's describing it being like a ball?
No, that's metaphorical.
Yeah, metaphorical for what?
I can explain to you. I can give you a whole website that explains what's metaphorical. You can read through the article.
Yeah, usually metaphors have a similarity to the actual thing it's trying to portray. That's to give you like a visual cue. So when I hear that term, spread out like a carpet, I imagine something, like a carpet being laid out on a floor, on a flat surface, right?
Since when did the metaphor become literal?
Well, that it would be a way to help you, give you a visual cue for something that you don't necessarily have the external view of, right? Because obviously we're not like God. We can't view reality from his perspective. So he's giving us something that we can relate to in that sense, right?
Yeah, and I'm going to explain to you what he's trying to relate us to.
Okay, fine. You go ahead. Go tell us. Enlighten us.
When he says that the church is like a carpet, right? Basically, the carpet. You know how the Muslims, us Muslims, we have like a rug, like a carpet, and we have to go on it and pray. That right there is considered very necessary in prayer. So that carpet itself is actually considered very great because it has a lot of value. And so that's the same thing that applies to Earth. It's a valuable creation of God, just like a rug is, which we would go on to pray. So that is a similarity. It shares a similarity. It shares the same value as the rug. But there is a different Quranic verse that says that Allah wraps the night over the day and wraps the night over the night. So wrapping, when you wrap something, when you have like a wrapping and you wrap it around something, it shapes a globe. It's not flat.
No, but it doesn't say he wrapped the night and day around the earth. It says he wrapped the night around the day and the day around the night.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He wrapped it anyway. So that's round.
Yeah, that's not the earth, though. That's not wrapping it around the earth.
Okay, let's go over the Arabic, because we have to read Arabic. It's important.
Well, yeah, anyway, does
It's
anybody
okay.
else want to...
I'll take it on.
You want to respond? Yeah, I was going to ask, does
Yeah,
anybody else want to respond?
I'm right
Because
here.
I
I'm
couldn't
listening,
understand
yeah.
what he said earlier. Like when
Yeah,
he
no,
read,
that's okay. That's okay. I'll take it on. I'm right here with him at the moment. So he's going to look it up. What I was going to say to him is this: when we go for a picnic, we don't look for an uneven surface to spread out our carpets now, do we? Our mat. We lay it down on a flat surface, and then we put the heavy bags and stuff on the corners so the wind don't pick it up. I mean, it's common sense, isn't it? Just naturally, common sense. Okay.
No, but again,
So
you're trying to share a similarity that has to do with the structure. This similarity is not related to any structure. It's merely a symbol. The metaphor, the context behind this Quranic verse is not telling us that there's a similarity between the structure of the earth and the structure of the rug. That's not.
It's telling us that it's laying the carpet and you spread it out. When you look at that action, right? I don't spread out a carpet on a mountain mound when I want to have a picnic. I look for a flat surface to lay the carpet down and spread it out evenly, and then put the weights on. That would be the mountains in the Quran reference. But for me, it would be my heavy bags on the corner so that the wind doesn't pick up the mat and then upset the food and everything. Yeah. So it's just common sense. This is a natural action of human beings. We're not going to look for the roughest surface. We're going to look for the most level surface to have our picnic. Okay.
Yeah, but again,
seriously
but
speaking,
again, you're imposing your own assumption of the metaphor that it's trying to portray here, but that's not what it's actually doing, because you're actually veering off from the metaphor, which is in the original context of this verse. Now, what you're saying here is incompatible if we compare it to the original context, because the original context only compares it through symbolism. It tells you that Earth is great, just as the rug which you spread.
as far as I'm concerned, when you spread your rug out, you are spreading that rug on a flat surface. So there's a reference right there. I don't care what you say. What you say is not going to move my position. That's how I'm going to interpret it. Allah knows what I mean by that. And that's that. What you say is what you say. And we leave it for the listeners in the YouTube live stream to make up their mind. You put your case across, I put my case across. We say that in the Quran, it mentions the flat earth. Those are the verses. And it definitely means that when you lay out a carpet, you're not looking for a hill or a mountain to put it on. You're looking for a level surface. Carpets usually lie on leveled, flat surfaces. Usually.
No, but again, you're inventing your own reference to try and cop with this to make a rhyme with your idiotic belief. So that's not actually what it says in the context. Okay, don't try to think into things.
Like I said, it doesn't matter what you say. I understand what is meant by that in that Quran, and that's what I'm going to be telling everybody. And Allah will know if I'm wrong or not. Only Allah can judge me, not you. You can put down your theory, your opinion, or your understanding or definition if you like. That's fine. But don't be telling me I'm wrong. That's for sure. Sorry.
Yeah, but again,
I won't be accepting that anytime soon. Not today, not yesterday, not last year, not tomorrow. Okay, thanks.
But again, the context is only within the hands of Allah. So if Allah doesn't agree with you and He doesn't mention any of the reference that you claim,
well, let Allah judge me then. Then Allah will be the judge, not you, sir. Allah will be the judge, not you. You will not be the judge. Allah will be the judge, not you. Yeah, Allah will be the judge, not you. So you can't judge me. To judge me, you're already committing haram already because you're judging already. So don't be talking about it. Let Allah judge. Allah is watching all the time anyway.
Because you're
yeah. We've heard it all before. Let's get to the meat of the potatoes. Let's put down. Hang on. Let's put down the Quran. Put down the Quran and let's measure. Can we measure it? Can we measure it? Yeah. Let's measure it. It's simple. Let's just measure it. We can measure. Allah gave us the ability to measure. We can measure things, can't we? Can we not measure things?
Name me one sect in Islam that believes this stupid.
Yes. Can we not measure things? Can we not measure anything? Yeah. Do we have the means of measuring? So I'm going to ask you one question. I'm going to ask you one question. It's 12 inches. It's 12. I'm going to ask you a simple question. You can answer it whether you like it or not. Is 12 inches a curve? 12 inches. Is 12 inches curving, ladies and gentlemen? 12 inches. Is there curvature in that 12 inches? Or is that a linear 1 foot? It's 1 foot linear. Okay. So then when you have a statute mile, ladies and gentlemen, a statute mile. Is that statute mile curving? A statute mile. Is it curving? Is it curving? I'm not. We're talking about the earth. You said the earth is not flat. We're talking about flat earth. We're not changing the topic matter. So, ladies and gentlemen, the question I asked the young man, the question I asked the young Muslim is this: is a statute mile curving? The answer is no. It's not. It's a straight linear unit of measurement. Statute mile, a nautical mile on the ocean. Same story. It's not curving. It's a unit of measurement over the ocean. Okay, a kilometer. Same thing. It's a unit of measurement horizontally. Okay, so a statute mile, a mile, nautical mile, kilometer, all horizontal.
Hold on, Jen. Logic.
Yeah.
Logic, stop talking over people, man. Wait until you finish and then you can respond. Okay?
Yeah, that's naturalistic bias because he's a flat earther like you are.
No, I just
there you go. See,
it's unlistenable, man. I can't understand what nobody's saying because you're talking over him. And yeah, please take turns.
No. There's no talking over. He's crashing out. He clearly is rage.
No, I'm not crashing out at all.
Anything. He's telling you something.
Logic.
You ask your question, and you please let him finish and then respond.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not a mod.
Don't talk through him.
Because you keep interrupting me, and I asked you a straight question, but you went off at a tangent. I simply said, is 12 inches a curved unit of measurement? 12 inches, 1 foot.
Is this question is this question kufr?
That's the question. You can answer it or don't answer it. It's up to you.
Is it shirk? Wait. Is it shirk?
The question is there sitting on the table. You can answer it or not answer it. It's up to you.
So you're stumbling over your own words because you know that this is shirk.
I'm not stumbling at all. I'm not stuttering. I said the question is on the table. You can answer it or refuse to answer it. That's up to you. No stuttering there at all. You're the one that's not answering the question.
Your question is scientific, correct?
Yeah. You're the one that's stuttering now. Answer the question, please.
What?
Is 12 inches
No.
A
It's
curved unit of
incompatible with Allah.
measurements, 12 inches.
Incompatible with the speech of Allah because the speech of Allah is transcended. Do you not understand? Because you're a fake Muslim.
Unfortunately, you're bringing in the Quran here. That's got nothing to do with what we're actually talking about at the moment. We're talking about 12 inches. Is that a curved unit of measurement? So we're asking. If you want to consult with the Quran, go ahead.
Your question is incompatible with the situation. You don't even understand what we're talking about.
There we are. You came in, you said the earth is not flat. Okay? And now you have to mention.
If you're gonna answer the question with the question with actual words of not the Quran. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again,
otherwise
we both take the Quran as an answer, and so when he's asking such questions, he's committing a sin.
I'm not committing any sin at all. No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Okay,
Allah gave us the rights to ask the question in the language we use, and the language is English. We're in the English hub, and it's the flat Earth, 24/7 flat Earth in the English hub, courtesy of. And we're saying to you, is 12 inches a unit of curvature?
Well,
Go ahead.
Well, hang on a second. I want to ask him. Logic. Did Al-Biruni commit a sin when he attempted to measure the distance to the horizon and get a radius value for the size of the Earth?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Was he a Muslim?
Yeah, Al-Biruni.
Yeah, was he a Muslim?
Or not?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Yes, that's right.
He committed a sin.
Yeah, absolutely. Because
yeah, haram is a sin. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't
crime.
use science to compare it.
That's what I mean. He's trolling. He's just trolling us at this point.
No,
yes, you are. You are, man. You're just trolling.
You either accept what Allah says, or
no. We don't have to accept. We don't have to accept anything. We don't have to accept anything. Yeah.
So Allah doesn't give people. So Allah doesn't give people knowledge to be able to count. Do Muslims use money by any chance?
No.
Do you sin every time you count so many, whatever it is, currency that you use to purchase something? You sin when you buy something?
The Quran is not knowledge itself, so when you're adding something on top of it, it's a sin because that's all you need. You don't need
Nobody's adding anything. Nobody's trying to add anything to the Quran, bro.
Yeah, we're not doing that. That's got nothing to do with that. No, we're not. This is what I mean. He's trolling us, right? He's trying to hold us to the standards of the Quran, which is not what we operate under here. We don't operate under the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, or any religious book. That's not what we do here. So you're wrong. And another thing, Allah is watching you now because listen clearly. We've told you our position, and Allah gives you again. You're not listening. You're not listening. You see what I mean? He's not listening here. He's just rabbiting on. He's not even listening. We can't even speak. We can't even speak. We can't even speak to address the position. Look, can't even speak, man. Right? Can you not give us room to speak? Yeah. Thank you. Right. In Islam, Allah gives every human being time to become a Muslim. Can't force anyone to do it. That's haram. So, and then that's all I'm going to say on the subject matter. So he was wrong. And 12 inches isn't a curved unit of measurement. It's a horizontal one, ladies and gentlemen. We all know this. Right. And that's what we use to measure the earth. Horizontal units of measurements. No curvature to be measured. It's the horizontal constant, constantly in your face, all over the place. The year 2026 is the year of the horizontal constant because we cannot measure any curvature. And when we lay out our
saying
picnic,
that it was haram to measure.
That's what he's trying to say. That's what he's trying to say. Right.
You should ask him, where does it say that?
Yeah, exactly. And you know, when in the Quran it states that they spread out the carpets, okay? Where do you know they spread out carpets on uneven surfaces? Really, in actuality, especially if you go for a picnic. You know, come on, man. Yeah, got to interpret things logically here. And then obviously you put the mountains on the corners, yeah, to keep the carpet down. That's why. That's what the mountain is there for. That's flat earth. That's what the mountain is there for. That's flat earth.
I think doesn't it says to be fair, honest, precise measurements in trade and life?
That's right. That's right.
So why would he say that it's
Yeah. Exactly. It is funny though, you know. And then the Al-Biruni question was like a diamond one. That was a brilliant one. That was. And then he said he committed a sin.
He does.
Yeah, that's the thing about the Muslims when they come in too fundamental, too solid, you know, but in the wrong direction completely and utterly. And it's not the essence of Islam, because in Islam, you have to give people room to breathe, think, and digest, and then leave it for them to decide. You can't be on their case. When are you going to be a Muslim? No, that's not what Allah says. Every human being will get there in their own time. You can't force anyone to become a Muslim. And you saying that they're wrong, they're wrong, they're wrong, it means you're judging them. That's haram in itself. Just to be the leader of the Muslim you want to be, and that's it. Yeah. He tried to say we were wrong about being on a flat earth. See, and in the Quran it also mentions some excerpts mentions the egg shape, right? But then when I asked the Muslims, but the images you believe in is the NASA one, that's not egg shaped. That's perfectly spherical. So which one is it? You're lost. Why don't you just go and measure? God has given you
It's
the
on the
ability
outside,
to.
is it not?
Yeah, go on.
The egg shape is on the outside, though, is it not?
Yeah. That's right. But that's the surface of the earth, isn't it? The egg shape. Supposedly.
Practically,
So,
what
the
they're
funny
trying.
thing
I mean,
is,
what at least what I get from what I've practically get from it is practically like you lived inside a practical dome, practical full egg shaped dome. You got the
okay.
surface, and then that's whatever and whatnot, and inside is where the living place is at.
Okay, that's a good. What's the word am I looking for there? Interpretation. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah. But people have argued at it as a shape. But I said NASA's not egg shape, is it? So which one is it? And let's go and measure this thing if that's the case. Because we can measure, you know, we've got that ability to do that now. And we're not measuring any egg at all. No egg shape being measured. But like you said, if you're living on the inside of it, then that's a different thing entirely. Yes, the brain is a remarkable organ, man, the brain. Yeah, I've gone through all the channels in the politics server this week and last week, right, and a little bit the week before last, right, just passing through. They all know about the flat Earth, man. Okay, as soon as I mention, like, you know, how do you know we're moving? Oh, we're not talking about flat Earth now. You know, just like that. All the channels, same response. No, we're not doing flat Earth now. That's retarded. Blah blah blah. I said, well, no, why'd you say that? I mean, you know, I'm just asking you a question. How do you know that you're living on an oblate spheroid? Or don't you care? Or you just believing? Yeah, you know. And then once I got one or two hooked onto it, yeah, ends up having like a 1.5 hour discussion, shouting, screaming. Yeah. Complete cog diss. And then I get perma banned from one or two of them. Science and technology, I'm permanently banned from there. Purely because we were arguing about rockets and how they don't go to space. And I dropped my sources, right? And the source hurt him in the eyes. It was burning, and he goes, "Right, you're banned." Boom, gone. Yeah, there's a channel called NASA Lies as well. I'm banned from there because we were talking about flat Earth, and again, we're holding our ground. You know, one giving an inch. You know, kept asking, why don't you just go and measure it? You know, we can do that. Why don't you? Yeah, you're going against thousands and thousands of years of science information. I said, what science information? Show me one. Yeah, what? It's retarded. What about the shadow on the moon? Shadow on the moon comes up every time. Then I showed them the Senelenian eclipse, the impossible eclipse. I dropped that on their head. I said, what about that one then? How are you going to explain that? I'm on the Earth, okay, and you got the moon and the sun up above the horizon, and the shadow's on the top. It can't be the sun. It can't be the. What's going on there? It's called the impossible eclipse. That's why no one can bloody explain it. Ah, right. Yeah, I've had some good discussions and some good battles, and we've been victorious. There is one server called Black Heaven in the politics server. My African Americans are there, and you get people of different nationalities coming in. There are one or two who are fully aware of the flat Earth and are flat earthers. So when we're together, yeah, it makes for a great discussion. The Globers in there, the black Globers in there, man. Yeah, they're bringing all kinds of nonsense. Coriolis, toilets flushing in different directions, all that nonsense coming up. And then again they say you're going against all the science, the scientists. They're the experts. It's been good. I'll give it that. It's been good. So, are there any Globers that want to take it up? Come on. Give us your best proof that convinces you that you are on an oblate spheroid hurtling through the universe. 2.2 million miles per hour. Nah, no Globers in the house. Yeah, a few of these channels in the politics channels here now, they've learnt about the phenomenon known as outgassing, you know, which shuts down any possibility of traveling to the moon or even going into space. We can't do it anyway, but even if they dared to get in there, they would be confronted by the outgassing phenomena. And what do we mean by that? Well, the molecules that make up the skin of your spacecraft, that would be the aluminium, gases off, turns into gas and vaporizes and degrades at a alarming rate, to which the pressure within the spacecraft will just explode out because the outer skin is being compromised. In other words, you're losing the skin, and then once your skin gets thin enough, the pressure will blow it out, and that's the end of you and your spacecraft. Yeah, outgassing phenomena, and NASA never tested to 10 to the minus 11 torr. They can only test to 10 to the minus 6 torr. So how can you go to a place and not having test your machines to that level? That's just one problem. One, the vaporizing of the aluminium skin. outgassing in a vacuum. Amazing. Amazing what a vacuum is. It can boil water at 37 degrees Celsius. Yeah. Amazing, eh? And then when you get like, whipped cream in an aerosol can, excuse me, and you blow that, you squeeze a bit out in a bowl, put it in the vacuum chamber, and it just starts to expand everywhere. All in that, it fills the vacuum chamber because there's no air, so it just expands. That's amazing to watch. A 7-Up can or a Coca-Cola can, you put it in a vacuum chamber, you extract the air, and it just explodes. Pop. Yeah.
You know that freeze-dried candy? Are they using a vacuum, any kind of vacuum in the process of making that?
Freeze-dried candy?
Yeah, you heard of that?
No, I haven't.
So they get like your ordinary candies and they put it in this machine thing, and I don't know if it's got something to do with nitrous oxides or what, or if there's in other chemicals, and then like there's a vacuum process that takes place, but you end up with these huge versions of your candy. They're bigger, but but they're like a lot more crunchy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, I've seen meat get vacuumed and it dried out, and it was disgusting. The chicken was not good. The beef seemed to be okay. No, the beef wasn't bad. The pork was good. But I've seen marshmallows in a vacuum chamber. They put like maybe 6 to 8 marshmallows into like a pyramid thing, right, into the vacuum chamber, but it was like pyramid shaped. Yeah, they piled it up and then evacuated the air, and it filled the whole bloody chamber up. Imagine that. It sits there, nothing happens to it. You put it in a vacuum, and it just expands to fill the vacuum chamber. That's what would happen to a human being's body. Is the point I'm raising?
Yeah. I've seen the marshmallows and eventually they just sink back down because all the gas escapes the marshmallow.
Yeah.
Shrink. So they expand and then they sort of pop and then shrink back.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. Exactly. Amazing, isn't it? And that's what would happen to a human body. You see, and your blood would start to boil. Your saliva starts to boil. So all liquids in your body would just begin to boil. You'd be dead by this time, though. You'd be dead within 2 to 3 seconds. You'd be a dead person already, out. You'd be knocked out, and then your body would just continue to expand. Whew. How? That's just to tell you how powerful a vacuum is and how dangerous it is. And then that's what happens to all the molecules on an aluminium sheet. Right. Just starts to expand. They put a mobile phone in a vacuum chamber. Mobile phone, and then the battery inside the phone expanded and blew up. The battery exploded.
Interesting.
Yeah. If you're wondering where I got the source from, if you go to the apollodetectives.org or .com and you go to the vacuum section and look it all up, wow. They've got lots of stuff going on. I found that most interesting, the vacuum stuff. Yeah. Because it just it reveals and exposes that man can never go to space. And I mean that sincerely. Man can never and will never be able to go to space because the phenomena are unsurmountable. We're not meant to be there. One thing go wrong, you're dead. You're finished. the equipment doesn't work there anyway. We're not able to fly around in space. We can't do that. And if we could fly around, the material that makes up that spacecraft is dying by the second. So you can be very, very limited as to how long you're going to be there. And remember, when the skin of the aircraft is gone and it explodes outwards, you're dead with it. Your suit's not going to protect you. Your helmet's not going to protect you. Even the oxygen tanks are going to explode. You're just not meant to be in space. But we can't go there anyway. Yeah, amazing what a vacuum is. I tell you, I learned a lot when India gave me this site to look at, which was like 2 years ago now. And it's just been a learning curve. I've just been destroying the globers with it. Maybe 3 years ago, sorry. Yeah, it's been fantastic. Yeah, you've got an American. His name is I think he's a Canadian. His name's Scott Henderson, vacuum expert. Then there's Robert J. Williams. He's the photography expert, together with Marcus Allen, British. He's a photography expert, and he is the chief editor of the magazine called Nexus, which is sold in America and in Britain, and he sells it around in Europe as well. He lives in Bromley in Kent. Marcus, and they all sit together and discuss all the anomalies in the Apollo missions, together with a guy called Gerard White, who is Australian, I think. Yeah, he's the radiation expert. Yeah. He speaks a little bit too quick, Gerard, like he's nervous. A bit too quick. He needs to slow down on the delivery. But what he has to say is just so damning to the Apollo missions. Yeah.
Okay. How do these guys feel about flat earthers?
Oh, that's a great question. You know what? They poo-poo flat earth every time. That's why I want to meet them and then hold them to the same standards that they hold the scrutinization of NASA material. I want to hold them to their own standards and then say they're not on, and say they're on a ball when they're not. Yeah.
So they think the ISS is true and all the rest of it?
Let's have a look with the ISS.
NASA only lied about the moon. They didn't lie about anything else.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they only lied about the moon, but you can still go to space. You understand? So this is what I mean. So they're scrutinizing it and exposing how impossible it is, but they still put forward you can go to space, and Earth isn't flat. Yeah, this is why I want to have a word with them. But where they've highlighted the problems with the aluminium, that's pretty good. You know, for example, when radiation hits aluminium, it intensifies on the inside, right? And Gerard White had to do an experiment for his examination. Okay, in his sciences, I forgot what one science he was doing, but he had to do the experiment, and the aluminium just kind of like melted when the radiation hit it. Yeah.
The type of radiation that they'd be exposed to in the Van Allen radiation belts?
Well, it would be like magnitudes of order of magnitudes much worse if they were ever to go there. If you saw what he did, right, and the way he described it with a very, very low dose, right? If they were to go to space with their spacecraft, it would be all over for them. They'd be instantly killed. They call it instant debilitating death. That means immediate death. It doesn't mean you dose up.
So are we do they say that we're able to achieve the same levels of radiation like in a laboratory setup as it does exist within the Van Allen belt or not?
Yeah, that's a great question. And no, they did not test to those levels. This is what we were saying. They couldn't even land. You know, they called it the LEM, the Lunar Excursion Module. Well, the Earth version was known as the bedstead because it looked like a bed, bedstead with legs and that. And Neil Armstrong had to eject like a second before it crashed to safety. So they couldn't land it here on Earth at all. No one landed it successfully. Everyone crashed, but yet they're going to go to the moon and land it 6 times perfectly.
Wait,
so no,
wait. All the tests failed, and on the based tests failed. They just happened to get it right when they went to the moon.
Yeah, 6 times perfectly, no problems. Yeah, that's what was a joke. Yeah, exactly. So they didn't test the radiation levels, no, because they couldn't generate that kind of level of radiation. Then you got to subject it to the whole craft. You can't just do bits of it, you know. No. It's just a joke. There's no way that they could have gone through the radiation belts if they are there. And then there's one belt that never gets mentioned, the one that was created by the Operation Dominic, Operation Fishbowl of the Lord, and then in 1962, the last one, Operation Starfish Prime, yeah, right? And those events, they were America and Russia were firing up megaton bombs into the Earth's atmosphere above our heads, and it created a radiation belt. According to Sir Bernard Lovell, the British astronomer at the time, he said that those actions, those events, have created a radiation belt 100 times more lethal than the Van Allen radiation belts that naturally occur, they said. That's what he said. Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah, Sir Bernard Lovell, right? And when you work out that the radiation belts that were discovered by James Van Allen, they had 2,500 rems each. So if you times that by 100, yeah, you got 250,000 rems. You ain't making, and that's where the ISS is meant to be right now, by the way. That's the closest radiation to us. Yeah, it's stupid. Yeah, there's no way they could be there.
Is there anybody like like challenging him on that, or like saying that's ridiculous, that that's not true? Anybody from academia? Or
well, back then, no one did, yeah, because it's all new, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Back then, he since has passed away, of course, right? NASA's claimed to have gone to the moon, etc., etc. So it's people like the Apollo detectives that are bringing this information up, which I'm listening to, and I'm now regurgitating it in our conversations here. You see, there was a guy
just gets rug until somebody digs it up, brings it back up.
Yeah, there's a guy called David Percy, who is a British photographer and award-winning filmmaker in Britain. He produced a documentary with a woman called Mary Bennett, I think her name is. She's a writer, right? And it's called "What Happened on the Moon," parts 1, 2, 3, parts 1, 2, and 3. And they wrote a book called Dark Moon, okay, as well. And it highlighted all this stuff that we've just been talking about. So no one's challenged them. They put it out there. Yeah, because they're the one. They're the scrutineers that are bringing the information out, stating that NASA could never have done it because of this, this, and this. They didn't have the required shielding. They interviewed the rocket propulsion engineer, whose name was Bill Woods, and Bill Woods stated that NASA could not fabricate the required shielding because it would have been a problem for the F1 engines to lift up the Saturn V rocket. The payload would have been too heavy. The aluminium would have need to have been 10 centimeters thick. That's 4 inches thick, right? All the way around the capsule where the astronauts are. Now that's a heavy piece of aluminium. That would be very heavy, 4 inches thick. And that's just for the radiation. The cosmic ray particles, you're going to need a shielding of 2 meters, 6 feet. Okay? All the way around. So NASA never had any of those shieldings in place. They could never have gone. Absolutely impossible. Source. You've got NASA Really Mooned America by Ralph Renee. And the clip you're looking for in that book, you're looking for the statements from NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA. They stated that 500 rems will kill you, in bold numeral, double underlined. 500 rems will kill you. So what would 2,500 rems do to you then? Yet alone 250,000. Right. So there's no way they could have gone. It's just a joke. It's a big ask to believe that. It's a big ask. And then they've got to contend with the phenomena of the vacuum of space. You know, the outgassing and the cold welding. So the cold welding is another phenomenon. Temperatures are so frigid, things stop moving and frigid and freeze up, seize up. They weld together. Yeah, and we experienced that here on Earth. You know, sometimes when you get parts of your car and you can't undo it because it's solidly. But have you ever had that? And it's welded together. You've got to heat it up to get it expand to let it go. You know? Have you ever had that in your life?
Right. This is granting them that the vacuum of space exists. But yeah. I saw an interview on Joe Rogan. Well, I saw a clip of an interview with an astronaut, Joe Rogan, and he was telling this story about how some bolt was seized or something, right? And he had to wait for the sun to come up. Like he had to wait. Well, he had to wait for the ISS to orbit into the sunlight. So, and then as soon as the sun hit the bolt, it was able to be loosened.
Yeah. Yeah. Just crap, because they're in a studio anyway, ladies and gentlemen. They're in a swimming pool. Yeah, they're not even in space, blooming liars. But that's the phenomena that's awaiting them if they were to go to the to space in the first place. Yeah, cold welding phenomena where things seize up, and we can experience that here on Earth. By the way, you know, it does happen from time to time when the cold can make things get so tight you can't undo it. You got to heat it up. So yeah, it does make interesting viewing and interesting research, because you're learning how impossible it is for us humans to ever go into that region. We will never be able to go there. So all they're doing is lying to us and stealing the money, because it is theft. Theft through fraudulent means, because they're committing fraud at the ignorance of the population, the world's population. This is what flat Earth does to you. Go ahead.
The fact that it's so compartmentalised there, Jin, they'd probably just plead innocence. Oh, I'm sorry, my job is just to do spreadsheets. And the guy in the next room would go, I'm sorry, my job is to make the triangles. I just pass them on to the next container. And that dude would go, well, my job's to drill holes in the triangles. I don't know anything about space or vacuums or any of that kind of jazz. They'd all just plead stupid.
Yeah, all 400,000 of them. Yes.
It's funny though, how many... yeah, it's true.
Yeah. No, that's true what you said there. That's what they'd be doing.
Well, I think that they highly rely on integrity and technical prowess, like, so that then the public has this impression that they are someone to be listened to, like to listen to, or to you know, to look up to.
Yeah, they're the authority. Is that what you mean?
Right. To venerate, right? And yeah, but like if you just see them as just anybody, right? They're just average people.
Yeah.
Really, like what why do we even have to pay attention to? Oh, they're telling you a story that they went into the sky. Cool. Oh, okay then. Yeah, cool story, bro. Like, and then so like because that's what people say. Why would they lie? Like, saying, why should I care? Who are they?
Yeah.
Why are they saying that I should even care why they would lie?
Yeah. Yeah, true. Yeah,
What
yeah.
makes
My only problem. Yeah, my only problem is that remember, your taxes are going up all the time. Taxes are going up. So if it's going into a project that is a complete waste of money and it's fraud, and the amount of money that's being wasted, your children's children are going to be picking up that debt. That's a bad crime, man. That's a crime. It's a crime that has to stop. That's
yeah, the
only problem.
reality is that probably that money was either spent on something else or it's just they've accumulated it and it's not spent at all, right?
No, I reckon it's lining their pockets. It's lining their pockets. Come on. Yeah, they're
Maybe.
lining their pockets with it.
It's
Money costs.
whose pockets? That's the question.
Yeah. They overprice everything, don't they? Overprice everything, and then the rest goes in their pockets. That's what they're doing. You know what I mean? They're stealing. It's good old-fashioned robbery, daylight robbery. That's what it is.
Right.
Look at the industries that have come up. Yeah, go on.
Have you seen that clip where it's like it's in a Senate setting or it's in a parliamentary setting of some kind in America, and so that the politician representative is grilling spokesperson for NASA, saying,
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
Right. You're asking me for a lot of money, right? Like my constituents, they're paying taxes. What are you giving me? What do I tell these people like that you're doing? Because what have you done? Basically saying it hasn't produced anything. It's not of no value. Like give me a good reason to give you this money. And he said, "Well, we're going to go back to the moon. Oh, we've got Mars in our scopes." And he's like, "Yeah, when is it going to happen, bro?" Like,
yeah,
really good one.
Yeah, it was a good one. It was a good sketch for the funding of the of NASA, and the black guy was like under pressure there. Do you mean what we're going to do this year or next year? And you know what I mean? It was really good.
Yeah, he was sweating, wasn't he? He was like,
he was under pressure, man. But he actually said everything correctly. It's just that the other guy was just being a stick in the mud. You know, well, are you talking about this year's budget for next year? Next year's budget for the year after next? Because we still got the miles to go to. Blah blah blah. Yeah, and then he had to yield the rest of his time in the end. He goes, well, yeah, I'm going to yield the rest of my time, and walked off. I thought that was funny. I'm going to look for that clip because that clip was quite an amazing one.
America needs more of that, like that, more politicians like that, like giving it to them and saying, "Look, we're just gonna cut your funding if you're not going to produce anything for us." Like, what's the point? What is the point?
Yeah, but that guy who was grilling the head of NASA, right? The guy who was grilling the head of NASA, he's a shill anyway. Okay, because he's come out. That was all acting. It was all just acting, by the way. It wasn't really real. Yeah, that's what it really was. Yeah, because I've seen him. He's come up elsewhere, and then his true colours have come through. So he was just pretending on that day. He was acting. Okay, definitely. If he spoke to me like that, I'd tell him where to get off. Do you know what I mean? Where'd you get your fucking facts straight, will you? Yeah, thanks. And then I would lose my job. A new head of NASA. I was surprised to see a black guy being the head of NASA. That surprised me as well. He was an African American.
So that's why it's really important. They're amassing a debt for our children's children to pay. Whilst they're living it up. I heard one politician say, we're riding on the lives of our grandchildren. There you are. Yeah. They really don't care.
Yeah. Can they keep the facade up for so long? Like surely it eventually people will wisen up.
Yeah, I hope so. As long as we don't stop, and our efforts are being heard. Yeah, and then and I think it's going to happen because the 4-year event that we just come through with the needle. Well, many people have woken up and they've refused it. Okay, I won't go any more than that. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's good news. And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is doing a great job of it. Good stuff. So those numbers are dropping like a stone off Mount Everest. Yeah. So that's good. Okay. So if that happens, people are obviously going to wise up with the Earth as well. Then, where the flat Earth's concerned, and then space travel. It's all linked. It's just like a house of cards. It'll all collapse. And then the good people will come out and say, well, it's time to start a revolution now. Like, it's time now. It doesn't have to be a violent one. Just remove them from office. That's it. And then we're on our way. On our way to living a better existence. No wars. That's what we want. No wars, man.
Well, surely the generation, like in a couple of 100 years, are going to be like asking, like, "Where's my space hotel? Like, where's my moon moon on the moon?
Yeah, I want my moon buggy. Yeah.
Yeah. Where's my Mars bar? Like, I want to have a drink at the Mars.
Yeah. My only concern with the next generations coming up is the AI and all that gaming going on. It's a great distraction, honestly.
Oh, yeah. Why really go to the moon? Do it in your home, right? Like,
exactly. Yeah. My student here in Japan, she was so concerned about what we're talking about. This fantasy world of gaming. That she said, if the government puts outside CGI trees and that, the kids wouldn't bat an eyelid because they're used to watching it on the game anyway. So it wouldn't matter. Do you know what I mean? Because they're seeing it so many times on the screen that if they walked out left their homes and walked, it'd be like walking into a game. They wouldn't bat an eyelid. And I thought, yeah, you might be right there. Yeah, no connection with the real world is not good. The natural world. When I say real world, the natural world. Yeah, that'd be a very big disappointment. You've missed a lot. That's it. You're done. They couldn't survive. If you dropped them in the bush, they wouldn't know what to do. And that's a very dangerous position to be in. Yeah, don't miss the beautiful flat Earth, everybody. Go out and enjoy it. Enjoy it for what it really is and how special it is. It's not about conquering nature. It's about living with it and enjoying it.
You remember that episode of The Simpsons when Marge had the tandem bike, and she couldn't get anybody to ride it with her, and then she goes to Bart, and he's playing his Game Boy, and he's like, not now, Mum. I'm playing. and it shows the screen, and on the screen, like the game is like riding a tandem bike with your mum, and he's like,
brilliant. Isn't that brilliant? There you go. Yeah. So already that frame of mind was being highlighted back then. Wow. Yeah. I didn't watch many. Yeah. I didn't watch many episodes of Bart Simpson and that. I was busy. I was out and about myself. Work, security, bit of military training as well. So, karate. So I didn't get a chance to watch The Simpsons. Everybody was talking about it, but I was one of the ones that wasn't. I had other activities going on, so I didn't get to watch many episodes, just a few. I didn't like the X-Files.
And now we don't.
I didn't like the X. Sorry, go ahead.
It's okay. We had a polar bear pop in, and then he decided to leave. Usually, they want to engage with you.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I didn't like the X-Files because it just didn't seem to end. You watch a couple of seasons and you think it's going to be, and it's not ending, and that's annoying. When it's not concluding, I said, I'm fed up with this. I'm out on my bike. See ya. Yeah, I got fed up with the X-Files.
Yeah, it did drag on a bit. The first couple of seasons, I loved it.
Yeah,
it was like 9 seasons, I think.
Sorry,
I think they went for 9 seasons. I think.
Wow, 9 seasons. Wow, that's a lot. That is an awful lot. Yeah, I couldn't get into it, man. I did a couple of seasons during the at 1988 period. I watched it then, you see, and it just didn't seem to end. I thought, right, that's it. I'm fed up with this now. They're stringing us along. That's what I said. They're stringing us along here. And then with the Star Trek, after watching the original, which I watched when I was a kid, the Next Generation I didn't enjoy, so I stopped watching Star Trek as well because I felt I'd seen the best already, and I just felt there's a lot of repeating going on, so I switched off. I just like watching the original one, which I thought was the best. You got all new faces, and they're in the ship, and it's the same kind of adventures. I thought, no thanks. So I stopped watching that. I also got fed up with Star Wars. That never seemed to end. And it's all about the programming, isn't it? Because they've got to keep programming the next generation coming up, you see. That's what I learned now. Didn't realize it at the time. Living through it, I didn't notice it. Didn't notice it was programming. Not at all. It's only when I look back that I can say, I can see how they're keeping everybody clicked in here, locked in. Something in my psyche said, once you've seen it, that's it, So I was lucky in that sense. I didn't watch all the other series because it just seemed pointless. I got the idea, space, right, okay. And I felt that the original series was the best one.
Well, they did tell the truth, though, boldly going where no man has before.
Yeah.
It's still. William Shatner actually wrote some fan fiction of his own. It was published, and in his stories, he even introduced new characters, new races, new species that then was actually introduced into later versions of the show, like in.
All right. Okay. So he actually contributed to the next generation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that. Didn't know that at all. Yeah. Maybe if I'd heard about that, I might have paid attention and see what he put forward, but I didn't hear that. So I just looked at this new bunch, new uniforms. I thought, yeah, but you're not really. It's not doing it for me, And I stopped watching it.
I don't know if he had help writing, but he's a good author. I didn't mind his fan fiction.
Yeah. The original series had it all. Perfect. I remember I couldn't finish enough boxes of cornflakes to get the toys within the inside. Yeah. And then on the back you had the mask of like Spark, Captain Kirk, Scotty, Dr. McCoy, Lieutenant Uhuru. That would be my sister. Right? Yeah, man. Buy the cornflakes and then get the toys. The phasers and the radio controller. We don't know what that's called. Scotty, beam us up. Yep. The gifts, the toys would be inside the cornflakes box. And then my mum and dad said, well, you're eating a lot of cornflakes. You're eating a lot of cornflakes recently. What's going on? I said, no, they taste good, Daddy. And we get the toys. Look. Oh, it's the toys, is it? Okay, we're not buying any more cornflakes. So I tease us,
Now, did they have it in the bag or at the bottom of the box under the bag?
No, in the bag. In the bag. Oh, it was. Yeah.
Because my dad, he would just open the box from the bottom, take the toy out, and then give us the cereal. And we're like, why are you opening it from the bottom?
Yeah. That, in fact, that also happened as well. Yeah. That happened. You know what used to happen, though? I think in the English Tesco's supermarkets, the kids were doing that, nicking the toys and not buying the cornflakes. So they ended up putting it in the bag, yeah?
All right. Well,
Yeah.
we didn't have that much of that. Like Kellogg's, we had Kellogg's products, but they didn't really put out toys. What we had was our Sanitarium Wheat Bix, which is Seventh-day Adventist owned, or used to be anyway. They'd put cards, like they were like collector's cards. They weren't like Pokemon or games. They were just like pictures, maybe with some writing on the back, information, like life, or flora, fauna, cars, like yeah. They're probably worth a bit now. And I remember wanting like them. When I open up a box, I'd look for them and then read them and look at the pictures and then put them away somewhere. But I know I had some, but I don't know where they are. Lost them over time.
Yeah, that happened to us as well. Growing up, we had the, I don't know if anybody, maybe you might know, been in England here, Brook Bond PG Tips, tea bag company, okay? And they had a series where they had trains, different types of trains, different types of aeroplanes, and different types of cars. And I was collecting them, right? Because my dad used to buy the tea bags, okay? And I used to sit, and then you put the cards in an album. And when I left the elementary school because we were moving, the teacher gave me 3 sets, right? She had collected them and she gave them to me, wrapped up in elastic bands, a whole bunch of cars, ships, and planes. And she was in tears because I was leaving the school. And I asked my dad, why was she crying? Because I didn't work it out. Didn't know why she was crying, but I got given all these gifts. Yeah, man. She must have drunk a lot of tea, right? She must have drunk a lot of tea because maybe I got about 20 in one bundle like that, bounded up. And then
you really made an impression.
Sorry?
You must have really made an impression.
Yeah, she was crying, yeah. And she gave me those. She knew I was collecting them at school because I was talking about them a lot, you see. God, that's what I mean about the memory I've got. Just amazing. And that teacher was good. And she gave me them. And Daddy said, what do you say? Oh, yeah, thank you, miss. Wow, I was so happy though, you know. Couldn't wait to get home. Couldn't wait to get home and put them in the album. Yeah. Yeah. So lucky. So yeah, they do that a lot in England back in the day. Gifts, collectors, flowers, like you said.
For a while, we had in packets chips like Tarzos and Pogs, things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that you mentioned crisps, okay, in England when they had the Golden Wonder brand, okay, and Walkers, the Golden Wonder brand, if you had, you could have it ready salted, or you'd have the packet where the salt sachet was separate. So if you didn't want it salted, you could eat them plain, or you could add the salt by opening the little sachet, a little black sachet. You open it up and you pour the salt out. That was good back in the day, yeah. You know?
Yeah, Samboy over here did that with their flavors. Yeah,
the flavorings. Yeah,
yeah.
That was quite interesting. I used to like crisps. Yeah, I still do. Still do now. Yeah.
I can't find a good one anymore. They don't taste or have the same texture as they used to now.
Right.
Yeah, it's really weird. Like they changed the recipe or the way they cook. I don't know. Don't like them.
Yeah. Yes, you're right. I have to agree with you. Sometimes the flavors have changed, and I used to think, you know, who are the tasters? Because they've got horrible taste. You know. You know, I always imagined that the tasters were fit individuals because I think the fitter you are, the more receptive your tongue and palate's going to be. But you see them, some of these guys are big and fat. You think, how can he be a food taster? Get out of here. Look at that. No wonder. And he smokes and drinks. Well, that's it. It's all over, isn't it? What are you going to know when your nose is blocked up and you drink a lot of alcohol and you smoke tobacco? You really going to know about food? No, you're not.
You're gonna, your taste is tainted now.
Yeah, man. That's what's going on. That's why the food's changing the flavors all the bloody time. You get an athlete, right? Now, you know, non-drinking, non-smoking, then you get a good food taster right there. Mm. And all this stuff is happening on a flat earth, ladies and gentlemen, by the way, just in case you're wondering. You know, all action that we've been talking about thus far has happened on a flat earth, not on a ball earth spinning through the universe at 2.2 million miles an hour, doing 19.2 billion miles in a year. No, we're not doing that, ladies and gentlemen. Otherwise, we would know it. Yeah. Just in case they thought, what is a flat earth server? It is. But when you go and get your crisps, you're getting your crisps on a flat earth, not on a spinning ball. And when you have that cup of tea, it's happening on a flat earth, not on a ball hurtling through the universe. Cup of tea. Can you imagine that? You're spinning like that and you don't even notice it. They really did the numbers on us, man. They really did the numbers. And in recent days on the Nathan Oakley show, I haven't been there for a few episodes, but prior, you could see we're critiquing these geodetic surveyors, land surveyors, yeah. They're measuring the Earth flat, yeah, but they believe they're on a globe. That's the funny thing, isn't it? That they're actually measuring Earth flat, not realizing they're living on a flat Earth. Such is the deception. The power of that deception. Isn't it funny, yeah? That they're using their theodolites and instruments to measure, not realizing they're actually on a flat Earth. Yeah. Well, it's nice to know that the pilots are slowly coming out, stating that they're living on a flat Earth and they don't have a curved trajectory. Leveled flight. Yeah. And the most ridiculous thing you'll ever hear, ladies and gentlemen, is that the heliocentrists, the globers, those who believe that they're on a spinning ball, and they have to believe it because they can't prove it right now, they're trying to tell us that we can't tell the difference between a horizontal flight and a curved trajectory. They're saying they're exactly the same. You're going to fly around a ball and not notice it. It's going to be level. So I asked them, so are you trying to tell me that I could fly 2,000 miles horizontally and then fly on your globe and not notice a curved trajectory? It's going to be the same. That's what they're trying to tell us. Okay? That flying 2,000 miles on a globe is exactly the same as flying 2,000 miles horizontally, level, straight, no curved trajectory. I said, when you say that, you're fit for the loony bin. Because you're saying we can't tell the difference. Horizontal and curved are the same. Yeah, that's what they're trying to tell us, ladies and gentlemen.
And you're crazy for accepting the simpler solution. It just is what it is.
Yeah, that's right. It is what it is. But we're the crazy ones. Yeah, you're right, man. Yeah, I'm never going to let them get away with that at all, Because you have to ask them that question. When do we fly horizontally, level, straight linear, no curving around? And I set them up. I do set them up. I said, so circumference. Does that mean circle, circumference, or does that mean horizontal forever? Straight horizontal. Is that a circumference? Is it circular? Are we going around the circle? Yeah, that's the circumference, is it? Let's get that set out. So it's curving. That donates circular, isn't it? Curved. Yeah, are you sure? We've got that. Okay. So then aeroplanes fly horizontally because they don't fly in a circular curved trajectory. They don't do that. They fly horizontal linear all the way to their destination. And then they're going to argue with you that they do. Stupid.
There's this guy in politics earlier, and he couldn't understand that that they're not going in straight lines to get back where they started. Like that, he couldn't understand the concept of circumnavigation over. He just couldn't. It just wouldn't click with him. Tried explaining to him that parallels, even on your globe, they're not like that. They're circles. I said they're going in a circle, and he's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Right, so you can do a circle on a flat Earth, right?" And he's like, "No." Like,
oh wow, yeah.
How can you not understand this? It was like he was thinking that it's a great circle route, like so that you don't have to turn left or
yeah.
When you like that's the only way they circle the Earth, right? By just going in a straight line, like as changing, not veering left or not turning at all, and you end up back where you started. We're trying to explain. Be greater if you're going east or west, and then we explained to him, about that's never been accomplished. Complete great circles.
That's right.
North.
Never been accomplished. Yeah, you're right. T-Dub, you know when you speak, right? You're cutting out intermittently as you're speaking. Okay, you're fading out, coming back in, fading out, coming back in. Okay, so some of your conversation's been chopped off.
Sorry about that. Anyway, guys, figure that tech problem out later. Might just need to reset or something. But I got to go eat. So I'll
Yeah, you
talk to you
go and
guys.
eat. I'm getting hungry as well. I'm getting hungry. My dinner's not coming down yet. Later on, but I'm getting hungry as well. So yeah, you enjoy your meal, you lucky sod. And talk to
Cheers,
you next
mate.
time. Yeah, thanks for the memories and the input. Yeah, excellent, man. You know,
Thanks,
all
Jim.
happening on the planet Earth. Yeah, man.
That's right. Good on you.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, he's lucky. He's going to start using the knife and fork. You know, clink, clink, clonk, clonk. Glass of wine, glass of beer. Hey. But yeah, you know, they're trying. You know, they're trying to explain to us that we don't know the difference. They're trying to tell us that flying a horizontal, straight, linear path for thousands of miles straight is the same as flying a curved trajectory. That's impossible. Okay, you cannot be flying on a ball Earth and not notice you're flying on a ball Earth. You will notice it. Your senses will kick in. The aeroplane must follow a curved trajectory. Okay, and we're not on a globe, and the in-flight telemetry data is telling us that we're flying horizontally. People will have you believe that it will be registering the same. No, it won't. Your body's going to notice it. The planes, go ahead. Sorry, I thought you were going to say something. No? Yeah, you would notice. Much the same like on a roller coaster ride when you do the loop, you notice that loop. You notice it. Your body weight shifts. Granted, it's a smaller circumference, but you notice it. Okay, and when you do the barrel roll, yes, the corkscrew, yeah, the corkscrew, the barrel roll, corkscrew, your body notices it there as well, because your body's being shifted around, body weight, being thrown this way and then thrown that way, and thrown that way and then thrown this way, and then it levels off, and your legs stop moving. You think, oh right, okay, where am I? If you're trying to keep up with everything on the roller coaster ride. And then it does a left turn, right turn, go up, go down, and then and then the loop. Here we go, up, down. Do you see your body weight shifts? You're going to notice it in an aircraft traveling to your destination, right? Your body weight will shift. Granted, it'll take a little bit longer because the distance is greater. It's not a roller coaster ride now, but your body weight will shift because you're going to be traveling through a curved trajectory in degrees. Okay, and that plane will be moving from the horizontal. You can never be horizontal on a ball Earth. The only way that could be is if the aeroplane wasn't moving at all, fixed, but the globe moved underneath it. Okay, so if the globe moved underneath it and the aeroplane is not moving, it's fixed. So you've got it fixed so it can't move up or down, right? And then the ball is rotating underneath it, then yeah, the ball is rotating, mind you. The plane is fixed horizontally. But that's not the case, is it? Because the plane has to take off. And if that's the case, it must follow the curvature of the Earth. Therefore, it has to divert from horizontality. There is not one point on a ball that is horizontal. This is what they're trying to get you to believe and accept. Do wake up. A straight line and a curved line are very different. Aeroplanes of the passenger jet liners that we fly in, they're designed to fly horizontally very comfortably. To subject them to a 9-hour following the curvature of the Earth would put enormous torsional stresses on that plane. The wings, where they articulate with the fuselage, the engines, where they articulate with the wings, the undercarriage doors would be stressed, the tail section of the aircraft would be stressed, because the aeroplane is no longer flying horizontal, which is its most safest and giving them the most least stress. You subject it to a curve, all weights shift,
remember, it's carrying luggage. All the luggage is moving forward. So the straps that are holding all the luggages in are being stressed out. There's a lot of stress right across the vehicle. You know that. You're sitting on the chair, it's comfortable. You lean forward with your seatbelt, now you're stressing because you've moved away from the horizontal. The same applies to an aircraft following a curved trajectory. It's the most dangerous maneuver a plane can do is when it's taking off, for example. Okay, that's moving away from the horizontal, nosing up. A lot of weight shifts going on there. Okay, very dangerous maneuver. That's why when it comes to land, it's a definitely step down, gentle step down approach. Losing altitude gradually as it comes into land. Yeah. So, you know, and then if it were a ball, if it were an oblate spheroid and the plane has just been subjected to 10 hours of curvature, that aircraft must go into the hangar and be inspected. Right? Every rivet, nut and bolt has to. Reason being, jet fighters who are doing tighter curvature maneuvers, spins, barrel rolls, and loop-the-loops for their battle training, you know, right? Right? That aircraft, when it goes into the hangar, is stripped down. They're checking everything after their training schedules, right? That would apply to the aeroplane that we fly on. It would have to go into the hangar and have to inspect it. 2 hours, 3 hours later, it will come out ready to go again. They don't do that though, do they? No, because they're flying horizontal. When a plane is flying horizontally, that's the most safest position for the aircraft. Horizontal, relaxed, just flying straight, balanced. And the only time there's a problem is when it has to climb up in altitude, stresses begin to mount up. When it comes back down, okay, it's level again. When it's coming into level, it's a gentle step down approach. When it's taking off, enormous stresses are happening as it's going up. Full thrust on the engine, everything to keep it going up. But there's a lot of weight shifts going on. Okay, right. And that's just taking off. So an aircraft in flight, flying to its destination horizontally, the aeroplane is at its most relaxed. When it starts to take curved trajectory, problems. You're moving away from the horizontal plane or horizontal linear line, and now stresses are now being applied to the engine. Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth reality. Planes fly over a flat Earth. Yeah, welcome. Yeah, very quiet at the moment, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Well, I hope I'm not boring you guys, because that's the last thing I want to do. If I'm boring you, please speak up. Okay, well, since no one's speaking up, let's keep with the curvature of the Earth. Let's move from the aircraft to a ship, luxury liner ship. You've got your cabin all set out, you know, and and the ship's on its way now. You've let go of the tape. Shall all acquaintance be forgot? As the ship's moving away, and you're hanging on, everyone's waving, blowing your whistles. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, I'll send you a postcard. Yeah, right. Okay. And now the ship's on its way. Right. Now, is the ship going to encounter curvature? It should, shouldn't it, if it's on a ball? Which would mean when you leave England to go to Nigeria, for example, which is from Southampton to Nigeria, okay, going around the west coast of Africa, taking in the Canary Islands, okay, right. Now, that's curvature you're going to be going now. So by the time you get to like Morocco and that, or no, not even Morocco, by the time you get to France and Spain, you're already beginning to slide off that deck because you're no longer horizontal. You're following the curved trajectory of the Earth. And from England, that's a downward drop. So you're going down, okay, from England to the equator, to Africa. Okay, so if you look at the globe ball we're meant to be living on, okay, and there's England. I'm at Southampton, the English coastline, and now we're going to be moving towards France first. Okay, and then past France down to Portugal, Spain, and that. That's going down. And if that were the case, everybody would be sliding off the deck. Yeah, all the wooden sunbeds, everything sliding off the deck, right up to the railings. Yeah, very untidy heap of people and mess because of the curvature, the angle, the pitch angle of the ship. Yeah, you'd be sliding off the deck. You have to follow the curvature. The globers want you to believe that, okay, you're going to follow the curvature, but you're going to be level. That's what they want you to accept, that you're following the curvature, but you're going to be horizontal whilst following the curvature. It's impossible to do that. If you follow the curvature of the ball, you're going to take a curved trajectory and you'll be upside down by the time you get to Australia, or perpendicular when you get to Africa, Nigeria. Sideways on. Yeah. That's how stupid the ball is. It's not my stupid straw man. That's their ball. Their ball is so stupid. To understand their model, for you to say, yes, I understand the model, is to accept the Narnia experience with it. You've got to divorce from reality and say, okay, I won't be upside down. I'll be level on a ball. That's what they wanted to say. That's insanity. You're giving up all logic. I don't want to do that. I don't want to give up reality to accept a ball that doesn't exist. Yeah, that's what they want us to do. And that's what you're doing if you say, yeah, I live on a ball. Hello and welcome.
Good morning, Jim. I hope all is well with you, man.
Oh, thank you very much. All is well with me. Who is that speaking? Sorry.
This is AG, dude.
AG. Thank you very much, AG. Thank you for the warm welcome, and a warm welcome to you. What are you up to? What's been happening?
Same stuff, different day. I'm doing better today than I was yesterday, so all good.
Glad to hear it. Yeah. Did you have any ridiculous things happening in the flat Earth whilst you were there? Anything?
No, plenty of ridiculous things happening, but it's all non sequitur to the flat Earth.
Oh, okay, right, okay. Well, what do you think about this then? You know, when I say to them that if you go to Australia, you're going to be upside down, I get accused of straw man, and I don't understand the model.
You're literally
do you think
stating the objective, like, fact of what they say. Like, if this, then that. Well, if this, then that.
Yeah, yeah.
Where
It
the
is
hell
annoying,
else
though,
is
isn't it?
one to be? If one were to navigate themselves on a sphere, where else would they end up?
Yeah, upside down, wouldn't they? Naturally, right? But they say that's a bad straw man, etc., etc., etc. That I have to accept that I'm going to be on this ball, traveling horizontally, but I'm not following a curved trajectory, but I'm on a ball. How could that be?
I would say that if anything, that's closer to being a steel man.
Thank you. All right. Yeah. Yeah. But they say it's a bad straw man, is what they accuse me of doing.
If I were on a sphere and I were to navigate to a particular location, I would indeed be upside down in relation to where I used to be.
Yeah. Yeah. If you start at the top. Yeah. Yeah. I've always said that. But they say that's a bad straw man. You don't understand our model. And the way they make you look like you're the retard, you know? And I said, hold on a second here. I've got a basketball in my hand. I put my hand on top of the basketball, ladies and gentlemen. I follow the curvature of that ball, and I see my hand now changing its orientation in increments of degrees
It is now upside down. What's going on here? Where did I go wrong? Yeah. And that's how you wake them up. When they hear that, they think, oh, yeah, he's right. But of course I'm bloody right. A child can do this. Yeah. So, yeah, it is you know. What I like winding them up with is that you haven't won a single debate in 10 years, and now we're into our 11th year. So shut up, Globus. Where's your wins?
They can't win.
Can you imagine that?
It's impossible for them to win an argument. The reason why they can't win an argument is because they're trying to argue against the default baseline.
Yes, that's exactly right. Default baseline. Yeah, that horizontal constant, constantly in your face, all over the place. Yeah. Yeah, I just like kicking them in the teeth with that one. You lost for 10 years straight. So any newcomer coming in hearing that, I said, yeah, they have not won a debate in 10 years. How can that be? Are you living on a globe? Really? And you lose 10 years straight?
Well, they think that they win because they play pigeon chess.
Yeah, well, they don't win with me anyway.
You've heard the quote about playing chess with a pigeon.
No, I haven't actually. No, you tell me.
It just knocks all of the pieces over, poops on the board, and declares victory.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense now.
Sorry if I mess up a little bit. I just woke up. I'm still trying to get my brain working.
Oh, yeah, I gathered that. That's why I slowed it down a bit. Yeah, I did gather that actually. I didn't want to put you on pressure there.
Yeah,
because I know the feeling. But I tend to be ready all the time. I'm
going to skip the. Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I think I'm going to skip the coffee today and go have a really big cup of water or something.
Yeah, whatever, man. Yeah, I mean, I'm always ready for action. Yeah, that's the way I am. I'm just ready, especially with those Globers. Yeah. I said, that's an embarrassing position to be in. 10-year loss. Shut up. 10-year loss. Get out of here, man. I don't know how you got in the front to wake up in the morning.
24/7.
Get out of here. Shame.
Flat Earth Discord.
How embarrassing.
Just keep saying it. It reminds me of that quote that I click all the time on the soundboard. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yes, that's Denmark.
That's how it is every day.
Yeah.
It's just how it is every day.
Yeah. Yeah. Can't believe they're trying to get us to think that a straight line is curved. So a curved line is level. These are the things they're trying to get you to believe or accept. Yeah. And then when they mention the Webster's dictionary, where it's got the explanation that the Earth's surface, what is it? Something following the curvature of the Earth, or following the surface of the Earth. That's it. No elevation higher than the other. Level is, that's it. Level is like following the curvature, the surface of the Earth.
They've completely disregarded the etymology of the word level, or the fact that it's connected to the word Libra, meaning scales, balanced.
Yes, Libra.
I've never, any type of scales that aren't level, like perfectly freaking flat, those scales are wrong.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, those scales are rigged.
Here we go.
This is a flat Earth.
24/7 flat.
Power.
I hate that when it reaches the higher tones, it starts to kind of disrupt the audio.
Beautiful.
Yeah, the power.
The Earth is not flat. Come on.
You
Well,
observe it to be, and for all practical purposes, you already treat it as though it is. At no point do you leave your front door and start treating the Earth as though it's a spinning space ball.
You can see it. Just look at the horizon.
Yes, you can. You can walk out to the horizon and you can notice instantly that it is horizontal, and that it is the limit of your vision, not curvature.
Well, show me proof that the Earth is flat.
Do you know the Rayleigh criterion? It's the same thing for eyes as it is for cameras. It's the limit of your oculus, the aperture of the eye.
You can use the telescope and still see the horizon.
You're still talking about optical phenomenon.
Well, how big is the Earth?
What difference does that make?
Because we can see galaxies.
Now we're talking about lights in the sky that move overhead but never move under your feet. Dude, the ground's not in the sky, man. What are you talking about?
But the same laws of physics apply everywhere, right?
Yeah. What goes up must come down.
Yeah, and light has the same properties in space and on Earth.
Now we're doubling down on lights in the sky.
What do you mean lights in the sky?
The Earth is not in the sky. To be clear, nobody here believes in some kind of pizza planet space frisbee within a heliocentric model. We're telling you that you are on the ground and the lights in the sky that you see moving overhead are indeed moving over your head. At no point do they move under your feet. Welcome to the floor of all that is. The edge of the Earth is the edge of the universe.
Wow. Well, you believe that the sun is a ball.
It's not a belief. And it doesn't matter what's going on overhead, because no matter what is happening overhead, it's happening over a horizontal baseline. It's happening over a stationary flat Earth.
It matters because EMPs from the sun destroys our equipment on Earth.
That makes little difference to what the sun is. We acknowledge that obviously phenomenon happens above us. Nobody's denying that. We're just saying the story that you were given is false.
Well, I asked you to give me proof. You didn't provide any.
The burden of proof is on the claim. You can go out and observe naturally that the horizon's horizontal, but if some random dude says, hey, you're on a ball, it's up to them to prove it, not me.
Yeah. Well, if he looks in the side chat, I can give him a perfect example of a horizontal image, beautiful image, and it will just level him out. Here we are. Look at the side chat, please.
AI
Can you see the side chat, Jin CBR1? The latest. You mentioned the horizon, and then it's finished off for you. Horizontal constant. Can you see it? Constantly in your face, right there.
I can
there
see
you
it.
are. That's the Earth. Can you see any curvature there?
Well, if you were a bacteria on a bowling ball, you would see the same thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not going to accept that nonsense. Answer the question. Can you see any curvature there?
No, because the Earth is too
Thank
big
you.
for me.
Welcome to the Flat Earth Truth. That's it. Thank you very much. Remember this, ladies and gentlemen.
So, Islam, hey, Jin, check it out. He just said that it's too big to see curvature, so how do you know it's curved?
Yeah. I was just going to say that.
You can see the slight curvature when you're in
But
space.
you just said you couldn't. So, hold on a minute. You've been to space to confirm this?
So when you're on the
No.
surface,
Yes or no? That's all that would suffice. Have you been to space to confirm your claim? Yes or no?
No, I haven't been to space.
Excellent. So another hollow claim. So you better try another one, mate.
Yeah, nor have I been as small as a bacteria, but I know that bacteria exist.
Yeah, but you're not a bacteria. You're a human being. So don't worry about your bacterias.
You need to understand that this bacteria thing, it's a straw man, it's non sequitur, it has nothing to do with the conversation, and it's not the gotcha you think it is.
Yeah, exactly.
I brought that up to talk about scales.
It
Do
doesn't
you
matter.
do you understand the steel man of your own worldview? You know what? Get him, boys. Go ahead and educate this man.
Okay, your scale means nothing, Islam, and I'll tell you why. And it's very simple. Because a ball is a ball. Doesn't matter if it's big, small, or medium-sized. It will still present with curvature. Now, if we go out to measure it, so you're going to say, but we've got photos from space. Okay, let's play with those. Your photos from space show us a ball. At school, we're taught it's a ball with a very specific radius, diameter, and circumference. Now, you wouldn't believe this, but we can actually go out and measure this. And actually, you, me, Jen, Kingsley, AG, everyone has got the right to go out and measure it. You wanted proof of flat Earth? Well, the proof is, when you measure it, you won't find any curvature.
Imagine going down a slope with the inclination of 0.00.
Why do I have to imagine? Why do I have to imagine anything? I can go out into reality and measure it. There's nothing stopping me from doing it. Yes, maybe the expensive laser might be slowing me down, but there's nothing stopping any of us from going out into reality and doing a direct measurement. So there's no imagination involved.
You can't measure what you can't see.
I can't measure what I can't see. So, yet again, how do you know it's curved if you can't see it?
Because right now I can't see it, but if I go to space, I would.
So you can't see it. So you're going to appeal to future fallacy. So if you go to space, so yet again, have you been to space? You quite clearly answered no. So you can't make a claim of future random stuff, mate.
Yeah, and you can't say you've seen the curvature of the Earth. You're waiting to go to space, so you don't know you're on a globe. You can't say, "I know I'm on a globe," because you haven't been to space to see it yet. Yet we are
They're hooked
measuring
on
it.
space,
Flat.
these kids, aren't they?
Yeah.
Have you been?
Well, I put.
Have you been?
If you look in the hang on, if you look in the side chat, I've put a video that's only like 10 minutes long, right? And it's showing you how to measure the distances between two islands, Kauai and Oahu, and it's really good. Watch it later on at your time, at your leisure. Okay.
Yes, I will. Yes. Have you been to Afghanistan?
No, I haven't
Why
been
do
to
I have to
Afghanistan.
go to
I have been to
Afghanistan?
Singapore though. I have been to Singapore.
Why is it a necessity that we go to Afghanistan? What is there? Have they got like a really good food store that I should be looking forward to?
I heard their red
Really
herring
good
tastes
curvature
really
there.
good.
Some good curvature there.
I heard they
Do
have
you
really good
believe
red herring.
I'm being dead serious. Do you believe that Afghanistan exists?
Yet again, my friend, you're stuck on the belief system.
Yeah.
We don't want you to believe. We want you to know. So at the moment, you believe you live on a ball. So what are we both going to do? You and me together, what can we both do to confirm this sphericity? What can we do? We don't want to believe anymore. We want to know. What are we going to do?
I'm going slowly because I also want to. I want you to prove to me that the Earth is flat. Because, well, do you know that
Yeah, well,
Afghanistan
look at,
exists?
okay, in the side chat, 57 past the hour, I actually tagged you for your convenience.
So the weird thing is he keeps on saying, well,
127-page
Afghanistan.
document.
But, dude, you're acting like you have to go somewhere in order to be at Earth. You're already there.
Is that where the curvature
Yes,
is, Afghanistan?
No, it's simple.
Oh, so not there then. Okay.
I'm just asking. You know that Afghanistan exists.
Yeah,
Your proof of not being able to see things yet again is not going to work. You've already told us you can't see it. So
Afghanistan's really mountainy. I think he's trying to say Afghanistan is very mountainy. Therefore, the Earth can't be flat.
Crit, he's going to try the you haven't seen it, therefore how do you know it exists?
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, how do you know it exists?
That's what we've got to ask you. Islam. That's what we're trying to ask you. You keep telling us it's a ball. You keep telling us you haven't seen it. So how do you know it exists?
So, Islam, are you going to change the country that you're talking about if I tell you I've already been to Afghanistan? You're going to pick a different country? How
No,
about
I
if I
was
go ahead
born
and
in
select one
Afghanistan.
for you? Narnia. You can't go to Narnia. There is no lion. There is no witch. There is no wardrobe.
I just asked you, do you know that Afghanistan exists? Yes or no?
Yes,
Simple
I've
question.
flown over Afghanistan. I know it exists. I've flown over it.
Well, have you been on the ground? Have you been to
No,
the bazaar?
I haven't been. I haven't put boots on the ground. No, I've flown over it on the way to Japan. So I've flown over it. That's more than enough for me. I've seen it.
Well, what about?
So anyway, what's in Afghanistan that's so important?
Bro,
Weapons of memory.
what I'm trying to get in is that the only proof that you know for sure that Afghanistan exists is because you've seen it on videos.
So
No,
now I want
I've
you to
seen it in
tie
real
this.
life.
I want you to tie this, knowing that Afghanistan exists because of he's only seen it on videos. I want you to tie that how that proves the Earth is a ball.
Well, you've also seen the space exploration of the videos,
No, I haven't.
and those videos can be tested with.
So you're assuming those videos are true and correct. So more belief on your part. You are a very religious man.
We'll test them with AI testing tools. You're gonna see that they're real.
So, Islam, let's try again. You're saying that the Earth is a particular thing, but it is a pure belief. You don't actually know. So how are you and me going to go out and confirm this? What can we do?
Well, you're no different than me because you believe that the Earth is flat, but you don't know if you reach.
No, that's not what I asked
To
you.
be clear, this is not a belief, and this is not and flat's not a shape. This is not a belief, and flat's not a shape.
How do you know if you go far enough at some point the Earth is
That's not the answer to the question. What are we both going to do? You and me, we're mates, we're going out, we're going to confirm what it is. What are we going to do?
would measure, I guess.
Yes, there we go. We can measure it. So measuring it would take away any doubt of what it is. So therefore, once you've measured it, you'd know exactly what it is. There's no more believing. There's no more, ooh, I'm not really sure. You'd know directly. True?
True for a small portion of it.
Excellent. So why don't you have a look in the side chat at that awesome video that I posted up for you, and take a little bit of your spare time, rather than being a believer, have a look what happens when people measure it.
I don't see anything. I see what's entropy since you know, then give an example.
Scrolling up, scrolling up, scrolling up to 57 minutes past the hour. I tagged you.
But
And that's only but one of many laser tests.
but how can you know that the entirety of the Earth is flat?
How can I know the entirety of the Earth is flat? Well,
yeah.
How do you know the entirety of the Earth is a ball? You can't even tell me it's a ball outside your door.
Because I trust some people that have been to space.
Because you believe.
I trust.
No. You're just trying to change the word around to make yourself feel better. It is just a belief. You believe what those guys are saying is true. That's all.
Yes, because they brought evidence. I've
Because
never
what?
seen a giraffe.
What evidence? That's what we want to hear. That's exactly what we want to hear. They brought evidence. What is the evidence they brought you that makes you know it's a ball?
Well, they've been to the moon. They brought back moon rocks, and they took pictures of the Earth.
So do you realize some of them rocks have been tested? You're gonna love this.
Yeah, I know the
Moon
controversy.
rocks. No, it was controversy, all right. They gave some to the Netherlands. Some of these alleged moon rocks. And the good people over there decided to get them tested. And found out they were nothing more than petrified wood. It was controversial, all right.
So now you should use that. You should say the rock that you believed came from the moon was actually petrified wood. Now, what do you do with that information?
Well, they made a mistake. They confused the rock with petrified wood.
No,
No, that wasn't a mistake.
No, they keep. Yeah, no, of course, because they keep the pile of moon rocks right next to their pile of petrified wood rocks.
No, the mistake was made by you. That you
So the apprentice just grabbed the wrong pile.
You put trust in an organization that never earned your trust. If anything, should have earned your distrust.
All know about satellites, the GPS system, ballistic missiles,
Yep.
the V2.
So you've still got satellites, GPS, ballistic missiles, but you said we're going to measure the Earth. So it doesn't matter what the things in the sky are doing, they can do it at double pace. We're still going to measure the ground and confirm what the ground is doing.
Bro, the physics works. I mean, gravity.
The physics works. What? Like gravity? Oh, someone else, please. I don't want to do that one.
Do you know what the four-dimensional manifold of space-time is?
Yes, I think.
So you understand the bending and warping of the four-dimensional manifold of space-time is actually nothing more than a mathematical framework. X, Y, Z plus time. So coordinates and time. That is what space-time is. That has no bearing on reality. It does not push or pull anything. So you just invoked a word that you know nothing about. Gravity is not a force.
Yeah, you experience it every day.
You experience the buoyancy and density of a medium surrounding your body.
Well, but you're telling me that the thing that I call gravity is just density.
Gravity is nothing more than the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or thing.
Oh.
And to be clear, you mentioned satellites and whatnot. We have absolutely no issues with high altitude aircraft existing. It functions perfectly fine over a horizontal baseline. In fact, for all their flight dynamics, they already treat the Earth as flat and stationary. It's hilarious. You should look into it.
If the Earth was actually flat, why don't plane moving zigzagging all the time?
Ask that question again.
Well, if the Earth was really flat, why don't planes zigzag all the time? Move from one country to another one.
We have an image of how planes fly over certain maps. Each map ends up being a graphical user interface, but we have images that cover all of this, including the whole thing that people think they're witty when they bring up the Pearl Harbor stuff, and then they post some weird map that makes it look like it's impossible. But then you just put it on a different map, and it makes perfect sense. Maps are tools. They're cartoons of water and dirt.
Well, but I mean, well, let's take like a theorem. You cannot prove that something if you don't.
You can measure the ground beneath your feet, and you don't have to appeal to any authority to do it.
Yes, I can, but I can put a flat surface on a ball and measure the flat surface, but yet I'm
No,
still on the ball.
you can't. It's impossible for you to create a flat and level surface on a ball that has curvature.
But I can.
If you put yourself on top of that ball at any point, no matter where you look, it's going to be curving away from you.
And oh, it doesn't make sense.
That's what we're trying to tell you.
I mean, flat Earth doesn't make sense.
Oh, you go out and you observe the horizon to be horizontal, and you say that doesn't make any sense.
You would have to measure the entirety of the Earth to know for sure that it's flat. You can't just
Flat's not a shape; it's a property that shapes may or may not have. Overall, the Earth is measured to be flat topographically, with certain surface features. But flat's not a shape; it's a property. Earth is Earth-shaped. Nobody's saying that Earth is flat as a sheet of paper, man.
So what do you mean by flat Earth?
Like overall, water at
Planar
rest
with
seeks level.
topography.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead, man.
I was just going to say, when we say flat, we mean planar with topography. So there's still hills and stuff. We don't mean that it's shiny smooth like a piece of glass.
Oh, I understand, but the Earth can still be flat and round at the same time. It only depends
Wrong.
on the rate.
Curved surfaces and flat surfaces contradict each other. You can't have both. It's either curved or it's flat. I'm sorry, my friend, but you're going to have to pick one.
What if flat Earth is an illusion? What if the rate of curvature
What
is
if
so...
ball Earth is illusion? So you can play that either way. Doesn't mean anything.
What if the rate of curvature is so imperceptible that you think that the Earth is flat?
Okay. That would sell us that the radius claim that we're given is incorrect. And that would also lend with quite a few other problems on the heliocentric model.
If you're being close to the ocean, you see, tankers and container boats, ships. They disappear when they reach the horizon.
Excellent. And the reason because of that is due to optics, due to
I
weather
have
conditions.
gotten a notification here saying some person in this chat has clipping enabled, meaning our voices may be recorded.
Yes, that's correct. If you have a look at the two accounts directly above your name, YouTube Bot and 24/7 Live, we broadcast to YouTube, X, Rumble, and something else. I can't remember the last one, sorry.
Bro, just use lasers. You're gonna understand that the Earth is round.
Excellent. Islam. Remember I told you to watch a video that I tagged you in the side chat?
Do you guys actually believe the Earth is flat?
Capitalist, can you just hold on for 30 seconds, bro? I know you're
30
excited. Just hold out. I'm having a chat with
Yeah,
Islam.
we got
It's all
you.
good.
You're next in queue, and it's not a belief.
Yep, so Islam, you just said we can measure it with lasers, and you know what? I agree with you 100%, and I'm guessing that there'd be even other people on this panel that would agree with you 100% on that. You can measure it with lasers, and I don't think you're going to like the result.
Well, I challenge you. Do it.
You challenge me to do it. How about we just post a few up there? You want to start keeping an eye on the side chat, bro? I'm going to be disappointed. Why do you believe I'm going to be disappointed with a couple of laser tests that I'm just going to post up in the side chat for you? I actually like them. I think they're pretty cool.
Let me look at the video. Where is the curvature?
A video? So, how about we make it nice and easy for you? Where's my little pictures to show what should happen? Right. Picture number 1. So, Islam, you're looking at the side chat? Right down the very bottom? Do you see the white picture, green lines, pink lines, black writing?
Yes, I do.
Excellent. When these guys go out to do the laser tests, that is what they're expecting to find. The laser being straight over a curved surface so they can measure the deviation. That's the bit they're measuring. Now, this is what's really interesting. When they go out there, next picture, when it loads. Why did it not load?
Okay.
No, I didn't put that green thing there. Right, there it is. That is what they find. So they expect to see the first one, and they get the second one. Now, here's what's going to really hurt you. It's not flat earthers going out doing these tests. It's actual globers, engineers, that are going out looking for the curvature, and they're not finding it.
Just zoomed in extremely close to the first picture. That's all he did.
So you can magically zoom in. I'd like to know how you're going to do that. Or you can just quit with making excuses and watch a couple of videos. So these laser tests we're talking of, mate, they're not over 5 or 6 meters. These guys do these up to 30 miles.
Why not 90 miles?
Do you know what the world record photograph is? Never mind. We'll get to that after lasers.
What is it?
At 30 miles, Islam, there's supposed to be 600 foot of drop.
What if... Oh.
There's not many what ifs on a 600 foot drop, mate. That is somewhat noticeable. At 20 miles, it's 270 feet. At 10 miles, it's 66 feet. You know, that's a 7-story building?
Well, you trapped yourself with your own claims. You said that the Earth is not a regular surface.
That's why they do these over large lakes. Interesting thing about the properties of water: flat and level, horizontal, unless it's affected by an external source, such as wind. So they do these tests over large lakes. Now here's what's really interesting. If water has the same physical properties everywhere, do we really have to test 72% of the known world? No, we don't. We know that water has these physical properties. We test it, we confirm it. And now we know that 72% of the known world is flat. So you can make up whatever shape you want out of that last 28%. You're more than welcome to.
Bro, people risk their lives, go to space. And
You
you're
think they do.
disrespecting them right
You've
now.
been told stories they do.
Bro, you're
Going to a high, dude, going up to a high altitude and slapping a wide angle lens on your footage doesn't make it. That's not impressive. Doesn't make you special. People do that all the time, and it doesn't mean anything. Dude, did you know that Neil deGrasse Tyson said that you wouldn't see curvature at the height of the ISS?
Yes, because the height of the ISS is
So
like the
if you
skin of an
wouldn't
apple.
see it, you wouldn't see it even up then. Then why are they putting that wide-angle lens on it to make it look like there is?
Because they want to show us what we can't see.
So they want to show us something that isn't.
It is, but you just can't see it because you're too close.
So they exaggerate it and make it more, even when it's not, because you just can't see it.
It's for educational purposes.
No, it's for indoctrination purposes.
Well, trust
A lie
NASA.
is.
Trust.
It doesn't matter what. No, it doesn't matter what purpose you have. A lie is a lie, regardless of the intention. And I don't have to trust some kind of company or something. Trust NASA. Trust. No, they haven't done anything to earn my trust. Did you know NASA is actually a spy agency now? You should look that up.
They work with the U.S.
I would say they always have been. Their intelligence is spy. It has to do with controlling people's mentality and worldview.
What do they have to gain doing that?
Easy. I can launch military grade rocket tests every single day if I paint the rocket white and slap a NASA logo on there. Nobody bats an eye, nobody cares. I can spend all that money every single day and nobody will care at all.
That is true. But the physics is still the same. Gravity, bro, I quit.
We got you on the physics. What goes up must come down, and it requires two horizontal baselines for your bending and warping of the four-dimensional manifold to work. There's one up and down, one vertical vector, and then two horizontal baselines. Welcome to Flat Earth.
You need an actual PhD in physics to come here and teach you about science. I can't do that.
You're again appealing to
Well, you're not
authority.
doing it
You need a piece.
very
You're
good
basically saying,
job.
I need a piece of paper that says I can raise my hand and ask permission to take a poop, and then I can regurgitate information that a parrot could regurgitate. That's basically what you're saying.
I'll be back. I need more information. I need more ammos. I'll be back.
Just how about you don't need to come back. Just right now, what did you do to prove the Earth was a globe? You're so sure the Earth is a globe. How did you get to that conclusion? You'll need to come back later or phone a friend. What right now, based on what you think you know, how did you get there?
I got there because I know that no one has. If it's claimed that the Earth is flat, you must have seen the edge of the Earth. But no one has seen it.
What edge?
Well, if the Earth is flat, it must have an edge.
Because
You can't just go forever in one direction.
Okay,
Yeah,
like
hold on.
universe.
Can I just
Okay.
ask you one question? One question. Can it be flat before you get to the edge? Can it be flat all the way before you get to the edge? Can it be?
Yes, according to your
Right.
theory.
Thank you. Welcome to the flat Earth. Thanks very much. Don't ask about the edge then. Thanks.
Yeah, but even
Carry
still,
on,
it's like
guys.
he thinks the solar system is flat. Where's the edge of the solar system?
No, the solar system is a 3D. I mean, XYZ. I mean, space. Space. English is not my first language.
Yeah, it's no, it's flat, dude. Yeah, the galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy is flat. Where's the edge?
It's not flat.
Yeah,
it's
it's
space.
flat. It's flat, dude.
So if it's flat, why are you not flat? What? How can you jump?
Why would
flat
Crit
sounds
need to
shade.
be flat in order for the Earth to be flat?
Yeah, dude, you see how you're thinking is just a complete hot mess from
Yeah,
start
it's
to
just,
finish.
what he just said sounds like something a 2-year-old would say. It's just weird.
It's
Like, dude, don't be a sophist.
It's not a problem here that you don't know. That if you don't know why the Earth is a globe, the problem is that you are trying to say you do know why, but you're not going to share the information because we're not going to understand it or you can't articulate it. Dude, you've got some issues with thinking, your thinking process. That's the main problem here.
Well, can you go forever in one direction? Can you dig forever? When you dig a hole, can you go forever?
Can you dig forever?
Yeah.
What convinced you?
Hold on, he just said yes, Crit.
Oh, okay. This
Islam,
is
do you know
great,
what
yeah.
the furthest distance they've ever dug down is?
I know that the Soviets did it, but I don't know the distance.
This Kohler super deep borehole, 7.8 miles. 7.8 miles, 7.6 miles. Let's go in the middle, 7.7 miles. That's it.
Yeah, 7.6 miles, 12 kilometers.
There you go.
Let's
Thanks,
imagine
Jen.
you went on forever. What would happen?
Hey,
You don't have
Islam.
to imagine.
You're back.
You can't.
Back to imagining. We don't want to imagine. We want facts. We want things that can be confirmed.
We're focused on objective reality, not our imaginations. We don't want to play imagination land, dude. We don't want to play imagination land with you. That's non sequitur to the ground. And you keep on bringing up non sequiturs too.
Bro, you can see
What does that
atoms.
have
You
to
can
do
see.
with anything?
You have to imagine them.
Dude,
What I'm trying to say is, if I stick to your reality, it's just full of ignorance.
if you stick to your straw man of our worldview, then you can be as fallacious as possible, because that's what your straw man will enable you to do. And none of us are saying any of the stuff you're saying to begin with.
I mean, we need to have a project from people all around the world to measure where they're at. See if the Earth is no. Because if you stick to what you've measured, then that doesn't prove anything.
So, why, in your mindset, does people measuring across a lake 30 miles and not finding any curvature, why does that mean nothing to you?
The curve is imperceptible to the naked eye.
That's why they do it over 30 miles, my friend. So why would a laser test shot over 30 miles mean absolutely nothing to you? And what makes it worse is you told us earlier that lasers would prove the curvature.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. They haven't yet.
What do you make of all the science that have been?
What science? What science, my friend? We're measuring. The laser is a tangent to a curve. This is what we are expecting because this is what we are taught. Now, when we go out there, that tangent is not a tangent. It's just parallel to the surface of the lake.
Let's just agree to disagree.
So that's going to be your cop-out. Let's agree to disagree. No, we won't be agreeing to disagree. You are just a solid believer, and I'm trying to get you to go outside and check stuff out for yourself so you become a knower, not just a believer. I don't want you stuck on another religion, because that's all it is.
Maybe we just have different ways of seeing things. Maybe you see infrared and I see regular light.
No, that's not.
You probably don't want to play with the infrared. Yeah, you don't want to go there.
There are certain things that everyone can come into agreement upon. It will never change for anybody because it is what it is. It do what it do. And there's nothing that any of us can do about that.
How many people do you how is the percentage of people that really think the Earth is flat?
Appealing to consensus is a fallacious tactic as well. Why would it matter? The truth is the truth no matter how many people know of it. And a lie is a lie no matter how many people believe it.
Well, why is your truth so esoteric?
This isn't about a your truth, my truth thing. And the observable horizon is not esoteric. It is open. It's not hidden. And the ground beneath your feet is not hidden either. This is observable and measurable. So this has nothing to do with any esoteric stuff. If anything, there's plenty of esoteric information related to the history of the globe lore. Tons of it even.
I think that people would waste billions of dollars just to fool people.
People lie to themselves. One can inherit a very religious tradition without caring about the origins of it. They just believe and they keep moving forward because it doesn't really affect their lives anyway.
Yeah.
No,
And they're
like
not
most people
wasting.
aren't going to be some spaceman. They're not going to go to Antarctica. Most people are never going to leave the comfort of their own town. I digress. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say they're not wasting the money. They're wasting the money. Our taxes are being wasted, but they're pocketing it. So they're making the money out of this deception. Okay, they're making a good pocket. They're never going to be starving for the rest of their lives. They're never going to be hungry, ever.
What does it change in your life to believe that the Earth is flat?
Oh well, it's changed my life many ways. I enjoy Earth more. I'm in love with the Earth more. It's definitely confirmed, which I already knew, that there's a creator. So that's wonderful itself. I now know that no asteroid is going to come and hit us on Earth. So there's some more money being wasted there that we can stop. For example, yeah. I'm always happy when I'm out and about now. You understand? I feel much better. I know that the Earth is indeed not a spinning ball hurtling through the universe.
Talk about asteroids. What was Chelyabinsk?
Sorry?
What was Chelyabinsk?
No, you have to slow down there. Why would this change what?
What was Chelyabinsk in Russia?
I'm not understanding what you're saying.
I mean, the asteroid that fell in
That
Chelyabinsk.
was a man-made event. That was a man-made event. Yep, that was a man-made event. It wasn't an asteroid that came in. They exploded a device just above everybody's head. That's what that was. That's what I thought it was. The day I saw it, that, I realized that, and I wasn't a flat earther then. I wasn't a flat earther then when that event happened, and I knew it was fake. There you go. There was just something about it.
How come nobody detected the radiation? Because it must have been a nuclear weapon.
It doesn't have to be a nuclear weapon. There you go.
Well, he released megatons of energy. It must have been a nuclear weapon.
No, that's what you were told. That's what you were told. I don't believe that.
Well, you don't believe that, but that's true.
No, not true. You didn't confirm it. You didn't confirm it.
I give up.
So basically,
I wasn't a flat earther when I realized that one. So no, asteroids are not coming from Earth to hit us. I'm not worried about that now.
So there's a story. It's called Chicken Little. And he runs around telling everybody, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. I am not Chicken Little. I'm not afraid of the sky falling and bonking me on the head.
That's right. So there's many ways that flat. Sorry, I was just going to say there's many ways that the flat Earth has changed our lives. It has opened and unlocked all the other lies that are going on. For when you learn that they're lying about where you live, you come to the conclusion maybe they're lying about everything else. Let me go and check, and then you discover all these other lies. So flat Earth has opened the door for many of us to understand other deceptions. Okay, for example. Very good, flat Earth. Yes. So go ahead.
That's a good idea.
It's the reality, isn't it? It's not an idea. It's a reality. It's the truth.
So what's the truth?
Oh, the truth is that we're not an oblate spheroid hurtling through the universe, and that the Earth is measured and utilized flat. Measured flat and utilized flat. Yeah. That's
Why would
the truth.
you think it's flat?
No, I don't think it is flat. I know it is flat because I just said to you, the Earth is measured flat and utilized flat. That means I'm not able to measure any curvature at all anywhere.
You also observe it to be. You treat it that way already.
Yeah. Yeah. Unbeknown to the young man himself, his body has recorded nothing but horizontality existence. It has not recorded any curvature existence at all. Yeah.
You just accept that you cannot measure it.
I would say maybe it has if he's ridden on some kind of amusement park ride. Perhaps he has there, but not in reality. Not when you walk out your front door.
Yeah, and if they give us the numbers, which I know you don't know, so I'll help you out and save time. 24,901 miles circumference, and then the second number, the radius of that is 3,959 miles. That means with those two numbers, we can make some quantitative measurements. Yes? Is that possible?
I'm not sure.
Okay, you are not sure. Okay, that's a safe answer. The answer is yes, because if they're giving me the numbers, I must be able to confirm it. And we went out to try and confirm it. The numbers don't make sense. Everything is level. There is no curvature. That's because we went out to check. Of course, you haven't checked yet, so you don't know, yeah? Is that true?
I think that there are much more proofs than that the Earth is a spheroid than there are proofs that it is flat.
Okay, can you
Let's go
give me
through them
4
one at a
proofs?
time then.
Yeah, give me 4 proofs, please. One at a time.
For example, a proof with the ships that are sailing away or towards us.
Really? Is that
Yeah.
what you're going to go with? Ships
Yeah, why not?
disappearing over the horizon, yeah? Okay. So the ship
Yeah.
is going away from me, going away from me, going away from me, yeah? It's gone over the horizon now. I can't see it, okay? I can't see it. I wait 10 minutes, okay? 10 minutes. I pick up my binoculars. I look through the binoculars. Should I see the ship or not?
So maybe
After
you
10
should
minutes.
see you should see everything on the Earth
No,
when
but
you
hang
look
on
to
a
the
minute.
horizon.
Listen. You're not listening. You said the ship has gone over the horizon. So if it's gone over the horizon, that's the curvature. Yes? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So if it's gone over the curvature and I'm still looking, I can't see it. I wait 10 minutes. Still looking, I can't see it. Okay. So the ship is still going. Yeah. 10 minutes. I pick up my binoculars. Should I be able to see the ship?
Yeah, you should.
No, I shouldn't.
If
If it's gone,
it is
no,
flat.
hang on, hold on. If it's gone over the curvature and kept on going for 10 minutes, I then pick up my binoculars. I shouldn't see the ship because the curvature is
it's
going to
gone
block my
past the
sight.
curvature.
Sorry?
If it's gone past the curvature.
Yeah, if
That's
it's
what
gone
your
past the
claim
curvature.
is. So, Valandros, if your ship has gone behind the curve, it does not matter how good your binoculars are, how good your P1000 camera is, how good your telescope is, it will be physically blocked. You cannot zoom it back in because it is behind a hill of water. I hate that phrase.
Yeah. But in the theory of the flat Earth, you should be able to see it.
No,
We
that's not the
do.
theory.
Actually,
Yeah.
hold on, Jin, check it out. It's not a
Yeah.
theory for Landros. It's actually measured as flat. In the side chat, just to make it nice and easy for you, at 39 minutes past the hour, there's a video uploaded. You only have to watch the first 15 seconds. It starts off looking out at the water, and you don't see any ships. So that means they are already hiding behind the curvature. That's why you can't see them. And then they zoom in, the ships come back.
So you say that when you use your binocular or the telescope, you will be able to see it, even if you don't see it with your own eyes.
Yes, because the eye
that's
is
what
not able
happens.
to focus. Yeah. Go ahead. Anyway.
So what
Go ahead,
happens
Mohammed.
is it's all based on the optic being used. Your eyes can only see so far. Now what happens is it generates an angle from the top of the item you're looking to the bottom of the item you're looking back to your eye, and this generates an angle. When that angle is less than 0.02, you can't resolve the image. That means you can't focus on it, you can't tell what it is, because that angle is too small. That's all that happens.
Let's expand on it. What about other planets? Can you see them using quite a big telescope or binocular?
You must have lost me there, mate. Expanding on ships are not planets. Expanding on optics is not planets. I don't know how you jumped from Earth to ships going over the curve to planets.
Okay, then by your theory, if we have a big enough telescope, we should be able to see all the Earth at once.
Okay, that dude is hot micing.
What do you think about it?
What do I think about what? Sorry, if I have a big enough telescope, I should be
Then
able
you
to
should
see
be
a bit
able
further.
to. Yeah, you should be able to see the whole Earth at once.
Why would I be able
From
to
any
see
point?
the whole Earth at once from any point?
For example, you just said that if
No,
we.
I don't want an example. What you need to understand is when you're looking through the air, air has density. Okay? For
So
example,
what's the
underwater.
magic?
Why do you think
Okay,
you can only see so far underwater?
because it's kind of muddy, I would say. It has particles in it that block my view.
Excellent. So does the air, just not as many.
Yeah, it really has. I understand your point, but
Excellent. So, if you grab your mobile phone for your local area, please don't dox yourself. I'm not interested in where you live. You can grab your mobile phone and have a look at today's weather conditions. And on that, it will tell you how far you can see. So, if it says that you can only see 10 miles and you've got a telescope that can see 300 miles, I don't think you're seeing 300 miles.
don't you think that in your explanation it means that using just telescope clears all the particles in the air from our view?
No. The optic does not clear the particles. The particles stack up, and as you get further and further through it, it becomes like looking through a great big wall. It just basically turns white. Perfect conditions, you could probably see a maximum of 300 kilometers at ground level. That is with exceptional conditions. That is it.
No. For example, have you ever been in the forest?
That's the limit. That is it.
Limit of
just
what?
under 300 kilometers. The limit of how far you can see at ground level, at sea level.
300 kilometers. So that explains that we cannot see past some limits, even in the air, even in the cosmos, or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know why you needed that, but anyways,
but,
that is the
but we
maximum
can-
you're
but-
going to see. So here's the issue. That's the maximum you can see, right? At sea level. So as you go higher, there's less particulates. You can see further. All right? So don't just think it's capped at that.
Okay, here's the catch. We have a sun. How far is it from us?
Why do I care about the sun? That's got nothing to do with the ground.
Yeah, but we can see the sun.
I agree.
Even
I can see the sun.
every time,
I can see
under
the
the
moon.
horizon, and
I can see the
I mean-
stars. I can see birds in the sky. None of which have anything to do with the shape of the ground.
Yeah, but the sun should be farther away than any ship or any point on the Earth, and it
Why?
should
That's your
be
claim, my friend.
farther.
Why?
Yeah. So.
Yeah. The question is why?
Why can't we see the sun?
What do you mean? Why can't we see the sun?
Because it's a light source.
Why can we see the sun even if it's above the horizon?
I think he's having trouble translating what he's trying to say there.
Yeah. It's a weird question.
You just said that we cannot see past 300 kilometers in any situation on Earth.
No, I didn't add any situation on the end of it. You did.
Oh. Yeah. And that's not true because we got photographs at 275 miles.
Jen, hold up. What I did say, Valandros, at sea level.
Yeah.
So if I, in Australia, try to look across to New Zealand, won't happen. Okay?
So there is a point at which sun should be at the sea level, isn't it?
Wrong. The sun is not at sea level. The sun is up in the sky. So that solved that problem.
Yeah. When you see it on the horizon, that's an optical illusion because it's not. The sky doesn't touch the water.
the sky is up and there's a gap, they're separate. But because you're looking down across the horizon, your angular resolution and perspective shows you the horizon with the sky touching the surface of the earth. But in actuality, that doesn't happen, does it now?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I couldn't understand it. Can you explain it more clearly? Why we don't see sun 24 hours in our day?
Oh yeah, the reason why you
At the
won't
sky.
see it is because the earth itself is too big, first and foremost, than the sun and the moon. They are orbiting above our head, and the strength of the light, the sun's luminosity is limited. That's why everybody gets good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening as the sun moves around. It cannot shine its light across the whole of the earth. The earth is too big.
Oh, now I think I kind of getting the point. So,
Thank you.
night is when the sun goes to
Another country,
too far
the
away.
sun is
Too far
somewhere
away.
else. Yes, and you become dark. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So it is not coming below the surface of the Earth. It's not.
No, it's above the earth all the time. All the time
It's
above the earth.
above the horizon. Yeah.
Yes, above the horizon, above the earth, above our head all the time. And then it moves away. And as the sun moves away, it gets dark where we are because we have no light now, only the street lights and maybe your flashlights because the sun
Yeah.
has
Okay.
gone to another country.
Is there just one source of light on the Earth? Is there just one sun?
Okay, you've got the sun only, and you've got the moon is another source of light, and then your stars, of course, they twinkle in the sky. That's it.
Yeah, but can't there be a possibility when we have one sun that gone by far from us, then there coming another sun that is
No,
shining, so there could be multiple
no,
suns.
because it's all about the timing. It's only one sun. That's been well observed. It's only one. There's not two. No two suns, mate. None of that. No.
But that means that sun can only shine on the particular area of the world.
Exactly.
That's correct.
That's
No,
right.
exactly.
That's
Yeah.
100% correct. The
Yeah.
light can only go so far, and the sun follows its circuit. The sun moves to you above your house. That would be 12 noon. And whilst it's above your house, it's not daylight at my house. And the sun keeps moving along, goes over to Jin's house, lights up his area, moving along. Jin's area is now dark. The boys in the United States are having a bit of sunlight. Moves along, comes back to Matrix's house. Look at that.
Yeah, then
That's all that
it
happens.
seems like the sun can only light the area
Yeah,
for
local
300
area.
to
Local.
300 kilometers in a
Yeah,
radius. Isn't it?
yeah, local
No,
area.
not 200 or
Local area.
300 kilometers.
No.
Why not? What's the area that it can light?
Well, how about we do this the easy way? When it's about 1 o'clock for me, there is sunlight across the entirety of Australia. Australia is not 200 kilometers across.
So the sun.
So that does leave you a bit of a problem. So even you could work that out across your country when the sun is directly above your house, right across the other side. How far is that? Australia, about 3,000 miles, give or take.
Yeah.
So we know the sunlight goes that far.
There you go. Yeah, it's still limited. It can't light up the whole earth, though. Yeah, the whole earth cannot be lit up by the sun. Not possible.
Yeah, and then that means that the sun the sun lights a certain area for a limited time.
Yes, of course, by the
Correct.
hour. By the
Is
hour.
it the
Yeah.
is it the constant time for any particular area?
No, because in the trop right now, we're experiencing shorter days because the sun is in the Tropic of Capricorn where Matrix is. So they're having a longer day, but that's slowly shortening as the sun moves towards us in the Tropic of Cancer. And when we get the sun in our summer, we have longer days, don't we? Because we can see it longer. It's nearer to us. And Matrix has a shorter day because the sun is not there long enough. Okay.
What's the matrix?
But the sun moves across the sky at about 15 degrees an hour.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks, Jedi. Great to hear your voice as well.
What's the matrix?
Oh no, Matrix is my colleague's name.
That's me.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So you understand, yeah? You understand that the sun is moving 15 degrees an hour, as my colleague said, and that's how much time it takes as it moves across the Earth. 15 degrees an
No,
hour.
no. Let me understand. What kind of
Okay.
15 degrees? 15 degrees from where to where?
Well, from point A to point B on its circuit, because it's going in a circular motion.
Okay, so 15 degrees per hour. That means the sun moves 15 degrees across the sky per hour. So it's where we get these things from, right? So if we were to get a measuring device and we were to measure the sun's displacement throughout the day from horizon to horizon, it's about 15 degrees an hour. Now we can measure that with like sextants and so on, and that's like an angle measurement. You understand what an angle is, right?
Yeah, kind of.
Of course. So you understand that an angle is separation between two straight lines. So between point here and this point here, separation of 15 degrees over the time of an hour.
Yeah, so the sun moves in circle above our Earth, our flat Earth.
Sun moves in circuits.
In circuits?
Yeah.
So it could be a different shape of the trajectory of the sun.
How do you mean? The sun,
I mean,
let's put it like this. The sun's path isn't constantly circular. It doesn't meet the same point on the horizon the next day. The sun rises and sets on a new part on the horizon every day. This is how we have the transition from season to season. Right? This is why we have less sun in the winter and more sun in the summer, because we measure where it arrives on the horizon or where it sets on the horizon throughout the day. So this isn't a circular path. It's not one circle.
That's
yeah.
right.
So
That's why I said.
how I imagine it. For example, we have an Earth that is flat. For example, it's rectangular shape, and we have a sun that moves in some kind of a yeah.
Excuse me. I want to hear you out, but we don't need the shape of the floor. We just need a flat surface. Right? It's going to be smaller than the path of the sun. It doesn't matter. But please, carry on.
Yeah, so we have flat Earth. It doesn't necessarily have any measurements like rectangular shape or any other, and we have a sun that is moving in some kind of not a circle, not as maybe a circuit that can be a circle or maybe like a more narrow than a circle, like an oval spherical shape. And at some days, any day, it gets narrower and narrower. That's why we get the biggest days or the biggest nights every day. Is it so?
Yeah, there's a lot of time phenomena to do with the sun. My question is this: is there any point on the Earth where we can see the sun, say, for 24 hours completely throughout what we would say a day? Is there a place on the Earth where the sun never sets?
Yeah, I think it has some places on Earth like that.
Yeah. So, for example, in the summer,
But
okay, go on.
yeah, but not the whole year.
No, sun moves throughout the year, doesn't it? Exactly right. So when we're trying to speak about the sun's path, we're not doing it throughout a day. We want to see what it does throughout the whole year. And we'll notice it moves. It moves from one location to another location and back again.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, but I cannot comprehend the path of the sun in this case and why it changed this path.
Comprehend what path? What path do you think the sun is taking throughout the year?
Yeah, maybe it just how would you say? So every day, this path of the sun is changing a little, is it?
Yeah, a little. Let's start with really basic things first, though, right? The sun rises in the east and sets in the west, doesn't it?
Why would it arise and set that way?
That's where we get east and west from, definitionally. So we're talking about how the sun is moving, and the stars and the moon and all of these things, they move across the sky from east to west.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Cool. Now, east and west are circular paths, aren't they?
Why would we conclude that it is a circular way, circular path?
Okay, because east and west are referenced to north and south. North and south are poles. East and west are circles of directions around poles. So, for example, if you were to get, say, let's say we use magnetic north, not a great analogy, but we use it because we can use a compass. And we understand if we get our compass out and the needle follows the magnetic field lines, let's say truly, and points towards north, we understand that 90 degrees to the right of us is east. This is where the sun rises on the equinox, where we get east from, right? It's where it sets
Yeah,
on
okay,
the.
okay, sure.
Yeah, cool. When we're talking about the daily movement of the sun, it's going to be a deviation from, say, northeast, southeast to northwest to southwest, depending where you are and time of year for you, the observer. Right. So for me, let's say it's winter for me now in, say, the northern circle of the sun. And when I observe it, it appears to rise to me south of east and sets south of west. In the summer months, it appears to rise northeast and sets northwest, right? And in between the extremes, moving between these paths throughout the year.
Yeah, I think I kind of understand. Let me explain my point of view. For example, the sun goes in circular path every day, but every day it deviates to the north or to the south based on what time of year it is. For example, today at 12 a.m. it was like above my head. It's like
Where are
the
Okay, where are you? What country?
let's say I'm at the equator, for
Oh,
example,
yeah. Okay, at the equator. What? At the
and
equinox.
and today at 12 a.m. it was just above my head.
Okay.
Then tomorrow it will be either on the hand of my on the right hand of me or the left, based on what time of year it is.
Yeah, that's where we get the time of year from, right? If we're talking about seasons, this
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
Yeah.
So the circular path is moving kind of to the north and to the south based on the time of year.
Yeah. When
Yeah,
it's.
now I think I kind
Yeah.
of understand the point.
Yeah. Cool. Now
Yeah,
we
thank you
don't
for the
know.
conversation.
No problem. We don't know. This is just what we observe and what we see. So this is what we see the sun do.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I'm sorry, I have to go. Have a good day. Maybe we will continue later.
Welcome back
Thank you
anytime,
very
sir.
much.
Flat earthers. Damn.
Right, you're telling me the Earth is flat?
Spicy boys. Spicy boys.
So, what are we up to now then? Lots of names in the chat that I don't recognise. Lots of ones that I do. Loads of flat earthers around. Ginger CBR's in the house. Good to see you, my friend. Kings is around. Who else we got? Matrix is about. Got some Quattles around playing
You're
Truth.
just welcoming every member individually.
I'm just saying hello to my fellow flat earthers, and I might get round to those names that I don't. Why do you want to sit here in silence?
Yes,
Yeah,
I prefer
yes.
silence.
Yep, let's do that then.
I just came here to witness some kind of quarrel or
Shush.
argument.
Shut up. Silence, you
No.
said.
Yeah, you said
you would
silence.
prefer to sit here in silence. I was trying to get that
Then stop
conversation
talking.
going.
Then stop talking.
No.
Zip
We're
it.
very accommodating. We are here in the flat Earth
Yo,
24/7.
button up your lips. That's it. All right, mate. Calm down.
Look, shut your
It's like
north
he's
and
in
south,
control
mate.
here. This is brilliant.
Shut your north and south.
Yeah, dear. Oh well, lots of fun.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Hey, plane.
It's a little early here. I'm not ready to talk yet. What's up?
Can you, what's it called? Can you unban my friend, please? My friend got banned, apparently.
Oh yeah? What's his name?
Naya.
I don't know who banned him.
Why are you banning Naya, though? What did he do to you?
I don't know. I didn't ban anyone. I don't ban people. I might just mute them, maybe.
Well, you never muted him. And then he was put into the LGBTQIA plus channel, which is not
Oh
nice.
yeah. He was very disturbed. I can unmute him if if he's gonna be nice.
He's banned, though, so you can't unmute him.
No, I didn't ban him.
Oh, you didn't ban him, then. What can you do as a flat earth mod, then?
Well, I can ban, but I didn't do that. I just muted him because he was being a jackass.
So is there nobody talking right now?
Yeah, it's a little early here, but we will be in an hour or so.
What do you
Jimmy's
mean
here. He might
early?
talk. Well, it's 7:30. I have people sleeping here, so I can't really talk.
Alright, see ya.
I bought it.
In the beginning, the universe was created. This made a lot of people very angry and has been widely regarded as a bad move.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Hello.